Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. I couldn't help myself. I ended up binging every single as seen on TV commercial for tactical products. I made that video yesterday with the tack glasses and I just had an itch. I was like a child who had just had a small piece of cake and then ended up just eating the whole cake themselves. I couldn't control myself. My gluttony took over. Nick Bolton is like Willy Wonka, but instead of taking us to a chocolate factory, he takes us to a military base to show us tactical equipment that he sells on TV. So I gotta show you some more tactical equipment. Let's start with the tack wallet.
Everybody has a wallet, but can your wallet survive this? What about this? Nick Bolton here with the newest addition to our tactical line. We call it the Tack Wallet.
It's about time, thank heavens. I am beyond tired of going into an active war zone and getting shot by bow and arrows as well as lit on fire and just having my wallet get cremated. Like, it's been too long in the making. It's about time that we have a wallet that can withstand arrows and fire. And luckily, Nick Bolton has taken time out of his busy day of having sex with our girlfriends and saving our country in order to teach us about the tack wallet from the comfort of his tank.
It's made using the same material the military uses for body armor and flame-resistant clothing. This is what fire does to an ordinary wallet. But light a tack wallet on fire, and it just won't burn. That includes whatever you happen to put inside.
But why, though? Far be it from me to question the tactical brain of Nick Bolton, but what purpose could there possibly be for a small wallet to be made out of the same material used by body armor in the military, and also be flame-proof? Those aren't exactly normal things that a wallet's going to encounter in day-to-day life. But I guess, let's play around with fantasy a little bit. I guess if someone gets lit on fire and their corpse just gets charred to a crisp and it's unidentifiable by family members, if they had a tack wallet, the wallet will have survived, meaning that the driver's license in the wallet would still be there so they could easily identify a mangled, destroyed corpse. I guess that has some use.
Shoot it with a hunter's bow, and the arrow just bounces right off. Don't try that with your regular wallet.
But why arrow-proof? I don't think many people are getting hunted down by Lara Croft or, fucking Katniss Everdeen. You're not going to be in a situation where you need to use your wallet as body armor. Unless, of course, you're fucking John Wick and you've already got the bulletproof suit on, so why not have a fucking bulletproof wallet too, I guess, to have the double whammy, the double fisting of protection. I also do think it's a little deceptive with this shot here, where it's like, shoot it with a hunter's bow, and then it just cuts to a close-up of the wallet with the arrow bouncing off it. You don't actually see him fire an arrow at it, you just get a close-up of like this little boink right off the wallet. So there's a good chance they just like lightly tossed it at it. Like there's no shot where you can actually see him fire the arrow. So that might just be an outright lie. I kind of want to put that to the test myself, myth bust it in-house, but I also don't want to buy a tack wallet. I feel like I don't meet the alpha super soldier threshold required to own a tack wallet. But I do want to take a page out of Nick Bolton's playbook right now and tell you what you should be purchasing, and that's the new Moist Global merch drop, the Moist 2.0 line. We improved all the designs, improved the quality of the materials. They're extremely comfortable and they're beautiful, and of course, tactical. They're available now at moistglobal.com.
Check this out. Now that's what I call military top.
Now that's fantastic news. If you're engaged in combat with a firebender, you can just deflect all the flames by putting your wallet towards it. Or if a terrorist charges you with a blowtorch, you can just take your wallet out and deflect all the flames away.
There's just nothing like it on the market today.
Act now and you can get a tack wallet.
I still love that they have a tank here. They don't really use it for anything, but they must have rented it for the day and said, God damn it, it's here, might as well do something with it. The beauty about these tactical commercials here is they just fill me with a sense of pride and patriotism. Like, when I watch these, I feel as though the blood in my body has been replaced with diesel and freedom.
You found the perfect dog. No. But one thing you never found? The perfect leash. Nick Bolton here with my good buddy Rex. To tell you about our latest addition to our tactical line. We call it Tack Leash.
What? You thought dogs couldn't be tactical too? You fucking idiot.
Tack Leash can instantly instill military discipline in even the wildest dog. And do it with his comfort and yours in mind.
I love this bold claim here that the tack leash is going to somehow immediately discipline your dog, as if the second you put it on your dog, it just puts its paw over its chest and starts singing the Star-Spangled Banner. It's like, well, pardon me, I know I was a bit rowdy before, but now that you've got the tack leash, I'll be a little more well-behaved.
This leash is made tactical grade. It's sheathed in abrasion-resistant nylon, has a durable metal clip, and can withstand more pulling force than even the strongest dogs can generate. In fact, it can even pull my Humvee. Now that's what I call military tough.
Imagine the pranks you could pull with that kind of power. Just get your tack leash out and clip it onto someone's Humvee and clip the other side onto a building, and the second they try and take off, all hell breaks loose. It's so powerful. You could wrangle bears with the tack leash. They're not gonna break it.
Nick Bolton here to tell you about the newest tack light innovation, the Bell & Howell Tack Pen. That's right, we made a tack light the size of a pen, yet without sacrificing any features.
You've gotta have a tactical pin. Obviously, James Bond had one, now you can too, thanks to Nick Bolton.
Visible up to 2 nautical miles away. Comes in to focus its beam wherever you want. And won't quit even in the most bitter cold or extreme heat. And yes, it survived getting run over by my Humvee.
Of course the tack pin is passing Nick Bolton's torture test with flying colors. The classic, boiled alive, frozen in a block of ice, and run over by a Humvee. No problem for the tack pin.
Like an emergency escape tool that can shatter glass. Now that's what I call military tough. It even has a built-in multi-tool for quick fixes. And oh yeah, it's actually a working pen.
Well, I'd fucking hope so. It's called the tack pin. If it didn't actually work as a pin, you'd be lying to me, and that'd be a sin. And Nick Bolton doesn't sin. It really sounds like this pin has a little of everything. I wouldn't be surprised to hear the claim that it's also got an AI assistant that can take a corporeal form and cook for you, clean for you, as well as also do all of your tax work. Like, it's got so many features, it's unreal, all packed into one pin. Unbelievable. But unironically, I do think the emergency escape tool on it is pretty nice. We were actually just talking on stream the other day about, like, when a car submerges, usually the best way of getting out is breaking the window, which is not an easy thing to do, which is why you'd need a tool for it. So that's kind of a cool thing there, like, actually kind of cool that it's part of the tack pin.
I mean, there's just nothing like it on the market today.
It can open a nice cold brewski, say no more. I've ordered 50 tack pins just in case. That's by far the best feature.
Everybody has a pair of work gloves. But can your work gloves do this? Or even this? And still let you do this? These can. Nick Bolton here with an exciting new addition to our tactical line. We call them tack gloves.
Not only can you punch through cinder blocks, you could probably punch through space and time itself for how powerful these puppies are. They're like infinity gauntlets for your hands. I wouldn't be surprised if with the tack gloves you could deflect fucking bullets with them if you wanted to.
And avoiding accidental cuts and jabs, keeping your hands protected during rugged activities, or for extra security anytime you think you may need it.
It's like a pair of built-in brass knuckles to these gloves here, so you can win any street fight that you might find yourself in the middle of an alley at night. This will come as no surprise to all of you, but there are still so many tactical products that I haven't watched yet. I binged a lot of them, but there's still so many. Maybe I'll go through the rest of the catalog some other time this week, but it is so impressive just how many tactical products they are making. It is awesome. I fucking love these commercials. They're so good. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya. Right now, there's an extremely interesting lawsuit going on between Activision and Anthony Fantano of The Needle Drop, the internet's busiest music nerd. And it's a real eyebrow raiser, I'll tell you what. For starters, most of these publications refer to Fantano as a TikTok music critic. That's the most disrespectful shit ever. That's like cheerleaders laughing at you right to your face, pulling your pants down. Like, that's so embarrassing to get labeled that. they're spitting on him. Fantano's been on the internet long before TikTok ever even existed as an idea, so I'd have to give those headlines a light too. But anyway, when reading those headlines, what I expected in this story was Activision being 100% in the wrong and bullying a creator because they are a company known for shady, awful, garbage, horrible, horrible things, as well as being unbelievably greedy. So I thought this would be a case of that, them strong-arming a creator and wiping their ass with their face. But after reading through the actual lawsuit and going over the case, it's super weird because Activision is still a supervillain, greedy, evil corporation, but the argument they're making in this lawsuit is actually one that helps normal TikTok users. I want to make it clear right away, I am not a fan of Activision. You certainly won't find me pumping my fist for that company. I am no Activision enthusiast. I am, however, an Anthony Fantano fan. So this was a really weird case because I don't see how Anthony Fantano could possibly argue his side. Melon magic can only go so far, and in this case, I don't think it'll be far enough. And if Anthony Fantano did somehow win, it could open the door to large-scale exploitation of a system a lot of normal TikTok users rely on. And I'll explain what I mean in a moment. And I want to be clear right now, Anthony Fantano has not spoke his piece on the subject yet, probably because it's a very touchy legal matter, so it'd be very difficult to speak on it. So I can only really give you the perspective of what's been laid out so far, and maybe that'll be subject to change as it continues, but basically right now, Anthony Fantano had a very popular meme of him go viral called Enough Slices. It's a meme that's been used endlessly on TikTok. It's become a very popular meme. And Activision recently used it in an advertisement they made for Crash Bandicoot on TikTok. And Anthony Fantano allegedly cease and desisted them, to which they complied and took down the video. But then, according to Activision, Anthony Fantano reached back out and said that they're going to be required to pay a substantial amount of money in damages for using his intellectual property, basically, that meme. And they said, no sir, we're not playing ball here. That's not a game of foosball we're interested in engaging in. So they are countersuing Anthony Fantano and looking for a declaratory ruling that states that he will no longer be allowed to try and get money out of users or companies that use his meme clip because they say that Enough Slices meme was knowingly entered into the commercial sounds library on TikTok. Now, most of you have probably already activated your super sniffer and smelled a little something fishy here because there is a big difference between a normal TikTok user, fucking Cliff Blast Cleaver using Anthony Fantano's Enough Slices meme for a goofy little TikTok he made, and a company like Activision using a meme he made to sell a product. They're very different. It wouldn't be unheard of to be okay with a normal person using your meme and not being okay when it's a company using it to sell a product that you don't agree with and you don't like. And that's a fundamental right that you have, that your likeness can't just be manipulated and used to mislead consumers or something into believing that you support a product that you don't. And this is what makes the case really interesting because in here, what they used was a meme from Anthony Fantano that they are arguing was opted into a program called the Commercial Sound Library. And in the Commercial Sound Library's terms, it very clearly states that when you opt in here, when it is part of this directory, that it is completely fair game for companies, brands, advertising partners, and normal users to use for any and all purposes whatsoever, which does include paid content and advertisements. Now, since the ad was deleted, I'm unsure if they used Anthony Fantano's actual video clip that has his face in it, or if it was just the audio. I'm really not sure. But even still, the meme itself was uploaded, apparently, to this Commercial Sounds library, so Activision's argument is that he can't just selectively enforce who is and who isn't allowed to use that meme, because it has been uploaded to the Commercial Sounds library, allegedly. He can't just revoke permission for people that he doesn't like or brands that he doesn't support. That's the core of their argument. They're also claiming that this is overt gamesmanship, a nefarious money-making scheme from Fantano, where he'll allow some people to use it, but when he sees that there's a financial opportunity to make money from it, then he strikes and pounces on it and tries to threaten for money in return for the use of the meme clip. According to Activision, he's stated that he's done this before to a couple of other organizations, I suppose, to which they have complied, but Activision isn't going to. They are arguing he doesn't have the legal grounds to do that. He can't just selectively enforce who's allowed to use that when he has knowingly uploaded it to a directory that has a blanket use for everyone for any purpose whatsoever. And it extends to normal users too, and this is what I was saying a bit earlier, where this argument from Activision is actually helpful to normal TikTok users because normal TikTok users often rely on the commercial sound library in their content, and by their own terms, it should be safe for them to use. But if Anthony Fantano does squeak out the W here, the big dubski, it would kind of throw that into turmoil where you wouldn't feel comfortable using the commercial sound library anymore because there could be a bad actor that has swooped in to exploit it, where you might use one of their memes and they'll sue you for it or demand compensation for it even though it was uploaded to the commercial sound library. So like if Sally Strawberry taps into a popular meme and the user's like, damn, that content was fucking cheeks, that was some turbo ass, I want money because you used it, then it would be a lot scarier. Now, obviously, Activision isn't making this argument for the better of the platform. They're arguing in their own selfish interests, but what they're arguing does actually extend to help protect normal users if Activision wins. I've seen a lot of discussion on this topic, and it seems it's all hyper-focused on brand versus creator, which I do understand. A lot of the claims are around brands trying to exploit creators and use their likeness to mislead consumers through advertisements and falsely label support where there is none. Like, I do get that angle, but this case is not specific to just that. If it was, I wouldn't really give a fuck. My heart's not exactly breaking or shedding any tears because brands might not be able to use TikTok memes. That's not a big deal to me. It's just simply, this was in the Creative Sound library, and there is a potential that it wasn't uploaded by Anthony Fantano with his knowledge. There is definitely wiggle room that maybe there was some kind of automatic inclusion in there that he didn't consent to. That is possible, and that would be a core component of this case that would be very, very interesting if that's the truth. But since it is there, and it does clearly state brands can use it for any purpose, then if the rules against them, it means that no one can really use it for any purpose, because all of a sudden it's now unsafe. This is just one of those things where I do think there's a potential for a dangerous precedent being set, where if someone knowingly uploads something to the commercial sound library, which obviously states that it can be used by anyone, including brands, for any purpose, you really shouldn't have the right or ability to start attacking selectively and threatening people for money, because that extends beyond just brands. That extends to literally any user ever. What's to stop me from uploading tons of audio and sounds and shit to the commercial sound library as bait, and then just going around cease and desisting and demanding money from people that use it because they were under the impression that it was safe to use? It's one of those things that exists on other platforms as well. Like YouTube has one for music. It's the Common Music Library or something like that, where artists knowingly post songs that are DMCA free for creators to use. You know, they just choose the music and it's totally fine, there's no problems. But what if an artist said, you know what, I'm going to put music on here, and when a popular YouTuber uses it, I'm going to demand money from it, even though it's uploaded to a service that states that it's, you know, okay to use and there will be no problems with it. It's one of those things where these directories exist on other platforms like YouTube and Twitch, and if all of a sudden people are able to put things on there as kind of like a trap where you use it and then you could potentially face like a lawsuit or something, it's just bad for everybody, not just brands. And according to a lawyer named Richard Hogue, he believes the company has a decent case. Basically, he says, as described by Activision, it would seem they have a good case. The TikTok audio library appears to allow for general commercial use on TikTok, so anyone placing content in the library should be limited in their rights to challenge. That said, there could still be facts we don't know, like whether an unauthorized third party actually affected the sound's inclusion, or even where it might have been automated. So fundamentally, the entire case is going to have to be argued on Fantano's side that he was not the one that put it in the commercial sounds library. At least that's my understanding of it, because again, it is entered in there apparently, and since it's there, it means any brand, company, or user can use it without consequence. It's fair game, you know? It's open season on enough slices. So Activision saying, since that's the case, Anthony Fantano can't try and threaten them for money because they used it. And Activision is seeking a declaratory ruling that will prevent not only Anthony Fantano, but anyone on the platform, any kind of bad actor perhaps, that might come forward to try and extort money out of users that use content from the commercial sound library, when it's totally in their right to use that content. The only thing that can really win this for Anthony Fantano, I think, is if he can prove that he wasn't the one who opted into the commercial sound library for the Enough Slices clip. It was some kind of third party that automatically entered it in there without his knowledge, or it was, a fucking burglar broke in and in the middle of the night uploaded the Enough Slices audio or meme clip to the commercial sounds library. I feel like that's the only thing in this case, but even then, I still don't know how liable Activision would be for damages, because it's not like they would know that it wasn't Anthony Fantano that uploaded it. It's there, thus you would work under the assumption that the user is the one that put it there. So the whole case is just really messy, and it really fucking sucks because I very much dislike Activision. I really fucking do. But here, I just don't really see how Anthony Fantano has a good argument in this case. I'm going to go ahead and just play all the stream clips where I went through this from the very beginning here so you can kind of follow along with the entire story. I kind of just broke it down here in the beginning, but in the stream clips you'll get to get the entire, situation. So I'll just go ahead and let that rip. The game company claims Anthony Fantano is misusing intellectual property laws by threatening to sue TikTokers over a widely memed audio clip. Video game giant Activision is suing a prominent TikTok music critic over a viral audio clip that he created, claiming he is unfairly demanding that some of the social media users pay him an extortionate settlement after they reused the heavily memed clip. In a complaint filed Monday in California, Activision accused Anthony Fantano of misusing intellectual property laws by threatening to selectively sue TikTokers who use Enough Slices, a popular audio clip that originated with a video Fantano posted in 2021. Activision, which says it received such a threat after it used the clip in a promotion for its Crash Bandicoot franchise, claims that Fantano intentionally made the clip available through TikTok's audio library, meaning he cannot now sue the hundreds of thousands of users that choose to use it. This dispute is a textbook example of how intellectual property law can be misused by individuals to leverage unfair cash payments, Activision's lawyer wrote. Fantano was very happy to receive the benefit of the public use of the Slices video. It was only after he identified a financial opportunity, namely receiving unjustified settlement payments, that he suddenly decided that his consent was limited. This law does not permit, and the court should not countenance such overt gamesmanship. That is interesting. If you make something available through the TikTok audio library, I'm very unfamiliar with the platform, does that just waive your right to enforce, IP law on it? Probably. Makes sense. It's like a public audio repository. Well, what I want to know if on TikTok, do things just enter the TikTok's audio library by default just by posting? Because I know they have that original sound shit and it goes to the source and it's like fucking Bumblefuck Joe over here is the one that created it, but it's not like he did it on his own accord. TikTok auto-generated it. At least I think that's how it works, right? You have to make it a sound through a video. Oh, so you do have to say, I want this in the audio library by making it a sound. That's a very interesting case. So has Fantano done this to other TikTok creators, or is it just Activision? And if it is other creators and not just Activision, I wonder what the legal ground is for using it in an official ad. Because it'd be different if it's just fucking Carl Hamburger using Anthony Fantano's meme in a TikTok versus Activision using it in an official ad. Only way I think Fantano has a case is if someone else uploaded his video audio to the library. True. In its lawsuit, Activision says there's an obvious reason why this clip was used so widely. Fantano deliberately and knowingly added the audio to TikTok's library, making it easily available for millions of other users to incorporate into their own videos. They say he even opted into the commercial sounds library, which means he agreed his clip could be legally used in promotional videos and brands. That sounds like a dagger if that's true. That sounds like it's open and shut if that's the case, if that's real. If he opted into the commercial sounds, that seems like he waived all rights on that. I don't know how he'd win this case. The company says it was surprised when it received a legal threat from Fantano after it used Enough Slices in a TikTok video depicting the creation of custom Crash Bandicoot sneakers. He allegedly told the gaming giant the use of his clip not only used his name and likeness rights without permission, but also violated federal trademark laws by suggesting he had endorsed the company's games. Which is a real thing. You can't do that. But if it was made readily available on the Commercial Sounds library, I don't know how you're supposed to argue that you didn't give your permission. That's what this is for, I imagine. This is what it's for on every other platform. Maybe it's different on TikTok. Activision says it agreed to pull the clip down, but Fantano demanded the company either immediately pay him substantial monetary damages or be prepared to defend a lawsuit. The exact amount of money demanded was not included in the lawsuit, but Activision says Fantano asked for a six-figure sum and said that other companies had paid a similar sum in order to avoid the expense of litigation. What the fuck? On his Dr. Evil grind, $1 billion. Hey, I'm always rooting for the little guy here. I don't know how you're supposed to somehow argue that what they did is illegal and violated federal trademark laws if it was knowingly agreed upon to enter the commercial sounds library. That seems like it's an uphill battle, but I mean, that maybe there's more to it. This is right now just Activision's lawyer. With Fantano's approval and encouragement, hundreds of thousands of TikTok users have incorporated Slice's audio into their videos over the past 2 years. But now, Fantano has embarked on a scheme whereby he selectively threatens to sue certain users of the Slice's audio unless they pay him extortionate amounts of money for their alleged use. The commercial music library from the TikTok's ad manager. Let's see. In order to get it there, it's called commercial sounds. Even in the own post, commercial sounds. But it's listed as the commercial music library. Okay, I see. So this is it. This is correct. CML features commercial sounds, both with and without lyrics, whatever. Who can use the commercial music library? Is for TikTok users that use TikTok for marketing, advertising, sponsorships, endorsements, or publicity, including official brand accounts, their promotional partners and creators, NGOs, and government organizations. You can also use the commercial music library for organic and paid content. This sounds like it's kaput. If it was uploaded there by Fantano, I think it's probably checkmate. Yes, sir, lawyer critical. Hey, man, it's just basic reading comprehension. If I uploaded me saying, woo, yeah, baby, to the commercial library, I can't exactly be upset if all these brands start using it. I can't then start looking for compensation. Yeah, you can. No, I can't. I literally cannot. Do you agree that your sound can be used by brands, marketing, endorsements, sponsorships, and all of that? Yes. Okay. And now I don't. I've changed my mind. You can't. Why? Because you signed. It's here. You put it here. It's literally the SpongeBob scene of, is this your wallet? Like when Man Ray's trying to return the wallet to Patrick. Was the advert also on TikTok? Apparently, yes. According to this, it was a TikTok video they made about Crash Bandicoot that used the sound. I think Danny's right. I think he'd have to prove that he wasn't the one that uploaded it to the commercial sound library. Even then, that wouldn't be on Activision. Them taking it down at his request would have been more than enough. True. That would be true. They would have no idea that it wasn't him, but instead his evil twin that uploaded it. I mean, you're not wrong. And they did take it down. They just said, oh, okay, we'll take it down. And now they have to defend themselves against a lawsuit, or they have to defend themselves against legal threats, and are now issuing a lawsuit as a counter. Are you talking about this last sentence? Activision is seeking a so-called declaratory ruling that Fantano cannot sue TikTok users over the clip. They're saying that Fantano can't go after anyone that uses the clip because they're well within their rights to, since he waived the rights by putting it on that commercial library. I'm confused. This trial about Okay, here's a little advice to all of these publications writing articles about this. Change the title. This title has confused everybody. Actually, reading through the case is very different. In a nutshell, Anthony Fantano had a very popular clip, meme clip, which was entered into the commercial music library, commercial sound library, whatever, on TikTok. It became usable, so a lot of people used it on TikTok, including Activision. And when Activision used it, Anthony Fantano threatened them, forced them to take it down, which they did, and then said, if you don't pay me a six-figure sum, allegedly, then you're going to have to defend them. You're going to have to defend yourself in court. And then apparently also said other companies have paid a sum to avoid this. So now Activision is suing, saying, no, you can't do that. You uploaded this to the commercial sound library, meaning anyone can use this, including companies. And Activision's right. It's literally in the exact terms on TikTok that the commercial music library is usable by any brand, any user, anything for any purpose. You consent to that being used anywhere when it is uploaded there. I don't know how he would win this one. But I'm no Activision fan, so if he squeaks out a dub from this, that'd be fucking crazy. That would be wild. I have no idea how he'd do it. I don't even think Saul Goodman could pull this one off, but if he somehow did, that would be unreal. That is a good point, actually. Okay, you made a good point, Otaku. Cool name as well, I guess. It'd fuck everyone else by letting him win and set a precedent that you could pull your agreement after making it. That would be actually pretty dangerous. If Fantano does win, he sets the precedent that even if you upload your sounds to the commercial sounds library, meaning you waive the right and anyone can use it for any reason without compensation, if he does win, that means anything uploaded there is fair game for a lawsuit if you use it. That's a very good point. That's very true. That would be bad. I love horror movies and horror games, but not for the reason most sane people like things. I like them because 9 times out of 10, they're laughably awful, and that always puts a smile on my face. I'm built a little different, where when something is so trash, it becomes a treasure to me. Like, I have the most fun watching or playing horrible garbage. And that sounds a little weird, but I've been thinking about it recently, and it's something kind of like color blindness. You know how some people process colors in different ways, they don't see them the same way? That's kind of me with quality. I'm quality blind, where when something is so bad, I perceive it as being a masterpiece. I have so much fun with bad movies or bad games. They always make me happy. Happier than like a normal good game or good movie sometimes. And I know I'm not alone. It's a very real phenomenon. It's called fun bad. It is always enjoyable to just sit down and watch or play something that is objectively not good and just laugh at it, make fun of it. You know, point your finger at it, shoot spitballs, make jokes about it with your friends. Like, it's a good time. And for years now, horror has been the main genre that's been pumping stinker after stinker, blessing us with some timeless classic fun bad content. There is more shit in the horror genre than there is in the scat fetish genre. Horror has just become like the go-to cum dumpster of absolute abominations when it comes to entertainment in movies and games. But unfortunately, sports fans, I think we're starting to enter the dark ages of the horror genre, where it's no longer making fun bad content, it's just making boring bad content that's no longer got anything redeemable about it at all. And the best example of this is the newest Insidious movie, The Red Door, which I saw last night. Now, before getting into that, I want to thank today's sponsor, Call of Dragons. Huge thanks to Call of Dragons for sponsoring today's video. Call of Dragons is a beautiful new MMO fantasy conquest game developed by the creators of Rise of Kingdoms, and they've been working on this project for over 3 years now. It's huge battles, tons of strategic freedom, and it's PC and mobile crossplay.
Big coolest feature now is the behemoths. They're these massive beasts that you can use to crush your enemies in PvE and PvP. You can fight with your alliance in guild versus environment. So, to tell you about a few of them, we brought our whole alliance here with us today.
Call of Dragons!
Yep!
The Thunder Rock!
The Thunder Rock.
Ancient Magic Bear!
Mighty Red Dragon, baby!
There we go.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Anytime.
It's contagious when it's Call of Dragons, baby.
There's ancient giant bears, thunder rocks, red dragons. There's actually 8 unique behemoths you can collect, and you have to enter their lair, take them down, and you can actually own 8 or as many as you want, and you train them up. They've got their own skill trees, so you give them the skills and powers you want so that you can take them into battle and crush your enemies with them.
Huge thanks again to Call of Dragons for sponsoring today's video. You can download it today by clicking the link in the description, or by scanning the QR code on your screen, or by using code CODMonster.
Yeah, if you use code CODMonster in-game, you'll get special rewards. So thanks again.
Magic, monsters, mastery.
This is the 5th Insidious movie, and it is long overstayed its welcome. The party's over, the music stopped fucking 2 movies ago, and yet it's still here trying to party, and it's just embarrassing now. The 4th movie was already overstaying its welcome, people were already fucking tired of it then, and now it's just sad and desperate. They've got this franchise propped up like Weekend at Bernie's. It's dead, and they're just like puppeteering its corpse right now. Insidious: The Red Door has no story to tell whatsoever. It has no reason to exist other than try desperately to milk a little extra coin out of the property's name, because most people remember the first 3 movies very fondly, especially the first one. I remember that being like a phenomenon when that one came out. So the name still has weight to it, and they're trying their best to just get a little bit more out of it without anything left in the tank. So the reason I'm not making a moist meter on this is because I really want to dive into just what makes a horror movie no longer fun bad, and it just becomes a sad, worthless experience like Insidious the Red Door. So I will be getting into spoilers a little bit in this. I'm not going to spoil the whole thing or anything like that, but I do need to get into specifics in order to make the point that I'd like to make. Now, Insidious the Red Door is again the 5th entry in this franchise, but the beauty of that is you don't need to see any of the other ones to be caught up to speed on this, because it doesn't really tie into anything, and the only thing that it has is loose connections in the same characters from the previous films. You don't need to know anything about their history. You don't need to know anything about the world that it's in. It doesn't even really need to give you a refresher course on it, because everything that happens starts after a hypnotic memory erasing moment. So they get their memories sealed away, they get amnesia in order to forget all the trauma of their past, and then this movie is them slowly, like, realizing that something fishy happened. Why can't they remember like a whole year of their life? And then that's kind of what the movie picks up on. So you don't really need any of the other Insidious background information, which is good because I don't think there's a single person in the fucking world who remembers Insidious 4. I feel like we all got memory erased with how bad that movie was, because absolutely nobody I've seen online talking about this, or anyone I've talked to about it, like Tiana and I saw it together and I mentioned Insidious 4 to her and she had no fucking clue what I was talking about. I sounded like a crazy person to her, and I don't even remember a single plot point from it other than like a jailer jingling keys like he was trying to entertain like a Twitch audience or something. So this is one of the few compliments I can give to the Red Door. At least you didn't need to see the 4th movie in order to understand what's going on here, because everything that happens in this film is already nonsensical and self-contained to begin with. So the film is all about them getting their memories sealed away. You know, they've got it trapped, and then it's slowly getting back those memories. Dalton, the son in the franchise, is going off to college, and the dad, Patrick Wilson, he's kind of an absent father. He's been pushed away, and he's always foggy, as he calls it. His memories aren't what they should be, and it makes him upset. So he basically abandons his family in order to exist in this perpetual trance of confusion. So he's not a great dad anymore, and Dalton resents him for it. But he eventually lets his dad drive him to college. And he's an art student, and he gets a new art teacher who's a real hard ass. And she basically brings the demon out of him. He goes into like a meditative state under the instruction of the art teacher, and then he draws the Red Door. And once the Red Door is put on the canvas, all hell breaks loose. And by that I mean 2 jump scares happen, and pretty much nothing else. This movie is not even a horror film. That's the big plot twist. It is legitimately like a CW supernatural thriller, at best. There are very, very few horror elements in here other than just very loud jump scares occasionally, but even that's pretty rare. They ordered a horror movie but forgot the scary. They said, hey, can we put the scary on the side? And forgot the side of scary. This shit is so flat and goofy. So, Dalton, after drawing the Red Door, a hand like slaps his hand. He's like, oh no! So then he rushes back to his dorm in order to keep painting it and figure out what this means, because now he's starting to see things. Also, he has a roommate, and her name is Chris. And she doesn't make any sense in this film because she is like the complete antithesis to a character you'd expect in a horror movie. She is constantly joking, and I think that's fine as a character trait, and I think it would work in other movies, but here, she does not stop joking. She doesn't take anything seriously. So when something that's supposed to be somewhat scary happens, Chris will immediately just get rid of all the tension with a joke like, hey, what are you doing on the floor? I just put a bottle rocket in the frat dude's toilet, and I think it went straight up his asshole. And like, come on, get up. You gotta see this. He's walking around with a firework in his butt. And it's like, oh, wow, okay, so now there's like no tension left and there's no scares left. Like, I don't even dislike Chris as a character because she was entertaining, at the very least, whereas nothing else in the movie was. At least she was trying to make something out of nothing with this film. but it does not fit in what is supposed to be a horror film, because when she's on screen, you know that it's just going to be a bit silly, because that's all she does, is just have fun. Even in the most tense of moments, she gets strangled by an invisible demon, and right after that, like within 2 scenes, she's back to joking and gets a bunch of like night lights and makes jokes about it. So it's just a character that doesn't take the movie seriously, so how the fuck is the audience supposed to? You have a character that is actually just like making fun of the film that they're in. But anyway, so Dalton paints the red door. Patrick Wilson's character's in his own home, and he's trying to go through these like memory things. And he's doing like a matching game on the window, which is a goofy idea to begin with. And they're trying to do like subtle scares. So I'll like lift up one of the things and you see like someone wearing an orange shirt in the background by the tree, and it's out of focus, and you're like, oh goodness, that's horrifying. And then the scene will drag on for like 2 minutes of nothing happening, and then just like the glass explodes for a cheap jump scare. Like, it doesn't even really build tension. All it does is it'll show you something a little out of focus in the distance, and then all of a sudden a fucking cannonball goes off, just a really loud explosion noise, and that's the scare. So then that, the glass blows up, and Patrick Wilson's jogging around his house going, oh no, and then he like shuts a door, and then a ghost man pushes him against a wall, and he finds a box of important lore tidbits. But not really, because the lore tidbits don't really mean much of fucking anything in this film, because there isn't a real narrative that they want to tell. But anyway, I'll just fast forward a little bit here. After learning about his dad, Patrick Wilson, he then goes to his wife, who has divorced him, and she reveals all the bad stuff, the stuff that he wanted to forget through the hypnosis. She reveals that while under the possession of the demon, he attacked the family and traumatized the kids, and his wife really couldn't look at him the same way anymore. She just felt fucking sick by his presence. So that's why they sealed off the memories. That's also why they divorced. And now, since Dalton has drawn the red door, everything's starting to flood back, and the family's getting those memories returned to them gradually, and they're seeing things. So Patrick Wilson keeps seeing a couple of ghosts, and that's when it's revealed that the reason all of this is happening is because the dad, Patrick Wilson, and Dalton are able to astral project themselves into the spirit realm, like fucking Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender. So the entire half of this movie is spent astral projecting for the most part. And it's not like this is new for Insidious. We've known this for a long time. This has been a core component of the story. But here, it doesn't even bother to be horror. It is mainly like that astral projection in the smoky spot. It's literally just a room with a fog machine, and that's it. It's not like very interesting to look at. It's just barren, empty wasteland. Dalton is the first one to realize that he can do this, and he does it at his college dorm in order to like scare Chris. I shit you not, when he learns that he can astral project himself out of his body, first thing he does is go to Chris's room, grabs her little mouth piano, the melodica, and he plays a little wonderful symphony. So he hits her with like the beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, like the actual electric zoo out of fucking SpongeBob, which startles her. And then she like goes downstairs and she's like, were you in my room? He's like, no, I was actually in the spirit realm in your room. She's like, oh, interesting. So then he does it again at a frat party in order to talk to a frat douchebag who died from alcohol poisoning, because he thinks that he has clues about the door that needs to be closed, because he'd seen him once before and he's like, close the door. He's like, wait, what do you mean by close the door? So he goes back, this time in the spirit realm, to ask him more about the door. And that's when Chris gets strangled by the big demon. So in the Insidious franchise, the main bad guy is the lipstick face demon, I think is what he's called. He's that goober goofball who's like kind of red, but also just kind of silly looking. And his signature move in the spirit realm is he always puts a Tiny Tim record on the player. You know, the guy who sung the song like Living in the Sunlight? Living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time. That guy. He always plays that music in the spirit realm, and it's supposed to be unnerving, but it is so cringe. That kind of shit is in horror movies and horror games out the wazoo. Tiny Tim, like the music from Tiny Tim, has become a horror movie and horror game staple for low budget, low effort productions. And I feel horrible for that. That's so unlucky for Tiny Tim's music. But yeah, that's what the demon does in the spirit realm. It's that guy. And he's breaking into the real realm because Dalton keeps astral projecting. And I don't want to get into like really deep spoilers, so I'm just going to be a little broad here. But eventually, Patrick Wilson learns that Dalton is in trouble because Lipstick-Faced Demon is taking over his body. So Patrick Wilson, astral projection to the spirit realm, tries to find Dalton. Dalton's struggling, and his body in the real world has now been taken over, and he might hurt Chris. So the movie, within the last like 20 minutes, very desperately wants to be over. It very, very much tries to speed run through everything in order to just end quickly and be done. It didn't want to be a long movie because it didn't have a story to tell. It was already running so thin. So they really just shoehorned in the most cliche shit imaginable at the end here. So basically, Patrick Wilson's spirit projects himself, or astral projects himself, somehow immediately finds Dalton. It breaks his chains with a fucking hammer. Also, I'm just getting into fucking full spoilers here. I'm sorry. I said I was going to be broad, but I actually just can't talk about how silly this is without just being specific. So major spoilers here for how the movie ends. I'm doing you a favor, though, really, because I don't recommend seeing it because there's nothing redeeming about it. It's not fun bad. But anyway, Patrick Wilson swoops in like a hero. Dalton has still hated him all the way up until this point, and now Dalton's memories have unlocked, so he remembers that his dad tried to hurt him. But Patrick Wilson breaks the chains with a single fucking hammer hit and frees Dalton from Lipstick-Faced Demon's control. And then they both run away and close a door behind them, to which Dalton then puts paint on it and seals it forever, like a fucking sarcophagus, just entombs the demon back in that record-playing realm. And that's so fucking dumb. Like, I think that is so lazy, because everything just is a plot convenience. Patrick Wilson somehow astral projects and gets to the exact spot he needs and finds Dalton, who is buried under a bunch of chairs, and is able to break his chains very easily with a hammer. And then the Lipstick-Faced Demon, for some reason, is following them very slowly. And this is the worst fucking trope in horror films. The demon is always just so fucking lazy. He had unlimited opportunities to stop them and thwart their escape, kill them, anything, possess them. But for some reason, he's more than content to just watch and do nothing. And even when he has Dalton's body completely under his control, instead of killing Chris, he just does goofy smiles and bobs to the side like that, and nothing else. The horror movies of the modern age just make the big bad demon or ghost or whatever seem so fucking incompetent, like actual bumbling imbeciles. They have an unreal amount of time and opportunities to kill these people, or at the very least just stop them from thwarting their plan, but they choose not to. They must enjoy it to some level, because again, the demon in this movie actually watches him free Dalton, slowly waddle their way around this realm, and he just stands there watching, and he goes, ah, like just makes a loud noise, and that's it. Nothing else. And then when they finally close the door, then the panic sets in, so now the demon like punches a hole through the door, and he's like slapping him around like, let me out, even though he could have just stopped him fucking 5 minutes before that. An unlimited amount of opportunities. It's just so stupid. Like, it's not fun bad, it's just kind of frustrating to sit there and watch it, because it's boring. It's fucking boring. This happens a billion times in horror movies. Like, it is the most cliche shit ever. I'm so tired of seeing it. Like, I love fun bad movies, but Insidious the Red Door and movies like it are no longer fun bad. They're just copy and pasting the homework from other horror movies of the past and doing nothing different or interesting. And it's so lazy that it's not fun bad. And it makes me upset. It's just a waste of time. It is a cash grab off the Insidious name, and it has nothing to offer. It is just a waste of your money and waste of your time. So I wanted to rant about that a little bit, because I'm a little concerned that horror movies going forward aren't going to be fun bad anymore. They're going to follow the Insidious Red Door formula of just doing the exact same thing a million times over. And it's going to lose all of its luster. Horror games have already been going this direction. A lot of horror games that come out these days are just the same old walking simulators that do nothing different. It's just the same jump scares, same walking simulators, so they're fucking boring now. It's very rare that you get a fun, bad horror game. But Now it seems like movies are starting to go that direction too, and I think Insidious: The Red Door has really set the bar for what I think a lot of these are going to look like, which sucks. So just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. It's a terrible day for rain. I'm wearing black because we're mourning. It didn't feel appropriate to put on a white shirt and have my bubbly, happy-go-lucky, enthusiastic self here today when talking about such a serious topic. YouTube is currently running an experiment to crack down on ad blockers. Some of you may have noticed over the last 24 hours your ad block is no longer functioning on YouTube and you're getting a message about it. This is our first casualties of this long and bloody battle. The first mangled corpses littering the battlefield. The ad block champion for which we have worshipped for so long is starting to be attacked. Now, honestly, I'm surprised it's taken YouTube this long to try and fight back against the empire here of ad block. It's been around for well over a decade. I don't know a single person under the age of 50 that even uses the internet without an ad block. That's just a recipe for disaster. I'm at the point now where if a website even asks me to disable my ad block, I just leave. Like, I can't even go on Forbes anymore because it has that pop-up saying, disable ad block in order to read our dog shit, and I'm out. I drop everything and I say, you know what? I'm not eating at this lunch table anymore. I just can't peruse the internet without an ad block. It feels like unprotected sex with someone completely filthy. It feels vile. So, ad block is a core part of the internet experience for a lot of people, myself included, clearly. So to see YouTube starting to shut down the ad block functionality on the platform is a little sad and alarming for me because clearly I haven't been on here without an ad block in so long. Now, on my phone, when I'm listening to music or something on my phone, I don't have YouTube Premium or anything, so I still do get ads. But they're usually pretty manageable. It's only like a 5-second skippable, or a 15-second ad or a 5-second skippable ad, so it's not that bad. It doesn't bother me that much. But on my computer, you know I stay fucking strapped with that ad blocker. And I, of course, always encourage everyone out there to have some sort of ad blocker. There's even browsers with ad block built in, like Opera GX. This isn't like a sponsored segment or anything. It has a built-in ad block. It's just important. You know, there's no reason to be going through the internet and being inundated with, you know, all these ads shoved down your throat and slapped around with all kinds of intrusive advertising you don't want to see. It's just kind of a necessity. It's a core part of the experience in the cyberspace. It's like looking both ways before crossing the street. Make sure your ad block is on before visiting this website, just in case. And sometimes it's just downright dangerous to not have ad block on, because some of the ads are just straight up viruses and malware. Now keep in mind, this is still an experiment. They're still in Dexter's laboratory right now cooking this up in order to fight back against ad blockers, so this isn't going to apply to everyone out there. Maybe you're still in the good graces of your ad block and it's still functioning as it always has. But a lot of users are receiving this message that says, ad blockers are not allowed on YouTube. It looks like you may be using an ad blocker. Ads allow YouTube to stay free for billions of users worldwide. You can go ad-free with YouTube Premium and creators can still get paid from your subscription. And then you have the option, allow YouTube ads or try YouTube Premium. Now, I obviously understand why YouTube is doing this. I think everybody in the world has an understanding of why YouTube would want to stop ad blockers from working on their site. And it's because they lose a lot of money to it, like probably billions of dollars to it. YouTube does rely on advertisers to be on the platform, and thus as the user base continues to grow, so does the exposure to ads, which puts money in YouTube's pocket to keep the service free, so that way people can still keep getting free content. They just have to sit through the ads. And with ad block, they've kind of taken that out of the equation for a lot of people, which means a lot more people aren't seeing the ads, which means YouTube's losing out on that money. It's all pretty simple. We're not diving into any quantum computational bibble babble. It's YouTube loses money when the ad block is on, so they want to rip that condom off so they can get that money again. So ad block will no longer function, which sucks for me because I'm not a YouTube Premium subscriber and I don't want ads, which means I'll probably have to pay for YouTube Premium here pretty soon. Right now, Google is calling this a small experiment, but it's important that we realize that everything big once started small, except for me. I started small and I'm still small at 5'6", but the point is, they're saying it's a small experiment globally that urges viewers with ad blockers enabled to allow ads on YouTube or try YouTube Premium. Ad block detection is not new, and other publishers regularly ask viewers to disable ad blockers, which is true. This isn't some kind of groundbreaking, innovative technology here that detects the ad block. Like, they're not a pioneer. Tons of sites have done that and are still currently doing it. YouTube is just one of the last ones to do it, surprisingly, and now they're finally deciding to get into that ball game. The article also mentions how they do experiment with other kinds of ad strategies. Last year, they did an experiment that forced users to watch a long chain of short and unskippable ads. I believe this was all on YouTube TV, where they had like 10 unskippable ads, just to test out if TV watchers would be more susceptible to long-form advertising. And then it also mentions that YouTube creators have seen a steady decline in ad revenue since 2017 with the adpocalypse. So, one thing that they mentioned here, and a lot of people have talked about, is when ad block is disabled, the creator makes more money off ad revenue. I don't know if that's true or not. I've always encouraged people to have an ad block when using the internet in general, which of course applies to my content as well. So I don't know if that's going to be a noticeable impact on creator ad revenue or anything. It makes sense, like the logic makes sense, that all tracks, that if more people are seeing the ads on your videos, that means more dollars, more doubloons in your pocket for it. So I do think that it probably will lead to higher ad revenue for creators, but it comes at a cost to the viewer experience because, again, no one really wants to sit through the ads. And if they don't want to sit through the ads, then the only other way is the YouTube Premium, which costs money. So all of it's not exactly how I'd like to see it play out, because I always think the most important thing is people getting to have a fun experience that isn't a headache. And right now, that to me is having the ad block on and just being able to watch the content immediately, with no stress and no financial investment in order to get that experience. Also, you might remember a few years ago, actually quite a long time ago now, there was a couple of delusional creators that were absolutely huffing glue, and they started to whine and complain about people using ad block. We had these fucking hall monitors on YouTube who were like, ad block is piracy, it's theft, you're stealing from the creators. If you care about our content, you'll turn off the ad block and you'll click on the ads too, god damn it, you fucking filthy swine. And everyone shot spitballs at them and made fun of those clowns. Well, now they're probably wiggling their finger, like completely jubilated at this new announcement here. No, that mentality hasn't been prevalent in quite a long time. That's kind of faded out because it's so ridiculous to try and claim that free content is being pirated when they're not watching the ads. It's so stupid. But I just wanted to point that out right now because they're probably ecstatic. Like, they're probably going wild right now. Fucking rip their shirt off and twirling it over their head right now. I just slapped the mic. I bet that sounded amazing. Sorry about that. I guess a little jump scare. But yeah, overall, it's a sad day. It's the end of an era. The end of the ad block utopia we've taken for granted for so long. I can only hope that this doesn't become even more widespread, because right now it's already huge. I mentioned Forbes earlier, but there's a lot of major publications that won't even allow you to access articles with an ad block on. And like, I understand. All of these sites need advertising to survive. But the problem is the ads are way too intrusive. When you do make the mistake of obliging and turning off your ad block to go to these sites, you get like fucking 9 different ads all at once. You'll have like an auto ad that plays with audio on some sites. You'll then have like a drop down ad that'll come through, which takes up like half the screen. And then you have 2 ads on the side. It's so much. It's like Charles Xavier jacking into Cerebro, but all he's seeing is fucking dog shit advertising. It's too shitty. So if you really do want people to browse your sites without an ad block, then make the advertisements less intrusive, less invasive, and less of a fucking headache and an eyesore. It's that simple. That's how you solve this whole thing instead of punishing people for having an ad block. Now, in the case of YouTube, like I said, I do understand it, and right now the YouTube ad system isn't that bad. I get it on mobile because I don't have YouTube Premium, so when I'm listening to music, I get the ads. And right now, I only ever get a 15-second unskippable ad or a 5-second skippable ad. I'm never getting a ton of them, though there are occasionally moments where if I'm not paying attention, I'll get like 2 ads back to back, and that second one's like a minute long, so I'll have to go over there and be like, skip. Because if I don't, then I get like an entire fucking short stories content worth of advertising. So they do have those sneaky little bastards snuck in there occasionally, but it's always skippable. So if you're just present, you can skip it. It's not that big of a deal. It doesn't bother me too much. But I probably will end up just getting YouTube Premium because I really don't want to be getting ads when I'm on the computer. So, yeah, just wanted to talk about all this. That's about it. See ya. There's an expression, you're only as old as you feel. And I gotta tell you, I'm feeling octogenarian recently. The biggest content online undoubtedly has been like TikTok-style content, like short, bite-sized pieces of either trends, challenges, or goofy dances, all of which I'm not really a fan of and I don't really understand. Nowadays, a lot of headlines leave me scratching my head, trying to even decipher if what I even read was English or even a human language to begin with. I swear to God, there's just like a new thing every day that it goes right over my head and makes no sense to me. Like, did you squeeb today? Turns out 9 out of 10 millennials don't even know how to glorb. Don't be a lame-o. Well, lame-o I understand, but all the other words in there, it sounds like it's out of a fucking Rick and Morty sketch. Like, I don't get it. So, like, I have to, like, research things that are popular these days in order to, like, not feel completely left out and in the dark. I'm actually starting to feel what it was like to be a parent during the rise of the internet, and your kids, like, telling you, you know, trendy things going on online, such as, like, 4chan with pools closed due to AIDS, and you don't know what the fuck they're talking about, like, what's Habbo Hotel, what's going on? I'm reaching that point. But, long-winded explanation to come to what I actually want to talk about today. There was something I really didn't understand a few days ago that blew up on Twitter with Skibidi Toilet. That made no sense to me. I didn't know what that was. It sounded like some kind of like bootleg toilet or something. But apparently it was is a huge YouTube trend, a huge branch of YouTube content. So I looked into it, and it's a series of Gmod shitposts that are getting like 20 million views a day per video. The channel DaFuck Boom is a classic like Gmod shitposter, and over the last month he has gained over 2.9 billion views, over 7.2 million subs, and every month now for the last couple months is getting at least 2 billion views. He is blowing up all because of Skibidi Toilet. And that's the gift that keeps on giving, because everyone's suckling from that milky bosom of Skibidi Toilet, because anyone that's even making content around Skibidi Toilet, such as like, here's what you didn't understand about Skibidi Toilet number 33, hidden moments of Skibidi Toilet number 41, is this the end of Skibidi Toilet Cameraman in episode 42? Like, all kinds of like speculative like game theory Skibidi Toilet videos are also getting tens of millions of views every day. This is probably the biggest branch of content I've seen since Minecraft first blew up, and maybe even bigger than Roblox. Like, it's crazy how huge Skibidi Toilet is. It's got the Midas touch. If you just put that in your title, you're guaranteed success. So I went over it a little bit more on stream for anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, but I imagine most of you have heard it by now. It is big with children. It's content that is primarily being consumed by the younger generation, which is why a lot of people, you know, around our age here in the retirement home haven't heard of Skibidi Toilet, but I want to put it on the front of your radar, because for the first time in a long time, this is popular content geared towards younger viewers that I actually feel isn't dog shit. Whereas most of them I think is just actual trash. This one I think is pretty entertaining. I still didn't watch the latest Skibidi Toilet. I can't wait. That's just wild that that's a sentence I comprehend now. I was completely oblivious to this, and this is one of like the biggest phenomenons I've ever seen on YouTube. So I really wanted to talk about this because I think it was 2 days ago I saw a post on Twitter saying, I bet if you're over the age of 16 you've never even heard of this, and it was Skibidi Toilet. And I thought it was one of those memes where it's like, oh, you're so old you probably don't even know what Baby Gronk rizzes up Livy Dunn becoming the new Drip King even means. These words don't have meaning to you, I bet. And I thought it was just going to be fake. But no, it turns out this Skibidi Toilet thing is unbelievably massive. Like, super huge. Look at these views. 21 hours ago, 14 million. And what's crazy is I recognize this channel from a long time ago. They struck gold with Skibidi Toilet. Every episode, well over 20 million views, pretty much. Like, it's unreal. And it's the gift that gives to the whole community. Like, you got the whole middle school lunch table spitting milk out of their nose with it. So all of these YouTube shorts are like digging into the lore. So they're like, it's actually the deepest lore ever. This is on par with, you know, some of Tolkien's best work. I've never seen such a such a lexicon of knowledge here, a cornucopia of little hidden Easter eggs. Like, it's mind-boggling how big this is. Like, they're putting it on the same level of, like, Game of Thrones, or rather, A Song of Fire and Ice, I suppose, like, when it comes to lore. So I got deep into this Skibidi Toilet rabbit hole. It's so... Like, I'm actually happy that this is what's popular, though. I don't want to make it seem like I'm shitting on it, because this is actually reminiscent of what a lot of us in early YouTube grew up with as well. Someone made a great point on Twitter. that no matter how much the internet changes, no matter how much humanity evolves, somehow there's something embedded deep in our DNA that has us gravitate towards Gmod content. Because this is just like old YouTube poops, this is just like old Gmod shit posts, and it's huge, all the same. So I am actually, like, this is the first time in a long time where I've been happy that something that I was completely oblivious to that's big with children, I think is actually good content. Like, Skibidi Toilet, I think, is fine. Like, it is very reminiscent of, like, old YouTube poop culture and all of that. So it's cool. It's like getting back to the grassroots. The world is resetting. Maybe finally the internet's beginning to heal. Because again, like, look at this. Like, just scrolling down a second. Skibidi Toilet, 48 secrets. And there's like 1,000 of these videos. Like, anything that even has Skibidi Toilet in it is an actual glitch in the YouTube ecosystem that guarantees you at least 1 million views. Anything Skibidi Toilet. It's a cheat code right now. Like, look at this. Skibidi Toilet origin story. Like, they have been blessed with Skibidi Toilet. What the fuck is this? Play one of the videos? I don't know if I can. I think it's copyrighted music. But it uses basically that old viral TikTok song. It's like this generation's fucking Crazy Frog. Fine, I'll play it real quick. Here, let me do like one of the first ones. Probably this one would be the best one. So this. It uses that, and then it does like a bunch of wacky things, and it evolves and grew into like a giant fucking war between Skibidi Toilet, the cameraman, Mr. Ass Blast or some shit. I don't know. It's got like layers to the narrative now, all stemming from that. It's literally old Gmod shitpost content, but blowing up in 2023. 2023 years after the death of our Lord, and we are still appreciating Gmod content. I just find that to be poetic and wholesome almost. Our species peaked with good shitposts. Why move from that? We did. For a while, we were straying from the light of God with like TikTok garbage content, like dumb challenges and dumb dances. But now, Skibidi Toilet's the new hotness. We're back. I'm gonna be honest, I think we're starting to get back to where it all began. We've got Skibidi Toilet, which is fucking huge. Gmod shitpost classics. And now we had that guy naring his butthole, like bare asshole. Fucking 30 million views on that. We're coming back. Like, a flip has switched somewhere along the space-time continuum, maybe after we discovered all those gravitational waves. But things are starting to fall into place again. It's feeling pretty good. How long till MySpace profile songs make a comeback? Oh, I'm telling you, give it 3 months. I bet Threads is going to make a thing where you can make a song autoplay on your Threads profile. I feel like we're like going back in YouTube or in internet history. Give it a couple months. And then you'll be able to do your top 8s again on Threads, where you can organize your top 8 follower friends on your homepage or some shit. What was your MySpace account name? It was just my name, Charlie. I had a website, a Pixo website. I've talked about this before. It was coldflames.pixo.com, where I used to talk a little bit about RuneScape, but I also posted a lot of like music on there from bands I liked, and unfortunately at the time my favorite band was Lost Prophets, so I had like Last Train Home or something playing on the homepage, and then I had an entire section dedicated to Rooftops from Lost Prophets, and then it turns out that the lead singer of that was one of the biggest pedophiles in the music industry's history, so that website didn't age very well. Over the years I've made fun of a lot of YouTube pranksters, but the truth is they're risking a lot to make cringe. They really are putting their life on the line for the worst content on the site. There's already been like 5 or 6 major cases where YouTube pranksters have gotten themselves shot and killed. So it's like they're soldiers, but the only thing they fight for is clout. So I'm being genuine when I say that the bravery and commitment to put a smile on the face of absolutely nobody is admirable. And let me tell you, one thing I've learned about the YouTube prankster douchebags is no price is too high for them in the pursuit of attention, because they use mommy and daddy's credit card to buy everything for them for their content, all the gear they need. But one thing that's always sanded my ass is the fact that the pranksters themselves always seem extremely sensitive. So when they're doing their dog shit pranks and someone responds aggressively to it, they immediately fall back onto, it's just a prank, bro. You know, we're just goofing. Why are you getting all mad? You're overreacting, that kind of shit. They literally become a Pokemon and the only thing they can say is, it's just a prank, bro. And then they start to, like, try and shame the person for being upset. Even though some of the pranks are just downright crimes, like the fake stabbing prank where they go up to someone with a knife and pretend they're about to kill them, literally murder them. And then when the person gets like panicked or fights back, they're like, what are you doing? We're just kidding. It's just a joke. What are you? Oh my, this is so, you fucking goofball. We were just making a good TikTok video. It's just so embarrassing. Then watching the prankster try and play the victim here, they get offended that someone got upset at their prank. So today there's a video that's going viral from a prankster where he was doing some stupid shit on the beach. It's ultimately harmless, it's just not entertaining, like it's just a lame prank. But someone did respond negatively to it and ended up snatching the mic out of his hand and throwing it into the ocean. And the prankster got so butthurt about it that he called the police, and then the police took the guy's side who threw the mic, so then the prankster and his friend got trespassed, and he still won't stop fucking whining about it.
Sorry, I just seen you over here, and I just like thought I had to stop and just ask you if I could get your phone number. Sorry.
That's my husband.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't realize you were your husband. I thought you were like your gay best friend or something. I'm sorry. You're good, buddy. Yeah. You guys have a good day. I'm sorry.
That's really the gist of this Galaxy Brain prank here. It's just wearing stupid shirts like your man is a pussy, or the other one they wear is threesome, and then they just go up to random people and say dumb shit. So in this one it was just hitting on this girl in front of her boyfriend slash husband.
I just seen you over here and I thought you were beautiful, and I was just wondering if I could have your phone number.
You want to get smacked right now?
Wait, are you with her?
You want to get smacked up right now?
Bro, no.
Back the f*** up, I'm going to smack the f*** out of you.
Why?
You gonna f*** around? Come here. Smack.
I didn't know, I'm sorry.
You think this is funny for TikTok or something?
Yeah. Can we just shake on it? I'm sorry.
So they just do a whole tour of the beach saying lame shit to a bunch of different people, trick-or-treating with cringe. A couple people fake a giggle and then just shoo them away like some kind of stray animal. And then a couple people respond negatively, like this guy and the previous guy, who are pretty tired of them just bothering everyone and being a general nuisance on the beach.
Camera and get the fuck out.
It was just a joke, sir.
You're bothering people.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
You want us to call the cops?
For what?
You're harassing people.
Was it because of my shirt?
No, dude, get out of here.
Hey, you can't.
His initial reaction here is a very sad self-defense coping mechanism. I know that's some armchair psychologist analysis of this situation, but god damn it, it's super clear. He is upset that his mic just got thrown in the ocean. That shit is expensive. And his first response is to try and sarcastically throw a temper tantrum so that way the guy knows it's not bothering him. That's why he's super over the top with that, like, sophomore year of high school drama club thespian kind of shit, you know, screaming. Which is even more embarrassing because, again, it's in public. There's a lot of people looking at him now. It's just so shameless. But anyway, a lot of brain rot takes came from this where people are saying, well, actually, the prankster's in the right. What just happened there was assault and battery. You can't just snatch something out of someone's hands and throw it away. That guy should have been arrested. Getting so upset over words that you'll assault somebody, it's sickening. And I've just got to tell you, that is some pussy shit. I'm going to hit you with the cold water. That is some bubble-blowing double baby Weenie Hut Jr. nonsense there. He was provoking people on the beach. The whole point of the content is to do these lame-ass incendiary pranks to try and get a rise out of strangers for the sake of your content to capitalize off the ad revenue. That's the entire gross little machine of clout that they try and peddle. So this guy just swooping in and throwing the mic in the ocean I think is a totally fine response. Again, they started this shit and he just finished it. Now they're out $600. He didn't push anything too far. He didn't start throwing hands or like trying to poke their eyeballs out Captain Insano style. He just threw their mic in the ocean. You started some shit and this man came through and he cleaned it all up. Fed them their vegetables. And I understand the prankster's doing his best to mask his hurt feelings, but he quickly drops that facade.
I'm bleeding. This guy assaulted me. He took my mic, $600. Hey, you know, okay.
You're the one that's wearing the You're the Get the away from me right now.
We're either gonna press charges or he has to pay me $600.
Damn, his whole tone and attitude really changed here. I think this is footage that you probably should have scrubbed from the video. This shouldn't have made the final cut because you're looking like a real whiny bitch right now with this part. You're threatening to press charges on this guy, the guy that you started bothering, and then you're asking for $600 to pay for the mic that he just ruined. You are the prankster. You have to accept some level of responsibility, right? The whole point of your gag is to make people upset at you. So you really can't be acting this way when something like this inevitably does happen. So I think that's some real goober shit. But I also want to point out something very important. This man's hairline. Now, he himself points this out in the beginning of the beach section, so he tries to wear his insecurity on his sleeve, but I'd like to really call attention to it real quick.
Thing that I hate about the beach, I don't have the best hairline, so me and the beach don't always get along, but ignore that, okay, guys?
How am I supposed to ignore this when I can hear the agonizing cries from your permed hair screaming out in pain from all the heavy lifting it's doing trying to hide your 40-year-old receding hairline? Especially with this facial hair combo going on here. You've got that chin strap beard, that fucking toilet seat fuzz going around. It does not work well when the wind blows in. That's gotta be your worst enemy here. I can now fully understand why you're not a huge fan of the beach, but honestly, anywhere the wind blows is pretty much going to be a battle between your hair and nature trying its best to show the public where your hairline actually starts. So I don't know if he treats the outside like a vampire refusing to go out in the sunlight because there might be a gust of wind that blows by, but goddamn. Now I know many of you might think I'm being awfully harsh here, but I truly think it's an invaluable service to insult people that do this kind of content because it's just lame and unacceptable. I hate that public nuisance content is becoming so trendy on TikTok in particular that a lot of these clout-obsessed losers feel that the best way to get fame and money online is by being as disruptive and as douchey as possible to just complete random strangers who's trying to go about their day and enjoy their life. I hate that kind of content, so I really do think that insulting it is legitimately doing a good deed. Especially because it's so saturated when it comes to shit pranks that it's become a bit of an arms race where a lot of people just keep amplifying the danger of the prank, which is why people are getting shot doing them. In order to stand out, they have to be getting more and more extreme, which is leading to more and more dangerous pranks. So I really think this shit deserves to be insulted.
I was just out here filming a video, and a man assaulted me, and he ripped the microphone off my camera and threw it into the ocean.
You're more or less provoking somebody to make a move, and then you can report it, correct?
Actual fucking Giga Chad beach officer here. Fucking Paul Blart rolls up, and he's just like immediately calling him out on his shit. He's like, I know what this is. You're provoking people to get a rise so you can record it for your TikTok, right? And he's just like immediately hits the nail on the head, so much so that the prankster even puts in the, it was at this moment he knew he fucked up thing because the guy is privy to this kind of content. I imagine this isn't his first rodeo with douchebags like this, so he's just immediately going in on him.
I think I need repercussions for my damaged property. I mean, the wrong word.
Repercussions is what actually happened.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a YouTuber if I was a great grammar. Okay, so it was just supposed to be a joke, and it got taken too far. I guess he got offended.
You guess he got offended?
God, that's so pathetic. Yeah, I guess he just got offended. Which is why I called the cops, like a little hall monitor. Yeah, you lost a $600 mic and it's your own fault, so take it on a chin like a man and move on. And this isn't your first rodeo with the law enforcement either. I've looked at a lot of the content. This is actually all him and his friends do. They go to places, they get trespassed, or they just straight up get arrested. In one of the videos, they got wrestled down by mall security and like roughed up. So his whole thing is just being a public nuisance and having situations like this, but still has the chutzpah to pretend to be a victim and is actually the one who called the cops. That is beyond embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, if he's having a bad day?
It doesn't mean you go out and just assault people.
You're both being trespassed from this park. Have you ever been trespassed before?
Yes.
Shocking.
I'm banned from every Walmart in the world.
Is everyone getting trespassed or just us?
Just the two of you.
You can hear the pride in his voice when he mentions they've been banned from every Walmart. They have been banned from multiple places, and they're so proud of that. I think that's so sad, the state of the world, where that's something to be happy about, that you're banned from a lot of places because you're such an insufferable little asshole who's driven by internet brownie points, that you're just going to be a disruptive piece of shit to complete random strangers. What the fuck is there to be happy about with that? The whole purpose is just sad. You exist just to make people around you a little less happy, just total strangers going about their day. You want to make their day just a little worse because you post it online because you're a little internet clown. That's just pathetic. Now, I think he's young. He looks young, but it's really hard to know for sure with a hairline like that. But hopefully there'll be a moment of self-awareness, like some self-reflection, and he comes to this come to Jesus moment where he's like, damn, all of this shit was so cringe. Like, that'd be the happy ending. That'd be the good ending there. It completely changes, like, damn, this was fucking stupid. What a waste. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Disney adult. If that didn't just jump scare you and send a shiver down your spine, then you've either never heard of a Disney adult, never met one, or you're not human. Because you should be afraid. Very afraid. Now, of course, not all Disney adults are built the same. There's different levels of it. I'm talking about the most extreme level of completely obsessed to the point where it becomes their entire life and identity. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of Disney products as an adult. I like a lot of Disney things. But there's a big difference between greaseball, goofball, goblin man Charles and a Disney adult that's willing to uproot their entire life just to be closer to the theme parks in order to go every single day. You may think that this is some kind of crazy exaggeration that doesn't happen, but it does. More often than you think. There are a large number of seemingly totally normal people that for some reason have been completely brainwashed and perpetually spend a large chunk of their paycheck consuming Disney products or just going to Disney properties way more often than any reasonable person should. It's so weird. And Disney knows this, which is why they've now recently announced that they're building their own community, their own neighborhood basically, for Disney adults to go live together and be part of the Disney family forever. Even just the marketing material give me the heebie-jeebies saying that this is going to be the best chapter of your life, like forever. I don't know, that's eerie sounding. Visiting a Disney neighborhood sounds worse than visiting hell. At least the demons and devils in hell aren't pretending to be something they're not. Because Disney is an evil corporation. I don't care how you spin it, no matter how big of a fan you are of Disney properties. Disney as a corporation is one of the greediest, shadiest, and just downright deplorable companies there is in the world. For a company that's supposed to be all about magic and being the happiest place on earth, the only time Disney seems to be at its happiest is when they're magically face-fucking you with their insatiable gluttony to shake you down for all of your lunch money and keep you perpetually suckling on their teat, consuming only their milk. It is a scary company. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of all of the awful things Disney has done since its inception, but I do want to get into the weeds of the neighborhood here because I find this to just be like a dystopian idea where corporations like Disney are going to start building their own communities. In my opinion, it's just an alarming idea. But anyway, the first one from Disney here is being pitched as story living, and there's no information on pricing that I can find at the moment, but since it's Disney, you can bet your sweet bippy it's going to be overpriced. You'll be paying 7 figures for a 1-bed, 1-bath, 400 square foot crack shack without a driveway, because in the Disney neighborhood, you use magic to get around or some shit. Like, you're gonna overpay for your property in the Disney neighborhood, I imagine. But one thing that really stands out to me is in the pitch here, they have this legendary service notice where it says, at Cotino Community, which is the first part of Story Living, cast members will strive to deliver the same friendly Disney service you've come to expect. This was super odd to me. What do you mean cast members? It's a neighborhood, right? I've lived in neighborhood communities my entire life, and I've never seen NPCs wandering around checking in on me, making sure I'm abiding by rules and regulations, asking me questions. This sounds more like spies. And the whole idea of this neighborhood is actually bigger than I thought it was. It's not just a residential community. This is basically a place that they're building for people to go to die. In addition to having housing from Disney, the community is seemingly isolated from the rest of the world, just locked into this one fucking dimension over here, like where Squidward went to be all alone, but this time it's only for the most obsessed Disney fans. So you would have property in the community, And the community itself also has stores and restaurants and like activities and events all held within that neighborhood, as well as like a beach that you have to pay for access to as well, even as a community member. So it really feels like this is where people would go and then not leave. That's the design of it, because why would they? Everything they need is there and it's all Disney approved and you love Disney, so why not just go spend your entire life here and make sure you empty out your piggy bank the entire way before you shed the mortal coil? They have like a proposed 55 and older only community as well. So to me, it really just seems like they're trying to build the one-stop shop for Disney adults to go to die. Like, spend the rest of their life, spend all of their money on Disney and Disney only, so that way it doesn't go elsewhere, so that way they can have it all. And it's just so weird. I think it's such a fucking weird idea. So I went over it a little more on stream last night. I'll show you a couple clips of that before hopping back in for a bit more analysis. Have you heard about the city Disney is building called Story Living? Talking about the Disney neighborhood? That's got to be the worst place on earth. This place would be absolutely miserable to live. Imagine being in a Disney-only community. Have their own police force. The HOA would go crazy. Smiles mandatory. If not, you get executed in the town square. I wonder if you're allowed to have Netflix there. Oh, no chance. That'd be a crime punishable by death in Disney Story Living or whatever. The housing's too expensive. No one's going to buy these. You don't know Disney adults. Disney adults will actually trample each other just for the chance of living in a Disney neighborhood.
Touched the hearts and minds of people around the world for nearly 100 years.
Okay, and stop sucking your own dick. Just show me the neighborhood.
By our world-class Disney cast.
As Imagineers, story is at the heart of everything.
I still think it's
we
so
do,
cute they
and
call
we love
themselves
bringing authentic
Imagineers.
places to life to immerse you in the.
This exciting new venture will enhance, extend, and strengthen the Disney brand by allowing us to bring the magic of Disney to places you may never have expected.
Surveillance. We enhance the Disney brand by spying on you. We own you. You live in our neighborhoods and you are literally our property.
Community is something truly special.
We're exploring
Nightmarish
a variety of
is the word I'd
locations in
use.
the U.S. for our Story Living by Disney here in the community of Rancho Mirage. Just
Is this
outside
like
of Palm Springs,
WandaVision?
California.
Kind of.
And I'm excited to
But
announce that our
worse.
first Story Living by Disney community will be located in experienced home builders at each site who contribute their talents and expertise to each community.
But yeah, that's the gist of it. It's not really like Celebration. This is legitimately a Disney neighborhood. And I imagine those houses are going to come pre-built with some kind of surveillance or data harvesting program. Charles, I noticed at approximately 8:45 p.m. this evening you weren't smiling. Is something the matter? Do we need to have you re-educated? Be happy or else. It's not even so much about be happy. It's more consume forever. Consume or else. Do we need to send the Imagine police to have a talk with you? Oh, the police won't be imaginary. Those aren't Imagineers in uniform, I'll tell you what. Disney's absolutely going to have like a paramilitary force. They are going to lock this shit down. You can get in, but not out. No, you can get out too the second you can't afford to live there anymore. Or if you make the mistake of trying to download a competing streaming service. Contraband at the Disney neighborhoods is going to be like smuggling in a DVD of like Boss Baby or something. An animation that's not Disney. Disney wants to own human souls themselves. At least the Disney adults will all be in one place so we can avoid them. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of like a quarantine zone for like the most brainwashed Disney adults, I suppose. And actually, I do wonder if they'd even be allowed access to the rest of the internet. I really imagine this Disney neighborhood being complete lock and key. Like, your days are designed for you. You're restricted access to a bunch of different things. Yeah, it'd probably just be like an intranet for the neighborhood. Because, I mean, if they give you unrestricted access to the internet, you could be leaving a negative review about the housing situation. You could be saying less than favorable things, and they can't have that. You should go there when built. Man, fuck that. That'd be going to like a Scientology church. That's scary. Let's go ahead and play around a little bit here, because I don't exactly know how this neighborhood's going to go, but knowing Disney, I think this could end up being like one of the most outrageously strict places on the planet. I really feel there's a non-zero chance that they will outright forbid anything that's not Disney or Disney adjacent. Like, they won't have direct competition. I wouldn't be surprised if you can't even Amazon Prime packages into your Disney neighborhood house. Like, they probably would just turn them away at the door or something. You can only order through Disney pre-approved services. I really think that that's not out of the realm of possibility, because it seems like they're going to really own this neighborhood. Everything is going to be Disney related. Like I said, the cast members thing really throws me for a wild loop, because that just seems like actual simulation cult shit to a certain degree, where you will be monitored. Like, it seems like it's going to be constant surveillance from the cast members on their community. I also do think there's a non-zero chance that there will be some expectations on their residents as part of like an HOA agreement where they'll attend Disney events or Disney hosted celebrations within the community and shit like that in order to get them active in the community or something, and they'll probably spin it as like, you gotta really embrace the magic. You're living in the Disney neighborhood, damn it, so come to all of our events. Why are you here if you don't want to be? You know, get over here, come to the events, in order to try and get them on the hook to start spending more money on Disney-related shit and continue the brainwashing. If you're already living in the Disney neighborhood, if you paid to be there, you're already pretty brainwashed, but this is like another level. This is a completely different level where you are just completely submerged in Disney and Disney only, cut off from the rest of the world. Also, worth noting real quick, Disney has tried something similar before with a place called Celebration, which is like, it's pretty similar to what they're pitching here with Story Living by Disney, but it completely failed. Celebration completely failed. It was a disaster for them, and I think they no longer have Celebration as like a Disney thing anymore. I'm not entirely sure, it's all kind of messy, but it was a failure on Disney's part to do this in the past. But they're trying again. They're saying, you know what? What about Second Breakfast? That was so good, I want to try it a second time. And they're going with Story Living this time. But they've broadened the scope, and they want to create all of these amenities for the neighborhood. And to me, it all just seems like control. Like, they just want to control all of your spending, then make sure it all goes back into Disney's pockets. This shit is scary. Also, I read something from Celebration back when it was still Disney's, where apparently the HOA was so fucking evil that they had some kind of clause where they could legally tell you that you have to get rid of your pets if they're deemed a nuisance or something. I only read a little bit about that from Google, so take that with a grain of salt. That could be all anecdotal and completely incorrect. But I wouldn't be surprised if Disney really did have something like that. And I wouldn't be surprised to have something like that in Story Living by Disney when they do build this. I really do think it'll probably be one of the most awful places to live. Truly. Even as like a Disney adult, if you're a huge fan of Disney, I think living there would make you fucking hate Disney too. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Was your name in the credits for Hunger Games? I actually never checked. Wait. Was it? It should be, actually. I should be in, like, I should be credited as District 8 Hospital Helper. Because initially I did have lines, which means I should be... Well, maybe I'm not here because I didn't make Final Cut. I'd be somewhere here, right? D8, that's District 8. Another patient. Female patient, that wouldn't be me. Male patient, could have been me. Old woman, probably not me. Well, we've got a bit of a controversy on our hands here. Not only am I not here, but the kid that actually did make the Final Cut I don't think is here. The kid who said, are you here to fight? Are you here to fight with us, Katniss? And then he does the thing. His name's not here, I don't think. Unless he's listed as something else. Keep looking. Well, no, this is where we'd be. Because this is District 8. Before we get blown up. What's the criteria for being listed here, then? I guess I can't be shocked that I'm not here, since none of my shit's in the Final Cut except for my arm. But, I mean, that kid had a couple lines. So what's the criteria? You're not going to be 10 names down from Stanley. Why? They are. Fucking District 8, another patient? I would be here too. I'd be District 8 hospital helper or something. But you appear on the IMDb. That's fucking worthless. I'm not in the goddamn end credits here. There's probably more District 8 spots. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, Jesus, they have District 13 Systems Operator 2 here. Come on. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm listed as something more than just District 8 Hospital Helper. Maybe they're listing me as, like, District 8 Hero. So I'll be down here somewhere. After stunts, perhaps. That's so fucked up. Yeah, actually, I never checked. At least I don't remember. According to the IMDb page, it's District 8 medic, but uncredited. Son of a bitch, those assholes. And they didn't even ask me to come back for the other Hunger Games movie that's coming out soon. The industry's so fucked up, man. I wasn't an extra, I was an integral piece of the Mockingjay Part 1 narrative. Did you check to see if you were credited ahead of the director? Oh, true, yeah, that must have been it. That's probably where it was. You should review your IMDb page on how accurate it is. I already did that like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or something. It's highly inaccurate. It lists me as 2 centimeters. Like, my height is listed as, like, actually 2 centimeters. It's a farce. It's an outrage. They fixed the height. Alright, you know what? Here, it's been a couple years. I'll check out the IMDb. This is still so fucked up. They did fix the height, but it lists me as 5'5" and 3/4. This is some wacky shit. Okay, let's see. What credits does it put me at? It has deep dive on here. A 2-episode things we did like 3 years ago. Writer. Oh, Godslap, nice. As a TV series, nice. Optimistic. Skynet has its own IMDb page? It's so hype. Where's my acting credits? Alright, upcoming. Neither of these ever happened to my knowledge. Officer Greg, though? What the fuck is the Garden of Wonder? Oh! Oh, wait. What? Wait, what is this? When did I co-star with George Takei? I can't even find anything on this. This seems like it's all just made up. Someone must have just shown up to set and they're like, hey, I'm Charlie. And they're like, okay, cool. We got moistcritikal on set. Hive Mind. Why am I credited in Jacksepticeye as just appearing in 2 videos? Nice. Yeah, they got everything in here. Anytime I ever appeared on like anything, even for a second. Some voice acting stuff from Lucius, yep. Helsing, yep. Star Control, yep. Anima, Team 6, yep. This is thorough. Butter Lover, Uncle Gareth, what a throwback. Hunger Games, District 8 medic, baby. Cool. Yeah, this is pretty thorough. It even has something that not even I knew I was in. Is an acclaimed chess player taught by Grandmaster Daniel the Prophet Naroditsky. At the peak of his chess career and later became the winner of the 2020 Chess PogChamps tournament. Cool. Awesome trivia. His favorite actor is Brendan Fraser, and when White was 18 years old, he was involved in a car accident and got sued by one of the passengers. That's the kind of trivia that's fun for the whole family. Awesome. Expand on that, please. Hey, that's kind of the story in a nutshell. I was 18, I got in a little fender bender, and one of the ladies involved faked an injury and then sued me for it. Because I was very honest. I was like, hey, this accident, you know, I'll take responsibility. I wasn't paying enough attention, and I was just like making sure everyone was okay. I was like, I'm sorry, you know, I should have been paying more attention. And the lady was like, she was like my age, maybe a little older, maybe like 20 or something. She's like, oh no, it's totally fine. Like, it was a really like slow collision crash. You know, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. No biggie. Paramedics came just to check on everything. They're like, yeah, everyone's all good here. And then when my dad got to the scene, he was like, Charlie, please don't tell me that you said that you're sorry. And I was like, no, I did. I mean, it really was kind of my fault. I wasn't paying attention. And he was like, oh my God. He knew it was coming. And then that lady sued me. She had the dollar signs in her eyes the second I said I'm sorry. Who won the case? Well, she did. All in all, I think it was like $10,000 settlement. So she spent significantly more money just getting a lawyer to sue, going to a doctor to pretend that she was injured. She went to a very corrupt doctor who's well known in the area for doing ambulance chaser garbage. So she spent much more than she made. So, kind of an L for her too. It's not about the money. Yeah, it's about raising my insurance premiums. Yeah, fucking awesome. Even my insurance was like, yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do. We know she's not actually injured, but we're just going to do the minimum settlement. So I was like, whatever. Then they raised my insurance rates. Why can't you apologize? Yeah, so apparently you are never supposed to admit fault. Ever. I hit someone and apologized, but he checked his car, there was no damage, so he said don't worry about it and left. Yeah, since then, I've been in 2 little fender benders, neither of which was my fault. One of them I got rear-ended leaving the parking garage of my apartment. Dude just came up and blasted me, and he was like, oh, I'm so fucking sorry, man. Shit. He's like, we need to exchange insurance, and I just checked the back of my car, and I was like, brother, it's not that big of a deal, don't worry about it. Like, it's just not that big of an issue. It was barely even a dent. It was easy. This shit'll buff out. And then the other one was a lady rear-ended me leaving a parking lot. And then she got mad at me. Well, actually, better yet, what happened is I was about to leave the parking lot and this lady was about to turn on to the road. And for some reason, she fucking cranks that bitch into reverse and just, like, shoves her whole ass in my face. So, like, I see it coming too, so I start reversing to get away from her. I'm like, oh my god, no. No. But she was a little faster than me, and then, yeah, little bumper tap. That was another one where it was just like, she got upset, and I was like, no, look, this is not a big deal. You did this, but I'm not mad, so just go about your day. There's no shortage of awful entitled influencers, but today I've got a real special goofball to show with all of you. His name is Icy Wyatt, and he was recently arrested for pistol whipping some guy during an incident of road rage, and now the body camera footage has just been released of the arrest, and he seems to be one of the most insufferable people I've ever seen in the content creator sphere. He's a TikTok star, a word used very loosely here. He has about 1 million followers there, but I'm pretty sure like half of that's gotta be bots or legitimate lobotomy victims because he gets no engagement and people just make fun of him there. So I don't know how that number even got so high to begin with. I assume it's just people that like shooting spitballs at him and giving him wedgies online because that's all he seems to be used for, just this little punching bag on TikTok for them to make fun of. And he's so proud of that.
This guy got out of his car and pistol with me with a gun.
The calls continued to filter in.
Yeah, there's a guy driving around in a pink Mercedes. He almost just hit a lady with pushing a little stroller with some kids in the shopping center.
This fairy tale unfolds in the beautiful land of dreams that's near and dear to my heart, Florida. Florida's done it again with yet another banger. I'm sure you all just expected by default that this happened in Florida, and you're correct in that assumption. It did. Now, on the day of the road rage, a ton of 911 calls flooded in because there was a pink SUV that was driving recklessly, almost hitting a woman and her children, and eventually culminating with him hitting another man with the gun that he was waving around like it was some kind of fucking toy. Now, there is a video that exists showing him driving recklessly in this parking lot, though it cuts off before any of the pistol whipping stuff, but you can at least see the way that he handles his little clown mobile here. He drives like he's in GTA Online, but is also lagging. He is a shit driver. He almost wrecks, and he does almost hit someone in this video.
A video. This was after he
After he hit him?
Yes. He was chasing them inside the parking lot, like a crazy.
Good shit, Icy Wyatt. You just graduate from doofus school as valedictorian, you fucking idiot. Absolute piece of shit. Apparently, him and that truck had recently got into a bit of a tiff on the road where Icy Wyatt was accusing him of brake checking him because he recognized Icy Wyatt's car and wanted his attention. This guy is so fucking delusional that he thinks everyone in the world knows who he is because he's like the second coming of Christ. So he thought he got cut off and brake checked by that truck because it was a fan trying to get his attention. And eventually it ended up with this situation you just saw, and then it led further into Icy Wyatt pulling out a gun, threatening him, and then eventually just hitting him with the gun.
Hey, put the car in park. Put the car in park. Let's go, put it in park. All right, put both your hands out the window.
Put your hands out the window.
Put both of your hands out the window, kid. We're not fucking with you.
I don't know who I am.
Nope.
It's almost impressive how unlikable Wyatt is. He chose the one sentence that'll immediately make everyone in the world hate you. The cops are confronting him and he's like, you guys don't know who I am? I have 1 million followers on TikTok. That means I'm above the law. Put the guns down, guys. It's not a big deal. I can pistol whip whoever I want. I'm a TikTok superstar. You guys, oh, you must want autographs. Okay, I get it. Sorry. Wyatt is clearly suffering from terminal clout hunger. There is no cure. He's become delusional. He's in the final stages of it. He can no longer separate reality from fiction. He is trapped in this delusion, this fantasy land where 1 million followers on TikTok means the whole world knows who you are. He holds himself up like he's Jesus Christ because he has 1 million followers, and the laws don't apply to him anymore. He's achieved a level that normal mortals can't get to because he has a small TikTok audience. 1 million followers is a ton, but his actual core audience is not 1 million. Like I said, nobody engages with this guy unless they're throwing tomatoes at him and booing him. It's like that episode of SpongeBob where the guy in the crowd goes, "Oh, brother, this guy stinks." That's Wyatt's whole life. What's up? You come up here to make fun of Icy Wyatt too? Hmm? I know, he's pathetic. I know.
Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car. Do it now. Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car.
Though Wyatt denies he has a gun in his vehicle, several witnesses allege that they saw him with one.
Where's his keys? Just they got keys or a fob.
Wyatt's lecturing the police like he's the substitute teacher in a rowdy classroom. Show some respect. I'm a TikTok star. Please, have some decency. I'm above you. It is infuriating. Everything Wyatt says is like the worst dialogue options in a video game that make you hate the fucking character you're playing as. He is actually finding all of the worst possible responses that would make even his biggest fans hate him. It's so impressive. It is a speedrun for the most unlikable TikTok star ever. So, he wasn't really cooperating with the officers. They do eventually tackle him. They get him with like a fucking Goldberg spear. And it was pretty satisfying to watch, I'm not gonna lie, because this guy's a fucking douchebag and deserved it. So I think that busted up his nose a little bit, which is why you'll see him with a bloody nose. And then he apparently denied having a gun, despite so many witnesses saying he did. And he eventually just gave them permission to search the car, and they immediately found the gun. It wasn't even a difficult scavenger hunt. The Easter Bunny would be disappointed. He did not hide the eggs well here. They found the gun the second they got to the car, basically.
I have something else to say about the incident.
I don't hit nobody.
Well, they're saying otherwise, and they described the gun and everything, and there was somebody else
So
that
my
was watching.
girlfriend can't be a witness too.
Was she with you?
Yes. I pulled the gun out to show them through the window, like, don't f with me, and they all went back in their car.
Yes, he came home after being attacked by 2 hillbilly crazy people in a truck.
But he pistol whipped them over the top of their head.
Because they attacked him. Okay. So what are you trying to do so far? Just like defend the hillbillies who got punched in the face with a gun?
Well, if they got pistol whipped with a gun, then they're victims.
His girlfriend heroically arrives at the scene. It's the 4th quarter. Icy Wyatt's down by quite a bit, but now his girlfriend is here to really help win the game for him. Except she's playing for the other team. She comes here and immediately confirms that Icy Whiny Wyatt was lying once again. Fucking weasel. She immediately validates the claims of the pistol whipping happening. She confirms that Wyatt did in fact hit them with his gun, something that Wyatt is denying having happened at all. She swooped in here and offered key evidence against her boyfriend Wyatt here. It was fucking poetic justice. She came in here and just told the truth, which is a real thorn in the side to Wyatt. Pistol whipping is no joke. That shit can be fatal. Like, that is very dangerous. But luckily for the victims of the assault here, Wyatt's got some wet noodles for arms. He's got the scrawniest little arms I've seen since Slender Man, so he wasn't able to generate enough force to, like, really hurt them, but it was enough to still cause a bit of damage to one of the victims, as I understand it. Now, his girlfriend does say that that truck was, like, speeding around them, so that's the attack she's referring to, I believe.
He's a victim of being attacked while driving. They were speeding in front of him. So you guys not aware of, like, the full story?
We heard that there was some kind of a road rage incident that started it.
That's not really an attack, though. This isn't Twisted Metal. They didn't speed in front of him and start dropping spike trips and homing missiles out the back, firing fucking torpedoes at Wyatt and his vehicle. It sounds like it was an instance of them maybe cutting him off or speeding around him, and he took it personally and got really offended, and then went way, way, way hog wild with the whole thing, following them into that parking lot, getting reckless and crazy, hitting them with the gun, all that shit.
You can't take my phone.
Actually, by law, they are allowed to take his phone.
You can't take my phone. This is my possession, so now you're going to be a thief? Now you're going to be a thief.
You're under arrest. You're not allowed to have the phone, okay?
Wow.
Unfortunately, that was going too far for Wyatt. The good boy was about to go bad. He never envisioned a world without his phone in the palm of his hands. So when they took his phone, he was fucking flabbergasted. And now he's got a chip on his shoulder. He gets real unpleasant and even more obnoxious and annoying.
You don't see any problem with this. You don't see the problem that somebody with a bright pink car who is famous online gets with on the freeways all the time, and that's why I carry a gun. That is it. That is, you said legal was in Florida.
It is legal in Florida to have a gun in your car. There's nothing
so
illegal about that.
So where can you prove, show me the video proof where I hit him with a gun?
There is video proof of the reckless driving and nearly hitting people in the parking lot, and the victim who got pistol whipped showed the injuries, and his girlfriend also confirmed the pistol whipping. So I'd say there's a high level of confidence behind the pistol whipping being the real story and Wyatt being full of shit, just a load of dirty barnacles. It's almost impossible not to laugh at Wyatt. In fact, after Wyatt got even more rowdy and rambunctious and insulting the officers, starting to kick them and shit, they started making fun of him too. They started calling him Joe Exotic. And when they were bringing him into the police station, they said, "Welcome, Tiger King." And that gave me a hearty giggle. I actually thought that was a pretty good one. Wyatt is just a fucking clown. So his statement here, he drives a bright pink SUV and people fuck with him all the time on the freeway because he's famous. So they recognize his car and mess with him while he's driving, which is why he carries a gun. How delusional do you have to be? He actually has a mental illness. He has main character syndrome. He believes that since he has a high number of followers on TikTok, everyone in the world knows him, and everyone in the world is out to get him, or, you know, try and get his attention. They're all vying for his attention, and they'll do anything to get it.
Did you guys actually get in an accident? I mean, he's got a big ass, like, knot on the back of his head. No, but there are independent witnesses. So. I mean, not everybody knows who you are.
It doesn't matter. I have 58 million followers, baby girl. Everybody who's been on TikTok or Instagram has seen Wyatt.
This is where I think his delusion is actually kind of dangerous and scary. So he obviously can't tell the truth under any circumstances, I guess. Fucking Wonder Woman's lasso of truth would be useless against this guy. I don't know if he's ever been honest about anything ever. Like, all he does is lie. He's full-blown Pinocchio here. He doesn't have 58 million followers, you absolute goober. You have 1 million followers on TikTok, which is your only platform, really. Very odd thing to lie about, but then it gets into what I consider a very scary territory where he's talking about how people make shit up about him all the time because he's so famous. Everyone on TikTok and Instagram has seen his face before. The dude must be trapped in like a perpetual genjutsu, straight out of Naruto. He is in a paranoid delusion. Not everyone in the world knows who he is, and not everyone is out to get him. Holy shit.
I said you don't know that this guy knows who you are.
Oh, he so did.
Oh, did he say something?
When somebody swerving into my lane, brake checking me, wanting me to stop, wanting me to race my car, coming out the car, I know that's a fan.
One other thing that he's done multiple times throughout the conversation, and does many more throughout the conversations going forward, is he calls her baby girl. It's like making my skin crawl. It's so fucking cringe. He'll call her baby girl sometimes. It's really creepy. But I mean, clearly he is mentally unwell. Someone swerving into your lane is not a fan trying to get your attention. Holy shit.
Oh, okay. Nobody tased you, though. You didn't get tased. Okay, I am not gonna tase you. I'm just saying you didn't get tased. Because you just said so.
I actually think there's a good chance he's on drugs right now. He starts rambling about absolutely nothing, like tasing from out of nowhere. And then she's like, well, you didn't get tased and we're not gonna tase you. And then he took that like as a threat. So then he makes a threat back saying that if she tased him, he'd fuck her up and go to jail for the rest of his life. I don't think you could fuck up anyone. You would probably lose in a fight to an inflatable, wacky, arm-flailing tube man. You are not built for fighting. You would get your ass beat. You would get turned inside out. So I don't know why he's threatening physical violence against this woman. And I don't know how stupid you have to be to threaten physical violence against a police officer too. She was very, very patient with this guy, because she just brushed it off and laughed at him. I guess because he is so pathetic, all you can really do is laugh at someone that's this embarrassing of a person. But goddamn, like, he is so fucking dumb, it's unreal.
You're dumb, girl.
Am I?
You're real dumb. You might want to try modeling.
That definitely can't be that.
You definitely might want to try modeling. So you just,
I definitely can't do that.
This is what I'm talking about when he just goes off on these weird fucking tangents saying that she needs to do Molly so she can shut the fuck up. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, I don't even think he's in the same dimension that the rest of the planet is in. He is all over the place. I really do think that the entire day he spent in like some kind of fucking meth-induced haze or some shit. He is actually just all over the place.
Where are you going?
let me see you do it first then.
What?
You're not about to take $30,000, $40,000 worth of jewelry without me knowing exactly where it's going.
I'm gonna come on now. I don't.
You this to me the whole entire time in the car.
So nice to you.
No.
Things really popped off when they told him that he can't really take the jewelry into jail with him, so he put up a big fuss. He eventually started kicking the officers, and now he's facing a lot of charges. I think he goes to trial next month. So I'm really curious to see how that plays out, because for some reason he seems to believe that he's in the right, so he started threatening lawsuits against the officers after he was kicking them and shit. So very goofy situation here, very goofy guy, and I just had to talk about this. What an insufferable little asshole. So yeah, that's Icy Wyatt for you. Someone I'm sure none of you have ever heard of before and will most likely forget about very quickly, because he's just a forgettable little worm of a person. That's really about it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. This is probably the easiest Moist Meter I've ever made. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. Absolutely amazing. Just a genuinely incredible film. Mission Impossible is probably the best action franchise ever. Like, it's gotta be in the conversation, if not the #1 spot. This franchise has been cooking for 30 years, and they never miss on the recipes. They're delivering exquisite meals. The cuisine is a delicacy every time a new Mission Impossible rolls around. Fucking Tom Cruise is 61 years old, and he's, like, not geriatric at all. He's still doing all of his own stunts, risking life and limb, putting it all on the line in order to deliver an unforgettable experience, and it shows. The passion here is unlike anything else in the industry. 30 years, and they keep finding ways to get better. That is so rare, especially in Hollywood, where half the time it's just formulaic garbage that's just driveled out for the sake of trying to capitalize off a beloved franchise while putting no effort into it, just absolutely phoning it in. But Mission Impossible, it just wants to just keep going, fucking full throttle and never let off the gas. And man, it is such a breath of fresh air. And another thing, like I mentioned, Tom Cruise is 61 years old. Usually when someone's reaching this age, they're no spring chicken anymore. But somehow, it never comes across as like weird or lame. It doesn't ever feel like he has to slow down in the film. Like, he is still doing the same kind of stunts that he used to do when he was 40 years younger. Like, he is still at an extremely high level of athleticism and an extremely high level of, like, executing good choreography and making things look amazing, which is crazy at his age. Even someone that I think is comparable, like Keanu Reeves with John Wick. In John Wick 4, there are moments where you can see he's kind of slowing down a little bit. It doesn't really take away from the experience. I still fucking love John Wick 4, but you can see that it's getting a little more difficult for him to do some of, like, the moves that he was doing in John Wick 1, for example. Tom Cruise, though, this man's got fucking adamantium bones with goddamn, like, plutonium running through his veins that's powering him. It makes no sense how he's able to do what he does in this film at his age. So anyway, I haven't even really begun talking about the movie. Dead Reckoning is a 2-part movie, and this was part 1 that dropped. And it is so good. It is just so, so good. Now, I know a lot of people are going to get into the debate of which is better, Dead Reckoning or Fallout, which was the previous Mission Impossible movie. A lot of people consider that to be like one of the best action films in general ever made. And I understand, because it really is extraordinary. But I honestly do think Dead Reckoning here, assuming part 2 is as good as part 1, will be better. Now, of course, since it is just part 1, it didn't wrap itself up, but it didn't fall into the same trap that a lot of other 2-part movies have, where it feels unsatisfying by the time the credits roll around. Dead Reckoning Part 1 has a really nice conclusion that feels like you got like an entire experience worth, you got a good natural stopping point, it doesn't feel abrupt, it keeps you salivating at the mouth for more, but still your tummy is full from the meal that the chef prepared with love. I can't stop talking about how hard this shit cooks. I want to go back into the kitchen and kiss the chef on the mouth. It is incredible. So I didn't feel like walking away from the film, you know, that it came out of nowhere, the ending, because it felt natural. So I have no problems at all with part 1 here ending where it does. I think it did a great job, and I'm super excited for part 2 now to see how they wrap it up. Now, one thing I actually like more in Dead Reckoning than I did in Fallout is the story. I really like all of the new characters they introduce here, but even more than that, the narrative itself I actually think just feels much better in like the current landscape of the world. Fallout, while I still agree is an extraordinary film, it did have the cliche nuclear threat. The fingers on the trigger, the nuclear bomb's gonna bust ass at any moment now. How are they gonna stop him? How's Ethan gonna put the kibosh on this bad guy? The concept of the plot wasn't anything super new or innovative, it just did the concept better than anything else that has ever really come before it. However, in Dead Reckoning, they don't go that direction. There is a nuclear bomb moment because you fucking gotta have a nuclear bomb moment when it's high stakes like Mission Impossible, but the core is around AI and the threat that it poses both with the information that it's able to disseminate or the misinformation that it's able to disseminate, as well as even being able to take control of warheads. So the main threat is about who's going to take control of this extremely powerful and extremely deadly AI that's becoming sentient. Now, that itself isn't exactly, you know, a novel concept that's going to have you fucking flying back into your chair or anything. That's been done a lot, like most notably Terminator with Skynet. But it doesn't go in that direction. It doesn't feel cheesy and it doesn't feel goofy because AI is such a big talking point in reality right now. With how quickly AI is advancing, nothing in this film feels far-fetched or silly. It's very interesting at the capabilities, the dangers AI could pose in the wrong hands, and Ethan Hunt's rationalization of how best to handle a situation like this with a threat this large. I really like the narrative a lot here. I think it's nice and refreshing to go in a bit of a different direction, as opposed to just standard bad guys got big bomb. Even though that's not exactly a bad thing if that is the plot, because Mission Impossible has proven that it can do anything and do it well. Dead Reckoning, I think, has the best set pieces in the entire franchise. I'm just going to say it. The action set pieces in this film are unbelievable. They are so good. I don't want to spoil anything here, so I'm trying very loosely to talk about things, because I think this is a must-watch movie. This is one of those films that absolutely is worth going to a theater to see. It is an experience more than a movie. Yeah, I'm getting real pretentious sounding, like sniffing my own fucking farts here, but seeing this movie in theaters is definitely the optimal way of experiencing it. Mission Impossible deserves it. It's so fucking good. I just don't really have any complaints about this movie, aside from, like, two very minor ones that I can't really get into because it's kind of spoilery, but I'll just say they involve plot convenience moments where I feel like they were so focused on delivering a really cool action moment, but then ended up kind of backing themselves into a bit of a corner, and in order to kind of salvage the situation, they needed to pull from their ass a little deep to get out of that situation, even though it doesn't really make a ton of sense how it happened. That's about the most I can say without getting into spoilers, but it's not a big deal. Like, that's a nitpick. Like, if I was really going to look for something negative, it's just there were a couple instances of where I felt like they didn't really write something super cohesive on how they get out of this situation. They just kind of do because they needed to. They're the fucking heroes. And even though I do like the villain, I think he wasn't super fleshed out here, and it really feels like they reached a bit in order to connect him to Ethan's past in a way that felt kind of like an afterthought almost. But it's not a big deal because I do think Gabriel, the main villain, like the main villain outside of like the evil AI potential, like I do still think he was cool. Like I think he was like a good villain to have. Every time he was on screen, I felt like this is a big threat moment. This is going to turn into some shit. It's about to go tits up real quick. And Gabriel has a subordinate named Paris who's just a badass. She like fights with a sword. Like it feels like she was a character out of John Wick. It's like it actually is really just cool. There's nothing in this movie that isn't just really cool. So yeah, anyway, I think this is a must-watch movie. Plugging Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a comfortable 95%. I really hope Part 2 sticks to landing. I do hope they give a little bit more to Gabriel in particular. I would like to see that, but I imagine that is the plan considering this is only half of the story they want to tell. And I think they've already done a great job with it. So yeah, I think it's fantastic, and that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. Why can't I get this timing even a little bit? Like, this one feels good, but it's too late. But then I go too early half the time. Where is the porridge that's just right? Let's try here. Oh, there we go. You still doing Cork off Perfect Waifu? No, I'm retiring Cork entirely. Perfect Waifu, we still go Pirate Hat.
Education breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. Hope.
Whoa, that's never happened. That was sad. That's probably never happened in the history of running this game. Let's see how the first waifu launch of the night goes. Man, I'm not even gonna reach it. Holy. Can I bail out anywhere? Not really. Oh. Oh. What is happening? Did this game get like a hotfix tonight? Why is he not grabbing that anymore? That's 2 times tonight, and that's never happened before until tonight. What is going on? He is straight up refusing to grab that. When I've never had that issue. What? What is going on? Wow. Actually, perfect. Do I need to wait for Dragon from here, though? I don't know. I will just to be safe. I don't know if I need to or not. I've actually never hit that. Because he goes around, and I'm not doing the speedrun route, so I think he hits me if I go for it. Yeah, he definitely would have. Because I'm just going to do normal route since I haven't practiced this, and I think I actually might still be able to sub hour. This was with like 3 catastrophic failures too. And it's actually still in the cards potentially. I full fell 3 times. Oh shit, I don't make that. Yes I do. Cause I'm fucking clutch. This might be a little tough though. Nope.
We are in this world to get
No.
experience.
Fuck.
To move forward.
I got the last
So
little
the meaning of
dinky
life is in
hitbox
life
on that. Fuck.
Wow, that's cool.
God damn, this is gonna be like a 1 hour, 1 minute run. Fuck, what a shame. Even with all of these catastrophic failures, still very easily could have been sub-hour. Yeah, this was such a sloppy run, like an absolutely ridiculously sloppy run, so I think sub 45's in the cards, to be honest. Like I said, I had so many full falls in this one and still got just over an hour. We take that. First run was 2 hours, 54 minutes. Second run is an hour. That's substantial improvement.
We've come a long way.
This is on track for sub 40. Not really. Thanks to the resub cup. Well, if I hit everything perfectly, maybe, but that's just unlikely. He's got about, like, this angle. He goes back and forth a few times. And then hits it. That's... I'm not even gonna make it. I don't understand, man. Ugh. That's the second time that I don't even make it off that. I'm hitting the right spot on the bed, too. 10:57. Just remember that. We'll add it to whatever this is. When I put my fingers back on the keyboard after stretching, I accidentally hit the timer pause key. Just add 11 minutes to whatever I finish this with. So legitimately this was a sub 13 Earth, which is actually, I think, my best time. I got every single trick first try. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, just climb it! You little asshole! Alright. God, this pace is actually so fucking good, too. It is a shame that it's sullied a bit by me accidentally restarting timer. Just add 11 minutes to... What are you doing? Climb it! Just add 11 minutes. This is by far my cleanest run here, though. That is a 1530 Jesus hand. Perfect waifu. This run is so nasty. This is a sub 20. I prefer my setup for waifu, it just feels better. What just happened? What hitbox did I land on there? Huh? I jumped and then hit something on the way down. What? Oh. What a throw. What a fucking throw. What? That's new. Well, I get to practice waifu, I guess. Perfect waifu. Man, my waifu setup is so good. Like, actually so good. I've first tried everything here except for the easiest fucking trick in the run. And I hit 2 perfect back-to-back waifus to keep this pace, which is crazy.
Many things were terrifying at night and became a
God, we're on
laughing
such
matter
good
when
fucking
daylight
pace.
came.
I'm not going cheese. There is no reason to even risk it. I can do cheese, I've done cheese, but I'm not gonna fucking risk it here, not for this. Oh, tragic. Clipped by the wing. Right when he gets to the corner and makes the sound. Right now. Yep, I think that's gonna be the strat. Then I get over his wing hitbox. Sub 40. Whoa, whoa! What? Wait, that's never happened! Wait, what? Huh? I've never even seen that happen. Wait, how? How did he wiggle me off? I didn't even do anything. That hitbox has never once kicked me off. My hands were off the keyboard. All I had was a hand on a mouse. What the fuck, man? Well, I get to practice my new dragon setup, I guess. That was crazy. Whoa! What is going on? Something had to have just happened to the game during all that. I've never been kicked off dragon once I'm on top of his hitbox. And then I just fall through solid floor walking. The game had some kind of crazy fucking hiccup there. Was this one of those moments where like a solar flare just changed the value in the hex code? Voice crack. Like with the tick-tock clock from Mario 64. Veritasium has a whole video on it, and I think I was just a victim of another one. I wonder if it's gonna kick me off again. Oh, it's really fucking trying. Okay. What is going on? Holy shit. There's nothing I can do to save this. If I try and move, I fall off. If I do anything, I fall off here, so... all I can do is just put it in the Lord's hands now. There's nothing I can do here. If I fall off, I fall off. I'm completely powerless here. A single movement throws me off. So. We'll see. Oh my god, that was clean. Holy shit, that was so clean. I still think I have to wait for Dragon to go around or I'm gonna get clipped. I still think I have to. Or I can try the speedrun route. Which is this, which I know I won't get hit in. Oh my god, I'm not doing that ever again. I almost fell. If I still sub-hour after all, like, this cacophony of disaster and sadness, I will be elated. And a little disappointed that this is my sub-hour, if it is. Horse tried to kick me off. Not on my watch. Not today. No, sir. No, sir. The jockey is in.
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain experience, we need to move forward. So the meaning of life is in life itself. Well,
Yeah, I'm smelling something real stinky. Yeah. Woo! All right. No, timer's wrong. Right now we're at 51:52. Well, a little less than that, like, because it was 10:57 when I accidentally slapped my pause button. So, add 10:57 to whatever I've got right here. Timer's off. It's still sub-hour and it's still better than Lud. Let's fucking go. That was with... Actually, 52 minutes. Wow. That was actually with 3 different fucking dragon failures. No, 4. Because I missed the first rotation, I think, right? 4 dragon failures plus the fall through solid floor. Still sub-hour. So icy. This actually could have been a sub-35 run. If I had hit dragon on the first one, it would have been a sub-35 fucking run. This was so crazy. Everything was perfect except dragon. Shit, man, that was a crazy run. Things are just insane. Oof. Wasn't paying enough attention, I guess. Nope, can't make it. Wires. I didn't get far enough up. That's alright. It's still faster than my PB. I have been lights out with this. I haven't missed that once tonight. Woo! Alright, nice. Actually ahead of PB time. I was at 10:57 at elevator here. Or leaving elevator here. So we're making up ground on what was an incredible run. Yep. This is my magnum opus Earth run. Actually, everything perfect except windmill. Windmill went wires instead of to, roof. 12-minute Earth. Now, we just gotta perform admirably on everything else. I am very good at everything up till Dragon, though. I'm very consistent on everything up till Dragon. Dragon is just the hardest trick in the run. For
Ask,
everybody.
and it will be given to you. Seek,
But I
and you
like
will
my new
find.
Dragon setup.
Knock, and it will be open to you.
Okay. My waifu setup was absolutely lights out on my PB. I had to hit it perfectly twice and still got it. So let's see if I'm still locked into the mainframe. Nope. Damn! Shit. I wasn't sharp enough on the angle. Okay. We're still, saving time on PB. I was 23 ship last time, I think. And that was with 2 perfect waifus, so we're still saving time. Stop climbing! You're wasting my time. No! No, 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 no. Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Okay. Oh, I didn't get the jump off, but we still made it. Okay. That would have been like an actual big time loss that I'd be upset about. Oh my god, just let me up. Oh my god, please. This isn't where I wanted to be. But it's where I have to settle for right now. Oh my god, this pace, this pace, this pace! This fucking pace, I'm not going cheese. I just don't want to risk it. I am very confident in my cheese, but I'm not risking it. It's not worth risking. Not with this pace. I really like my cheese, but it's not worth it. Sub 25. Leaving Bifrost Bridge. Out of Asgard. Holy shit, this pace. What the fuck? I'm on a different playing field. I'm in a new dimension. I've tapped into the Speed Force. We're going for it. We're going 1 rotation dragon. Let's get it. Let's fucking get it. Time to get stinky.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your
Nope,
own
I'm already too
savior
slow.
while you can.
Why did he start so early? Going for it anyway, we're full sending. Not even close. Fuck, man! Was I slow or did he start early? Come on now. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. This is a really good position. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. Okay, I think we're set. I think that's the only spot it can kick you off if you have a bad spot. Alright. Now we just have to execute at a high level. Does he full send after Dragon? Or does he wait for Dragon to go by? Tell me now. I need to know now. He full sends. Okay, then I'll do the same. No! Oh, what a... You can't teach that clutch factor. I'm born with it. Go, 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 go. Full send. No, no, no. Time loss. Stop climbing everything! What are you doing with the pig? Get off its ass! Perfect yoga balls. Oh no, I can't make it. I can't beat Moon Moon. But that's alright, that's alright. We can still have a great run here. I shouldn't have done that. I should have played it safe. Okay, I got greedy. I had stars in my eyes. I am so fucking clutch, it's unreal. What? Oh my god, what am I made out of? Is there even human DNA left in me, or is it all just gamer?
We are in this world to gain experience.
Woo, baby! What a run!
Life is in life itself. Well, that's cool.
Just barely missed Moon here. But what a fucking run regardless. Holy shit. I am a weapon. I am an actual speedrunning weapon. MK Ultra was designed to try and find a specimen as powerful as me, and they failed. You had to wait for millions of years of fine-tuned evolution to reach something like this. Wow! Wow! Thanks to the Prime Skizzy and the resub Gauge. Yes! Fucking huge run! And there is still so much room for improvement. I fucked up waifu. I fucked up waifu skip and I didn't get dragon in first rotation. I can absolutely sub 30 this shit. God damn it. Why I oughta. So nasty. The sauce is too tasty with me. Just slow roll a victory lap here. Oh. 36 minutes according to the game. Holy shit. And to think, just yesterday I was celebrating a 2-hour 54-minute completion. How cringe. What a little homunculus I was yesterday. To think that that was worthy of a celebration.
As a reward, you get a spaceship. Now you are the pilot.
Everything about that run was perfect except my waifu and missing first dragon. And my waifu setup is usually deadly consistent. I always go to her elbow, I always give that shit a little tickle. It's just that time I got very dreadfully unlucky. Oh, yoga balls too. I don't really count the yoga balls though. Fucking up there is not a huge time loss, I don't care that much. But yeah, I did miss yoga balls first as well. I'm number 141 on the leaderboard. You love to hear that. Top 150 already? Destined for greatness. Woo! And you just knocked Lud off the leaderboard. Hey, skill issue. Gotta work on it. Gotta clean it up. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. I got my first completion yesterday, and I'm already chipping it down to 37-minute runs. Did you see they removed the waifu? Wait, what? Like from the game? Oh yeah, waifu's gone. Why was it taken out? It was a stolen asset and they got copyright claimed, I guess. I know it's hard to believe that the high quality assets in this game weren't homemade, but it's the truth. Rest in peace, she got vaporized. DMCA strikes again. Unbelievable. So where does this send? Oh, I see. They kept everything else. Man, that's such a... Whoa. That's such a shame. Right when I finally master perfect waifu, they take her out. That's the Illuminati for you. Bastards. I've never seen them do that. It's so beautiful. Even with like 20,000 hours in this game, I still see new things. The gift that keeps on giving. That's the beauty of Only Up. Steal as many assets as you can, haphazardly throw them into a pot, and you've got brilliance. World record doesn't use the elevator. Yeah, I know. But... what the fuck? But it doesn't matter to me, because it only saves like 3 seconds and I'm not going for a world record. What? How did this already happen? Already a crash. Can't catch a break. Well, at least it happened at the beginning of the run. She's being real stubborn. Oh, wow. The name of this game in the task manager is Third Person BP Game Template. Goes to show you how much effort was put into this fucking thing. Cool. You ever go for the world record if it was the right game and had the passion? Sure. I've had world records in other games before. Not for long. They usually get beaten, but I have had world records before. It's cool. But I don't care that much about it. I just care about the speedrun itself being fun. I don't really care about trading world records back and forth all that much. They didn't take out waifu because they wanted to. It was a stolen asset, and whoever owned the asset made a big stink about it.
You first have to make a jump,
which
and
is
get off
totally
the
within their
ground,
right to
not
do.
knowing what the future holds.
This is going to be a shock. This game isn't exactly the most well-made thing there is. Alright, let's see how my windmill's feeling today. This usually either goes great or a complete fucking disaster. There's never any in between. I never just have like a mediocre windmill. There we go, actually good windmill. Whoa! Whoa! Great windmill. Why did that launch me backwards? What is happening? Wait, what is happening? Why did that launch me backwards? What is going on? What a crazy night. I haven't seen that happen in actual eons. I really don't feel like resetting the whole thing. I'd like to finish a run just to get some more reps in with the new shit, but I feel like it's not worth. Since this is already a pretty fucked run, I want to try world record billboard real quick. Though I've never once hit it, I'm just curious if I can get it here. It won't matter regardless, this is an absolute dog shit run, but I want to try it. There we go. Whoa, whoa, wait, what was that? Man just hit like a fucking... What are you doing? He hit a crazy little like moonwalk. What is he doing? What are you doing? Brother! Brother! Stop! Oh my god! Whoa! Whoa! Uh-oh, too far. He didn't slow down nearly enough. That time he slowed down so fucking much! Jesus! Christ! Alright, let's see how she goes. Still got it, but I'm not gonna get very far here. Oh my god, I might not make that. That was close. I'm gonna keep it on 30. I'm curious what effect that'll have on the dragon. Oh, actually, I just did a dragon at 30, didn't I? On the last one. Alright, we'll run it. We'll keep dragon at 30, I'm curious. Maybe it makes it even easier. I don't think it'll matter, but that's still very frustrating that that did that.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your own savior while you can.
Wait, what? How did I just fall? Wait, what? Man, I can feel another shit coming on too. Wow. I ate like 2 burritos right before hopping on stream, and those puppies are not going down without a fight. No, me having to take a shit has nothing to do with the run being sloppy. I'm able to block out all human emotion and requirements when speedrunning. What in the world is happening? Oh my god. What was that? I didn't make it up the whole train cart?
My father worked
My
here as
God.
a driller, and he always smelled of fuel oil.
This is
I
so
was afraid of
sloppy.
him and hoped that one day
Oh
he
my...
would come back from
and the
work.
pipe? And the pipe?
He drank a lot and often beat
Heavens
my mother
to
and me.
Betsy.
But that's in the past.
What in the world? No, I'll never get like a 19-minute run. I'll never get a sub 20. For a sub 20, I'd have to hit all of like the expert level shit. Which isn't happening. I still fucking struggle on windmill sometimes. Like right now, this is a terrible windmill. Oh my god, I can't catch a break. Whatever. I actually should have just believed in myself. I would have at least still made it up there. That self-doubt will get you every time. I'm just going to do safe billboard. Even though in the last run I did hit, like optimal billboard, I'm still just going to do safe one. No reason to take any chances here. I'm just going for a sub 25. I don't need any of the crazy stuff. Just need the good old American good shit. I took a US citizens test today, and I fucking crushed it like I'm a patriot. And I just need to prove it out here. The pace is alright, not great, but whatever. So be it. Again, we don't need anything great. We don't need anything crazy. Just standard good fundamentals. The fundies. We live in a post-waifu world now. That's right. It's a post-waifu world with double champagne. There is so much time to be saved. Sub 25 still very much on the table. Just gotta remember to... You know what I gotta remember to do? And I wouldn't have remembered to do it unless I just thought of it. That was actually a huge save, otherwise Dragon would have been out of rotation. That would have been so upsetting. Did you know Paul Pierce shit himself in an NBA game? Did he really? Like, noticeably shit himself, or just like post-game interviews like, yeah, I fucking pooped my britches?
Seek, and you will find. No
Oh, fuck! Oh, god! Oh, whoops. Put the cart before the horse. I didn't turn all the way around. I let muscle memory take over and I didn't swipe my mouse far enough. Oof, scary. Wow, what a save though. Close call. But the dirty deed still got done. This is fine. I'm not even doing fingers. I think that's a bad omen. What are you doing? Stop goofing around. Stop goofing around. Time to get serious. Nope. Okay. Okay. So be it. He broke his bones getting into it, but we're fine. Oh my god, I almost didn't make the jump to the ship. Okay, we're fine. 1750 ship is whatever. Alright, sub 25. Calibrating. 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 Alright, locked in. If I hit everything here, we'll just barely sub 25, I think. By the very tippy tap top of the hair on the chinny chin chin. What the fuck is it? Oh no, it's just not by the hair on my chinny chin chin. That's what it is. Got mixed up in my old fairy tales. Alright, baby. Give me the good news. Give me the gospel. There it is. Now let's just slow it down because we're in a good spot here. Okay, now change back to 60. Okay. I just need Dragon not to be a bitch. And I think we will 24 something. I just need Dragon to not be a big ol' asshole. That old battle axe, I need him to simmer down. He's got too much dip on his chip, he needs to cool the jets. Gotta hold your horses. Please be nice to me, please, please. I've come so far.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your own savior while you can.
And that's the sub 25. Tell your friends. You were here. My special little campers. There she blows. You love to see that. Feels great. Not my cleanest run by a country mile, but damn it, I'm happy with it. We worked hard for her. You know, she's not the prettiest in the bunch, but she's got great personality. A sub 25's always a good feeling. Damn it. That is great. It's a gold star. That is a gold star right there, sports fans. It's about time I broke that 25-minute barrier. It's like when that guy broke the 4-minute mile. Except I am like the 1,000th person to break the 25-minute barrier, so it's not that impressive. But it feels good to me, damn it. Let's go. Sub 24 even. I skipped right through 24. I've never seen a 24 in my life, and I never will. Let's get it. Let's get it. Good shit. That's a big boy right there. A lot of meat on those bones. Well fed. Eating a nutritious meal of good speedrun times. W top 100? No way I'm top 100 off of that. No shot. Am I really? That was not a very good run, is it? Well, also, waifu just got removed today, so that saved me a lot of time. So I probably won't stay top 100 for long. I'm ranked 73? Well, when do I get a call from the president? Joe Biden gonna offer me some ice cream or something? Oh my god, when am I going out to the White House? 73? I did not think that would put me in the top 100 at all. Again, that was not a good run. Like, by all definitions, that was not a great run. Yeah, I'm gonna learn hot air balloon as well. Thanks to tier 1 Sav. I think that's what I'll focus on, is just getting the actual optimal strats. And I'll go for sub 20, fuck it. I got a taste of greatness, and I don't want just a taste. I don't want the appetizer, I want the whole enchilada, I want the main course. I'm a growing boy. I still haven't taken a shit that I had to take at the very start of that last run. I fucking sub 25'd and my body ate my feces. And that was my way of celebrating internally, I guess. Everybody please put down your pitchforks and delete your angry tweets. Close your Reddit karma farming accounts for the hate threads. I'm here. The sheriff is back in town. I know many of you concerned civilians were worried that I had gone to the store to get milk and cigarettes and I had forgotten something very important and I wasn't coming home for it. And of course I'm talking about my $10,000 speedrun bounty challenges that I said I'd want to do monthly, every month this year. The astute observers amongst you may have noticed that it's been longer than a month since my last $10,000 speedrun challenge. And there's a good reason for this. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, This year, I wanted to set out to do a $10,000 speedrun challenge on an obscure game at least once a month. And we had a good streak going, where I got it twice on time. However, the most recent one, Exodus from the Earth, was such a banger that I've spent the last month and a half, almost 2 months, just looking for a game that's nearly as good to speedrun as Exodus from the Earth. Of course, I posted the complete Summoning Salt style history of these speedrun challenges, so definitely check those bad boys out, they go hard. And I've got great news today because it's time to announce the third $10,000 speedrun bounty. We found another candidate, one that's worthy to follow up Exodus from the Earth, a sacred battleground for which only the most talented of gamer barbarians will fight and succeed. And that game is Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard. That's right, we're gonna take you back to the past to play a shitty game and eat ass. This puppy is from 1998 and is actually listed as one of the reasons why Bethesda went into a downward spiral in the late 90s because it was such a fucking commercial flop. Many of you watching this know of the Elder Scrolls series, probably one of the most well-known series in all of gaming, but I guarantee only a handful of you have ever heard of Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard. This is like the bonus Jonas brother that no one remembers. The game just was not really played often, though the people that did play it liked it. It was actually, like, moderately received well. It had good reviews for the most part, but it's not a popular game by any means, and in fact, as of right now, there's only a single run for this game, and it's the current world record. So there's already an established route to follow, and it's kind of a wild one. It's a bit long too, so really buckle your seatbelt. Now I know some of you might be a little intimidated by the hour and 50+ minute route right now, but it's important to keep in mind that last time for Exodus from the Earth, the world record was an hour and 15 minutes roughly, and by the end of the speedrun challenge, the record was 20 minutes, around 20 minutes. So there's so much room for improvement on these games, and the glitches and tech that get found are amazing. Now, if you followed this series that I've been doing with the speedrun bounties, you already know the rules, but I'll go over them one more time here, of course. It's going to be 2 weeks. So at the end of 2 weeks, whoever has the fastest time wins, obviously. It's a $10,000 prize pool split across first, second, and third. And I'm also, again, doing the same thing I did last time, which was the $1,000 bonus bounty for whoever finds the most important glitch or most meta-defining trick. I like to incentivize glitch hunters, so even if you're not the most talented speedrunner, if you're like the craftiest and most creative glitch hunter and you find something that's used in the route extensively, you can win $1,000. Last time that went to the person who found the huge skip in the beginning of the game that pretty much single-handedly sliced the run in half. So there's just a lot of fun to be had here. I love doing these challenges, and it's nice to finally find another game that should be a fun one to watch. Now, per usual, your run needs to have video evidence, preferably streamed on Twitch or YouTube or something, and you submit the VOD to us to be verified. And also Kronos, whom many of you know from the previous challenges, he helps moderate the Discord as well as go through the runs, verify things, and learn everything there is to learn about these challenges. Kronos has already made a tutorial on how to set up everything for Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard and get everyone on even playing field. There's also been incredible work from the community done already for Autosplitter and everything, so all of the hard work's already been done for you. It should be a pretty seamless, easy start here if you want to participate in the challenge and the bounty. So yeah, no headache there. I'm going to put a link to the video in the description of this video, so that way you can get the tutorial and get set up. And I'm also going to put a link to the Discord where pretty much everything about this challenge will be held. That's discussions with community members, speed tech, hypothesizing routes and glitches, submitting runs, and just basically going over everything about this game and this challenge. So once again, 2 weeks starting from today, ending at midnight 2 weeks from now. Whoever has the fastest time wins. Of course, you can use any glitches and exploits you find in the game, but there will be no third-party modifications or any cheating like that. So yeah, it's time to get started. Let's hop back in the saddle here. And also, once again, I'm sorry this is so late. I really did want to do this like every month, but we really hit a diamond in the rough immediately with Exodus from the Earth. The first speedrun bounty was for Amok Runner, right? Like, that was a wacky speedrun game that was so fucking, like, awful for runners to run. Like, it was only up from there. But when we did Exodus from the Earth as our second one, I don't think we realized just how good of a speed game it'd turn out to be. And I don't like going backwards, so like Exodus from the Earth was amazing. I wouldn't want to just choose another stinker, kind of like Amok Runner's route. Like I wanted to like just keep going up, or at least maintain the same level of quality that we saw with Exodus from the Earth. So it's just been a long time going through a ton of games, looking for anything that might have that same level potential. And then we finally found Redguard here, so I'm optimistic. Hopefully it turns into an amazing speed game. I'm hoping the route can get down to like fucking 20 minutes, just like Exodus from the Earth did. So yeah, once again, sorry for the big delay on that. And yeah, that's about it. Looking forward to watching all of your runs in this competition. See ya. Alright, now we need to come in off the sidelines here, off the bench, in order to participate in a game of goofiness. The Logan Paul vs. Dylan Dennis situation has finally reached the bare minimum silliness threshold that summons me. So these two performed the ritual and made the proper silly sacrifice, and here I am. For those that don't know, Logan Paul is fighting Dylan Dennis pretty soon, and in order to hype up their fight, they've been beefing with each other online. And usually this is very lame. In the influencer boxing space, this is all just very see-through marketing, formulaic garbage where two people who don't actually dislike each other pretend that they do in order for the bigger paycheck. So they start farming controversy and make really lazy attempts at it. Be like, hey, stupid face, can't wait to punch you and spit on you in the ring on this date, 'cause I hate you. You're tacky and I hate you. Like, that's usually the level of this controversy, the drama beforehand to try and make it like a grudge match or bad blood. It's very uninteresting. Makes me go yawn. That's a snooze fest. This time around with Logan Paul and Dylan Dennis, though, it's been a bit different. This is a circus show fight between two clowns that the internet has laughed at and disliked for years. They're both scammers, by the way. I want to make this clear up front and center since most people seem to have forgotten that Dylan Dennis is also a notorious scammer. So there's a whole video from CoffeeZilla on this about how he's more than willing to just exploit all of his fans for money off of knowingly promoting fraudulent products. And of course, Logan Paul is notorious for scamming his fans as well through CryptoZoo, of which he still has refused to refund their money, even though he said he would do that many, many months ago. This is a core component of what I want to talk about today, because Dylan Dennis has been able to wipe some of that clown makeup off in the court of public opinion. He's got a lot of new fans as a result of all of this, because he employed an innovative new strategy for shit-talking. He's been posting pictures of Logan Paul's fiancée with other men, and then he'll have captions with it like, it's a picture of a Renaissance painting, and he's like, hey Logan, is that your wife over there with another guy? She's a time-traveling succubus. Your wife went back to the 14th century just to fuck this other man to get away from you. Like, and people are eating it up. People are going crazy for it. He's gained like 400,000 followers over the last couple weeks, hundreds of millions of impressions. And like a phoenix rising from the ashes of his dead joke of a career, he was reborn. Dylan Dennis found salvation. In the wise words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger shit. And Dennis found it with Logan Paul. He found a bigger piece of shit than himself. He couldn't have made a better wish if he had fairy godparents. This was an unbelievable blessing that fell in his lap, because everybody hates Logan Paul. So the community wanted to rally behind Dylan Dennis, who was hopping in the kitchen and fucking cooking him. He was serving up beef, and the entire internet was consuming that meat more aggressively than Luffy in One Piece. And they were loving it. So now his whole public image has been saved thanks to Logan Paul being just the easiest punching bag ever. And not many people knew who Dylan Dennis was before this, unless you were already deep in the fighting community, and in that case, you were probably already in on the joke, because apparently he wasn't well liked in the space. I guess he had a reputation of ducking fights, and then even if he'd take them, he'd lose. So, like, most people just didn't even know anything about him. They just saw him posting all these pictures with his fiancée with other men and dunking on him, and Logan Paul just rolling over, belly up, just taking all of it. He hasn't even tried shit-talking back at all. He's just been reduced to this personal urinal cake for Dylan Dennis to piss on. Like, it's not even a competition. Like, he's not even engaging in any of the trolling. So Dylan Dennis has just won over the entire community's support against Logan. Which brings us to today, where they had their big press conference where always these things are drummed up and fake in order to, again, get more hype and sell more tickets. But Dillon Danis is very good at getting under people's skin, so it really feels like he's crawled under Logan Paul and he's using him like a fucking fleshlight from the inside out. So he showed up to this event wearing this. Obviously a reference to Logan Paul's infamous Suicide Forest video. Still, to date, one of the most deplorable videos a big content creator has ever proudly posted online, where he filmed and mocked a dead body in a Japanese suicide forest. And the press conference really goes how you expect. Logan Paul eventually throws a piece of cake at Dillon Danis, and he's like, "Oh, Buster, now you crossed the line. Why, I'll come over there and beat the devil out of you." You know, it's nothing we haven't seen a million times before, all completely fucking manufactured. So that's not exactly what I want to mention next. It's just the same standard formula you've seen at these press conferences. Tables get flipped, everyone's heated, but everyone's getting held back. You gotta wait for the fight, buy your tickets very quickly so you can see all this pent-up aggression unleashed in the ring quickly. This is authentic. You know, that kind of shit. But there was something that was said that I had to laugh very hard at. I can't play the clip because I don't want to risk DMCA, so I'll just paint a picture with words here and describe it. Logan Paul brings up a bet that he proposed where he'd wager $1 million that he will suck the fart out of Dillon Danis' ass. It's not even going to be a real fight. Logan Paul will beat him, but not only beat him, he will annihilate him, deatomize him. He will clobber Dillon, and he's so confident he'll put $1 million on it right now. And a lot of people pointed out that this is a really weird bet for him to make, considering Logan Paul still has a debt that hasn't been paid to his community that he scammed with CryptoZoo. He made a promise to his community that he'd pay back about $1.5 million and some change to all of the victims of his scam, and he still hasn't. Yet here he is, proudly puffing his chest up and saying that he'll wager $1 million on this fight? Bozo, why don't you take care of the victims of your scam that put their trust in you with their money, put their faith in you, and lost so much? Why don't you finally fulfill your promise and just pay them back instead of wager the $1 million on this? And during the press conference, Dillon Danis goes there. Miss Frizzle opened up the doors to the school bus and invited Dillon Danis on, and they took a trip right to confronting Logan Paul to his face about it. He said, "Why don't you pay back the victims of CryptoZoo instead?" And I shit you not, Logan Paul's response is, "I'm working on it." No, you're not. You have so many millions upon millions of dollars. You could have paid this back 50 times over by now, but you haven't. You just keep dangling this carrot in front of their starving, salivating faces where they're still praying that they can finally get their money back because you promised you would give it back. You would pay them back. And you just keep that there, just out of reach, knowing full well that you'll probably never actually pay it back. You keep praying for a time where people will just forget and move on, but it's not coming. And what made me laugh is that it's Dillon Danis that said it because he's obviously a scammer too. So it was a scammer calling out another scammer's scam. Dillon Danis has exploited his community so many times, knowingly scamming them because he's making money off of it. And yet here he is trying to hop on his high horse like, how dare you? I can't... You scammed your community. You remember that, Logan? I would never. I could never even imagine. It'd be like if Chris Brown made a statement on not beating women. Like, Dillon is absolutely right. Why not just finally refund your victims of CryptoZoo like you've promised many months ago? But it's coming from Dillon Danis, who is also a scammer that has not refunded any of the victims and just outright tells them to eat shit for it. What reality are we living in right now? It's a fucking beautiful disaster. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this real quick because I watched the press conference and that part I just couldn't help but laugh pretty hard at. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I'm becoming more and more convinced that TikTok is actually a weapon used to weed out stupid people. Because this story is not the first of its kind. This is not an isolated incident where a TikTok trend or challenge leads to a lot of fatalities. It's honestly getting to the point where these headlines feel like they're AI generated. Like the one we're talking about today feels like a fake story put into Grand Theft Auto as a joke. Just something they slid in there as something silly. But it's apparently legitimate. There's a TikTok trend called the boat jumping challenge, which is responsible for at least 4 people's deaths recently. And the challenge, as the name would imply, is jumping off of a boat going extremely fast. You don't need a master's degree in physics to figure out why this is dangerous, but Just in case, I'll lay down the brass tacks, so I'm gonna sit you down in the classroom here for the lecture, so spit out your gum. Since the boat is moving so fast, when you jump off of it, you hit the water hard as shit. You generate a lot of force behind that impact. It's a goddamn wallop. So, what's happening is, when people are jumping off of the boats, they're hitting the water and then snapping their necks and drowning. It's an easily preventable and probably the most embarrassing death imaginable because you killed yourself for a goofy-ass TikTok challenge. And I also hate that everything in the world is called a challenge these days. That word has lost all meaning. There's nothing challenging about this. Jumping off a boat doesn't have any level of difficulty or skill to it. The only challenge, I guess, is surviving it. Like avoiding being banished to the fucking Shadow Realm for it. But I'm so fucking tired of everything getting called a challenge, you know? Here's the poop without wiping challenge. You take a shit and you don't use any toilet paper or a bidet to clean your anus. Expert difficulty, ultra nightmare mode, impossible challenge. You won't last 5 seconds. It's so dumb. I'm so tired of everything getting labeled a challenge. But anyway, this trend of boat jumping is responsible for at least 4 deaths, and like I mentioned, that is just the saddest way of going out. Not only is it like an agonizingly slow, painful death, but that is just, you're probably getting made fun of in the afterlife for that. Dying for a stupid TikTok trend, you know the angels are shooting spitballs at you. Like that is, like it's just a shameful way of exiting this corporeal realm and shedding the mortal coil. That is so fucking sad. Like, I feel horrible that, you know, people have, you know, perished from it. But I honestly am stunned by just how quickly the human brain is devolving. This is like human instincts 101 shit. Like, this is common sense. This is an instinct you're born with. Not to, like, jump off of something going fast because it'll create bad ouchie boo-boo moment. Fucking cavemen probably would know not to jump off of, like, a speeding vehicle like this. I just don't understand how anyone would see this challenge and think that it was somehow safe or wasn't dangerous. Like, you'd have to know. You would have to know. And another thing is, it's so traumatizing, like, dying this way, not only because it was extremely avoidable, but because it's most likely done in front of your family and friends. Like, if you're on a boat, you're probably not on a boat with strangers. That's not exactly like you can call up an Uber to do this with. You can't just call up, like, a boat service, right, to pick you up and do this TikTok trend. So you had friends and family around you filming you, and then you did the TikTok suicide challenge right in front of them, and they watched you die and fucking filmed it. That is scarring. That is incomprehensibly nightmarish. So, like, this whole thing is, it's shocking that anyone would actually even do this. Like, 4 deaths from it is surprisingly low, actually. I imagine that's only the reported ones so far, assuming this is a popular trend. And I decided to look it up myself on TikTok to see how big the trend was. And it seems like it was pretty big, and there are still quite a few surviving videos of people doing the challenge, but all of them seem to at least had the foresight to recognize that, you know, pushing that bitch wide open on the boat going like 60 would have been a complete disaster and led to a Mortal Kombat fatality. So the ones that are on there right now are slow boats. They're going slow, so that way they don't hurt themselves doing it or, like, get seriously injured from it. Whereas most people, I guess, didn't recognize that and amplified the danger, fucking Evel Knievel, and actually just warp-drived their boat and jumped off, which led to these 4 deaths in Alabama. This whole situation proves to me, with my fucking tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, that there has to be some kind of shadow organization, the puppet masters pulling the strings of TikTok, that are in this think tank coming up with the most dangerous trends and challenges, knowing that stupid people will die doing it as a way of, like, population control or something. Like, not only is TikTok legitimately rotting the brains of so many people, but they're not satisfied with that. They're gluttonous for more punishment of the human species. So they're coming up with challenges like this knowing that people will die doing it. Because like I said, this is far from the only one. There's also, of course, like the blackout challenge, which was literally suffocating yourself, and some people died doing that. Which, obviously, but that was the whole fucking challenge, basically. You just strangle yourself until you're about to pass out, and some people died from it. But point is, there's so many of these challenges now. This is just the most recent one. And what's even crazier is I think back to the Tide Pod challenge, how everyone all at once recognized the stupidity and the danger of it, and yet that didn't have nearly as many deaths or injuries as any TikTok trend that comes out. Like, every big TikTok trend has like at least a handful of deaths associated with it at this point. And even extending further beyond Tide Pod challenge, many people forget this one, but it's one I look back on with a big fucking smile on my face that someone even tried it. There was something called the Hot Coil Challenge, which was only ever done by one person. It was a dude who just turned his fucking stovetop on and then put his bare forearm on it and let it incinerate his flesh. So he just slams his arm onto the stovetop and lets that motherfucker simmer. He is in there just letting it cook. So he holds it there for a little bit, obviously just melting the flesh off, fucking cremating his forearm, and called it the Hot Coil Challenge. And that would have been less detrimental to human health than fucking TikTok trends like the boat jumping challenge. There would have been less deaths in the Hot Coil Challenge than there are in things like the boat jumping challenge and blackout challenge and all of that. That's so crazy. Now, this isn't exactly related to the boat jumping challenge, but I want to illustrate just how dangerous water speed is. There is a record for the fastest water speed ever achieved, and it was set back in the 70s. And you'd think upon hearing that, like, oh, we've advanced well beyond that with technology. How have we not been able to beat a record from the 70s when it comes to water speed? And that's because it's considered the most hazardous thing to ever engage in. It's the most dangerous record to ever try and break. There's a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to it. Of the last 13 attempts to break the water speed world record, there have been 7 deaths. And the 2 most recent attempts both ended in catastrophe and death. It is a record that most people don't really want to challenge because it is so fucking dangerous. I feel like a lot of people just don't recognize how dangerous water can be, which is a silly thing to say, because I feel like most people should be able to, but we're living in clown times right now where people are just, they're not thinking anymore. They see internet engagement and all rational thought goes right out the window. So it's fucking dangerous. Obviously, this boat jumping challenge was going to lead to serious injury and death. And yet, people were blinded in the pursuit of clout. A story as old as time now. Well, not really. A story as old as 3 or 4 years now, with how desperate people are for clout, that they are actually killing themselves for it. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Do you know what separates us from animals? It's our ability to learn, and learn at a high level. Complex, nuanced, big wrinkly brain things that only human beings are capable of. Yeah, a dog can learn to sit and roll over, and a wild animal will learn how to hunt more efficiently over time. Whoopee! But you know what humans can learn? We can learn to jiggle peek in Counter-Strike. We can learn to juggle. What else do you really need at the end of the day? You'll never see an animal do any of that shit, not even Air Bud. Point is, we can learn. And I think today it's important that all of you watching learn that criticizing video games is not a crime. I really think it's time we stop treating the purchasing of AAA games like it's some kind of heroic charitable act. For some reason now, there's been a trend where even if a game releases and it's absolute repulsive dog shit, people treat it like it's some kind of GoFundMe for a noble cause where it's like, yeah, but you bought the game and that's what matters, thanks for supporting. Or if you decide that, hey, I bought this game and I really don't like it, so you start to criticize it, for some reason there's a not small group of people that will label you evil and say that what you're doing is just wrong and unethical because so many people worked on the game, how could you say these awful things about it? I just think it's so backwards and weird. A lot of people have been upset that a lot of customers are criticizing Redfall heavily. Redfall has been catching more shit than the porta potty at a construction site. It is a bad game. And of course, I am guilty of shitting on it pretty ruthlessly, and it's because I expect more out of the studio behind it, which is Arcane, a fantastic studio. But what they've released here is nothing shy of a dirty hemorrhoid that is an absolute blemish on the butthole of the entire gaming industry. So, I made a whole video just kind of going over all of its weakest parts and being pretty harsh on it. And that's because it's a $70 game. and it doesn't even deliver on the most bare bones quality standards you would expect in AAA gaming. It is 30 FPS locked on console, for example, which is a laughable joke, and it doesn't even meet the threshold for what you would expect from a modern title. It is lacking in every possible department. It feels like I just was the victim of an NFT rug pull for paying $70 for this game. It's not good. And pretty much everyone everywhere is saying the same things that I am. But there is a not super small group of people that are treating this game like it's an ASPCA commercial, and they're having like some kind of bleeding heart response to it where they feel protected, like their motherly instincts have kicked in and they need this game to suckle on their bosom to keep it safe. So they're getting mad at people that are saying the game is bad. Like, how could you? So many developers worked years on this project just for you to shit on it? Ridiculous. Have you no heart at all? And I just think that is so misguided and ridiculous. People have paid $70 for this. That is not a cheap game by any means. That is the highest level price that you can charge for a standard game. So you would expect the highest level quality product from it, which you do not get here. So it is entirely within people's rights to call it out for how lacking it is. It doesn't mean they hate everyone that worked on the game. I certainly don't. I just wish that the game wasn't so disappointingly bad. But there's nothing wrong with pointing out it is weak. It is a bad game. I hope that Arcane's next venture is a successful one. A lot of people are pretending that there's a lot of angry customers that are wiggling their fingers celebrating that the game is shitty, which I haven't seen. I don't know why anyone would celebrate a game being shitty after they've wasted $70 on it. I'm certainly not happy that I spent $70 on a stinker. I would have much preferred that it was a fun game that I really got into, but I didn't. Somewhere in the deep multiverse right now, there is a Charles White that is playing the fuck out of Redfall, and it's a Game of the Year contender because it was an amazing product. But that's not the reality we live in. We got a little Weenie Hut Jr. Happy Meal shovelware game with Redfall, and they charge 70 doubloons for it, which sucks. There's nothing wrong with people saying that it's bad. So stop labeling people with these harsh, mean labels because they insulted the game. I don't see a lot of celebration that the game is bad. That wouldn't make any sense. No one likes wasting money. So I just wanted to get that out of the way immediately because it ties into the bigger topic of the video, which is Phil Spencer himself, the head of Xbox, recently did an interview where he talked about his personal disappointment in Redfall and all of its shortcomings. It's a brutally honest and very interesting look into Xbox itself. So I want to dive into all of it because he gets into more than just Redfall. He gets into Xbox in general and how it's like really not even a competitor in the console wars, which was shocking to see him say that out loud because there's still so much copium from people that swear by Xbox, you know, consumer warriors that will fight tooth and nail for their favorite billion-dollar company. They still believe Xbox is a very worthwhile console, even though there's no real exclusives, no real reason to own it. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of it, but it's something Phil Spencer also recognizes. Yeah, you know what, I will get into it real quick. Xbox has a laughable catalog of games. They have absorbed so many heavy hitters like Bethesda, but have nothing to show for it on Xbox that makes picking up the console worth it. There is no reason to own an Xbox, unless it's just what your friends are on already and you want to play with them. That's the only real reason. There's no other incentive to buy an Xbox, because the games go to PC anyway. Game Pass is an amazing deal, but no one's getting Game Pass for the first-party exclusives on Xbox or anything, because there are none. There's Halo Infinite, which was treading water for a long time and only just now starting to find its footing with some actual content, and that's about it. There's really nothing else on Xbox that would make it worthwhile other than just playing with your friends. It's a joke in the grand scheme of the console wars with Sony and the PlayStation 5 and the Nintendo Switch. But even the PlayStation 5 is lacking in exclusives. It's just... It was refreshing to see that even Phil Spencer sees this. Now anyway, let's jump in. So first and foremost, this article kind of sets the stage for Microsoft's blunders and their, you know, rocky, rough patch that they're going through. They recently had their acquisition of Activision Blizzard blocked, which was a $68 billion acquisition, by the way. And there's also been a 30% drop in the Xbox hardware revenue, which honestly is a lot better than I thought. I figured that'd be like a fucking 50 to 60% drop because no one that I've heard of recently is buying Xboxes because, again, there's not a real reason to. When asked about Redfall, he really does kind of just own up to all of it, and when I initially read it, my impression was that he kind of pushed it off onto Arcane Studios and less on like Microsoft itself. But when I really went back and watched the interview, the impression I get is that it was pretty somber. He truly does feel like there's a big weight on the shoulder of Microsoft to deliver quality, and they're missing the mark. So it doesn't, I no longer feel like he's trying to pass the blame off anywhere. It seems like he's just trying to take it all head on. So he said, there's nothing more difficult for me than disappointing the Xbox community and just kind of watch the community lose confidence and be disappointed. Disappointed, I'm upset with myself. I kind of revisit our process. I think back to the announcement of 60 frames per second, then we weren't shipping 60 frames per second. That was our punch in the chin, rightfully, a couple weeks ago. This is him talking about how Redfall isn't even 60 frames on Xbox. Again, a fucking joke. But they are committed to getting it there eventually. Though I think it's inexcusable to release the game knowing that it's not 60 frames or even at the most baseline quality you'd expect for $70. He then goes on to sing the praises of the studio behind Redfall, Arcane, which is a studio I also like, and their pedigree really does speak for itself. They've made banger after banger, and now they haven't. I also wasn't a huge fan of Deathloop either, but at least the game had ambition and it did have interesting ideas. I just don't think it was executed super well. But now, I think Redfall, there is no way of explaining anything about it that could have even been remotely construed as good or well put together. He also said something that I found particularly interesting. He said, "We do mock reviews for every game that we launch, and this is double digits lower than where we thought we would be with this game through those." That's one of the disappointing things. We would never strive to launch a game that we thought was going to review in the low 60s. It's not part of our goals. This game does not deserve to be in the low 60s. It shouldn't even be cracking the mid 40s. It is not a good game by any metric at all. The only reason why it even might be even flirting with the low 60s is because people feel so bad for it and are remembering the good old days of Arcane and don't want to accept that this is a bad game and there's nothing wrong with calling it out for being such. In fact, I would argue that it's actually healthier for the developers so they can see where to improve and what not to do again. But yeah, anyway, what I found interesting though is the mock reviews. What fucking benefit is there to doing mock reviews if the reviews come from internal teams? Obviously, they're not going to go hog wild and say everything, super bold. They're not going to be mean or aggressive with it, whereas in the gaming space, people aren't pulling punches. People are going to be brutally honest. So I really feel like mock reviews are kind of worthless. There's got to be a better system in place, and I think Phil does take notice of that. I think this has been a wake-up call for that whole process. But I just don't understand why they would have ever been under the impression that doing mock reviews with internal teams is somehow going to be helpful and a good metric of where reviews might end up in the real world. Because again, no one's going to be being that honest with their boss and their peers. No, it's just not going to happen. Everyone's going to try and sugarcoat things and be as gentle as possible, caress their cheeks a little bit, butter them up. They're not going to really give you the nitty-gritty, tough-to-swallow pills about the product. This next part is where things get very wild, so he said that we're not in the business of out-consoling Sony or out-consoling Nintendo. He then goes on to elaborate saying, "I see the commentary that if you just build great games, everything will turn around. It's just not true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden you're going to see console share shift in some dramatic way. We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One generation, where everybody built their digital library of games. We want our Xbox community to feel awesome, but this idea that if we just focused more on great games on our console, that somehow we're going to win the console race doesn't really lay into the reality of most people. There's no world where Starfield is an 11 out of 10 and people start selling their PS5s. That's not going to happen." I overall disagree with his core statement here about even if they were making great games, the Xbox is still kind of left in the dust, saying that no one's going to sell their PS5 or Switch for an Xbox, which I think is a weird way of looking at it because you really shouldn't be trying to think of like stealing Sony fanboys or stealing Nintendo fanboys for Xbox. You can be a fan of Sony, Nintendo, and Xbox. Like, you could just be someone who enjoys good games, and each console offers good games. That would be the ideal circumstance. So if you did have great games, system sellers, I really do think people would go to it. So I disagree that great games wouldn't matter. At least that's the way I interpreted his statement. But he does talk about some important things as well. And it's also shocking to see that the head of Xbox, the fucking guy at Xbox, is just openly admitting defeat to Sony and Nintendo in the console wars, saying that they're not under any delusion about out-consoling Sony or Nintendo here. So just kind of surrendering there, which was odd to read. But Phil Spencer calls a very important attention to the last generation of consoles where Xbox was not even a player, not even in the conversation. People probably didn't even realize Xbox One existed because it was such a fucking piece of shit. Xbox One aimed to be more than a gaming console. It aimed to be an entire entertainment hub. But it failed on that front and also failed at being a gaming console. They completely just wiped their ass with the idea of having good games anymore and wanted to get a little bigger. Their gluttony, their eyes were bigger than their stomach. They tried to bite off a market share of something that they really shouldn't have tried touching, which was just general entertainment. They needed to focus on gaming, which is what made the Xbox 360 so special, because the 360 had an unbelievably stacked catalog of games. 360 fucking went wild with how many games and how many great games it offered, and then you went to the next generation, and the Xbox One had fucking nothing. Actually nothing. And the PlayStation 4 went really hard on getting these very strong titles for their platform. And of course, Nintendo always has incredible exclusives, so they also went hard, and Xbox floundered. And they completely lost that generation, and Phil Spencer recognizes the severity of that because it got people off of Xbox and made them Sony customers or Nintendo customers, and people just kind of forgot about Xbox even making games, and it was really hard to try and claw that back. So now, with the Series X and everything, they tried to make these big strides of acquiring so much talent in the gaming space, acquiring very well-respected studios, getting fucking Bethesda, of all things, under their umbrella to try and really pump up their catalog of games because they recognize what a disaster it was to abandon that. But they're playing catch-up and they're not really making ground right now. The best thing Xbox has done is Game Pass. But it's also not exclusive to Xbox because you can access it on PC as well, which is usually just a better experience, like in the case of Redfall. You get 60 FPS on PC, you don't get 60 FPS on Xbox. So why the fuck would you even use Game Pass on Xbox for something like that? You wouldn't. You'd use it on PC. So they're just having a really hard time of getting strong titles and making it a good catalog that makes people want to get the Xbox Series X. But Phil Spencer says that even if they did have an incredible catalog of games, no one's switching at this point, which I just wholeheartedly disagree with. I feel like if Xbox did have an incredibly stacked catalog like the 360 did, people would be more than open to checking out the Series X. They would be more than open to considering getting the Xbox and playing those games. That's just the way it works. No one is playing the Nintendo Switch for third-party games. No one's getting the Switch so that way they can play fucking Elden Ring or anything. It's not happening. The Switch can barely run mobile games. The reason people have the Switch is because their catalog of exclusives, their first-party games, are so good, so people get the Switch for that and nothing else. So if the Xbox had incredible games, just like the Switch does, that are exclusive to the Xbox, I don't see why people wouldn't get it for it. Again, I think the Switch is the perfect case study here. That is an outdated, archaic piece of hardware. It fucking sucks when it comes to its technical aspect. But no one cares because the games on it slap. The first-party games, rather, and nothing else, not third-party games. I would be shocked if anyone ever played a third-party game on the Switch on their own volition. They're only getting it for the first-party games. So if the Xbox, which does have great specs, if they had good games on there, I really don't see why people would just be like, ooh, yucky, I'm not getting an Xbox, even for those incredible games. I feel like they'd be more than willing to. So yeah. Unfortunately, that's not where we're at right now. Xbox is just printing things that no one wants. Fucking Binky Moose Knuckles, Grand Adventure, Redfall. Like, no one's going to be getting an Xbox for any of that at all. It just becomes completely worthless. But if they turn it around and start making great games, I don't see why they couldn't at least make themselves less of a joke in the console wars or the general gaming space. So yeah, I just want to talk about this because I actually really appreciated Phil Spencer's honesty here with everything and how willing he was to be open with all of it, because I imagine as the head of Xbox, that's a really hard thing to just take on the chin. Just come as the fucking face of this company, which gets spit on a lot because it's not doing super hot against the other consoles or anything, and the games haven't been great. And just come forward and just be really open and honest with it. That takes a lot of guts. So I applaud him for that. I appreciate the insight, and I really am hoping for a turnaround for Xbox. I would love to dust mine off and have a reason to play it, but right now, I don't. But hopefully in the future there will be. So I just kind of wanted to go over all of this. That's about it. See ya. Today we finally received an update on what the fate of the Titanic submarine was. This is a story I'm sure all of you have been following at least to some capacity or have at least heard about. And the update today isn't exactly a fairy tale ending for those aboard the vessel. Now, just in case you're in the dark on the situation, I'll give you the quick and dirty. There's a company called OceanGate. It does deep-sea dives. One of the expeditions it does is take people to see the Titanic wreckage. They do this in a vehicle called Titan. It's a submersible that goes about 13,000 feet. Now, the CEO of OceanGate is a real quirky wacko named Stockton Rush. And Stockton Rush went real loosey-goosey with the construction of Titan. And there was a ton of alarm bells ringing about the potential safety risk that his experimental vessel held for not only himself, but the passengers that he would take down to the Titanic wreckage. And on the most recent expedition, that disaster, that impending doom that people were warning, came true. They lost communication with the vessel on Sunday, about an hour and 45 minutes after launch, which is extremely quickly. The whole journey is about 8 hours, and they lost communication within the first 2. So this started a very big rescue attempt to try and figure out where they are and can they be saved. And today we got our answer. It's a no. According to the most recent report, there was really never a chance of saving them. It seems like the acoustic signature that the US Navy picked up on Sunday was consistent with an implosion. However, they deemed it not definitive evidence, but it still seemed like an extremely likely explanation for the lack of communication as well as that acoustic signature. So they also, through remote vehicles, found 5 different major pieces of debris to confirm that the Titan submersible was the victim of a catastrophic implosion. Obviously, nobody's surviving an implosion at that depth, and even if somehow they did, let's say they were made out of adamantium, they would run out of air trying to get to the surface from where the implosion took place. So this Titan submersible claimed the lives of 5 passengers, and the Titanic may have sunk over 100 years ago, but it's still taking lives to this day, I suppose. Now, there's actually a lot more that kind of goes into today's update that makes the situation even weirder over the last 5 days, but I want to get to that in a moment. I want to explain just how fucking dangerous this thing was. This entire Titanic submarine story has captivated people in a way I haven't seen since Pokemon Go popped off. Even people way outside of the internet, like I played basketball last night and we talked about the Titanic submarine situation, which is a very unusual topic for us to discuss before going out onto the holy court and dropping buckets for our sins. But it's just a story that everyone everywhere seems to have been kind of drawn in by, because the lunacy surrounding this entire situation is like something you couldn't even write for a cartoon. It's the most predictable disaster ever, apparently, where OceanGate and the Titan sub had already faced a lawsuit about how dangerous it was. The last voyage, the last expedition it went on, also got lost for 5 hours, and then, they got lucky, all the stars aligned and they were able to not die on that one. And then without making any big changes to the safety of the vehicle, they decided to just do an encore performance, a round 2, hop back in the saddle, and get ready for another expedition. So, the CEO just sounds like an unhinged crazy person who thought he was Jimmy Neutron, who literally whipped this thing up using off-the-shelf supplies from fucking Camping World, which he proudly talks about. Now, of course, the whole thing isn't made from Camping World supplies, but he's very proud of the fact that this is basically an improvised weapon you'd make in Dead Rising, just throwing a bunch of shit together and making it work the best that you can. It wasn't certified by any regulatory body. He had been warned for years about the potential safety risk to everyone on board and was advised not to take people down there since it was so experimental. But the CEO, Rush, really seemed to have a vendetta against safety itself. He was leading a crusade against the idea of, playing it safe. He wanted to take big risks, not only with his life, but the passenger's life as well. He famously called the industry obscenely safe, and talks about how it inhibits innovation and growth, which is such a fucking crazy take. Everything that could possibly be wrong with a submersible or a CEO of a company like this was wrong here. He put a fucking window on the submersible that was rated for 1,300 meters to withstand that amount of pressure, but this fucking thing dives to 4,000 meters. What a crazy miscalculation. You are begging to die with that there. It was only a matter of time. It's fucking crazy. And even there's still so much more. On top of this giant mountain of shit that I've already been spewing out about this, there's still one last little dingleberry I haven't even touched on. He charged $250,000 per seat for this adventure. $250,000 for basically a claustrophobic coffin that goes deep underwater. It's baffling. It is fucking... It's unbelievable that this is real. That's why the story has become such a phenomenon. Now, I briefly mentioned that the confirmation of the 5 dead aboard the Titan submersible today via catastrophic implosion makes the whole situation a little weirder when it comes to its rescue mission, and I want to explain what I mean. Apparently they had this evidence to suggest the implosion as far back as Sunday. Yet, for the last 5 days, we've still been getting updates about the rescue missions and even been being fed like little glimmers of hope that they might be alive and there might be a chance to save them. For example, a couple days ago, there was these reports of banging that they were getting picked up, that they were hearing banging, and they were reporting it as if it could be the passengers making noise to get their attention to try and, basically send up a flare of where they were in the ocean. How the fuck could that be the case if the vessel imploded on Sunday? Was it ghost sailors playing a drum solo? Was it Davy Jones at the bottom of the seabed floor banging pots and pans together? What was the banging noise then? Because again, during, the updates on the situation, everyone was glued to each update and, getting told that there's like this, glimmer of hope, hearing these banging sounds that could potentially be the missing vessel and the people inside making noise. It's just a little odd that they wouldn't come forward like, don't put too much stock in that because we have this evidence here that suggests it's most likely an implosion. And from a couple of sources I read, it seemed like a lot of people behind the scenes kind of already understood that most likely it had imploded. Not necessarily like a mechanical failure or a power failure or something. Whereas the media kind of led people to believe that that really wasn't the case and they were potentially just stranded down there running out of oxygen. Like, Jesus Christ, a lot of these journalists had actual like New Year's Eve ball drop countdowns, an actual doomsday clock ticking down how many hours of oxygen the passengers would have left. Literally just counting down their demise through, lack of oxygen. So if they had evidence that, it was actually an implosion, I don't understand what the point of leading people to believe that they're still there dying slowly and painfully was. That just seems a little odd to me. I don't really get that. I understand that the implosion evidence wasn't definitive, but it still seemed like an extremely plausible explanation that a lot of people seem to think was probably just the truth of what happened. So I don't know why they wouldn't really be focusing on that as opposed to like they're painfully slowly dying down there unless we save them. And again, most people knew once this story broke that there was no chance of saving them. The only way they could have been saved is if they somehow floated to the surface somewhere in the area and it was just a matter of finding where they were on the surface. Because at that depth, 13,000 feet or anything around that depth, there are so little options for a rescue mission. There's not a whole lot that can really be done there. So most people expected they weren't going to be found alive or rescued, but I don't think most people expected the truth to be it imploded on Sunday. Because again, the media just kind of kept leading people to believe that, no, they're probably suffocating down there with lack of oxygen. And also we're getting some banging noises here, so they might still be there struggling right now. So the whole thing is just very odd. And the more and more information that comes out about it, the more and more sad and baffling it becomes. Like, just a few hours ago, it was reported that one of the passengers aboard the submersible, a 19-year-old kid, the son of an extremely wealthy man, had only gone on it because he wanted to do something nice for Father's Day. So he agreed to go on the submersible with his dad despite being completely terrified of it and not wanting to do it at all himself. He just wanted to be there to be supportive of his dad on Father's Day. And it cost him his life. I still can't believe that anyone would show up to the Titan submersible and actually still get on it. There's a walkthrough CBS did showcasing the Titan submersible and everything about it, and I shit you not, it is literally held together by like fucking bubblegum, popsicle sticks, and toothpaste. Like, on some of the levers, there's actual just duct tape there and Sharpie kind of pointing on what it's supposed to do. Like actual fucking it taped together components, it seems, at some parts. Like, I don't understand how anyone would actually get there and be like, okay, I'm ready. I'm gritting my teeth. Let's get this done. It's just mind-blowing. It's so fucking unbelievable that this ever operated in the first place. This should have never had real passengers on it. James Cameron just did a whole little interview about it because James Cameron is actually an expert in this field. He's done some of the deepest dives ever recorded. He's been very deep in the industry here, this industry here, for a long time. And he kind of weighed in on, like, everyone knew that what Rush was doing wasn't safe. And they never should have had people aboard. It should have been unmanned or less experimental. You know, everyone knew that what he had built here was going to lead to someone's death, and it was just a matter of time. And yet he just kept doing it, just ignoring them. And it cost 5 people their lives, his included. Just a crazy situation overall. Today was, the final update about what's happened to it. So I at least wanted to give everyone closure in case you hadn't heard yet about like what the situation was with the submersible. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. A little over a year ago, Disney overdosed on skooma, and their delusion really went off the rails when they finally launched their Star Wars Hotel experience. This was a prime receptacle for spitballs and tomatoes. Boos heard around the world because it was laughably overpriced and extremely confusing on what you were even paying for in the first place. It was initially announced like way back in 2017, and it was supposed to carry a price tag of $6,000 for a 2-night stay, but it could go as low as $4,000 as well. It's called the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, and it's supposed to be a fully immersive Star Wars experience for superfans to spend 2 nights in this like underground bunker hotel facility that's supposed to be like a murder mystery, song and dance with all kinds of Star Wars characters, as well as a hotel, as well as fine dining. It basically just takes a ton of different things, threw it at a dartboard and said, okay, it's going in the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, we're going to charge a fucking outrageous price. At $4,000 or $6,000 for 2 nights, I would expect to have a room on a legitimate fucking spaceship. With that amount of money, those rooms better be coming with that titty alien that Mark Hamill milks in the movie. Like, that is a crazy price tag. $1,200 per person per night? My god. You'd need to be like fucking Scrooge McDuck to be able to afford that, or the biggest Star Wars fan in the world who's willing to just dump everything into a 2-night experience. But what's crazy is it looks miserable to stay in. Here's the rooms. Here's one of the 100 cabin rooms. It's basically like a little prison. Like, your children get these small pods in the wall. The bed looks rather small. Like, this is not what you would expect for this amount of money. You go to the goddamn Star Wars gulag. It's so startling. There's no windows. Like, keep in mind, there's no windows in these rooms. All you get is these little screens supposed to look like you're out in space, but it looks really dated. It doesn't seem like they put a whole lot of effort into that, but I haven't been, so maybe it's cooler in person. But there's no windows, so you're basically going in there into like a goddamn stasis chamber there, 2 days away from the world. And when you're not forsaken to your solitary confinement room on the Star Wars Galactic Looney Bin, you get interactive theater out the wazoo, which to me sounds like one of the circles of hell somewhere, where you can't escape theater and people in character for Star Wars 24/7. That just seems way too much. So the pictures I'm getting are from a video from DFB Guides, who went over the entire Star Wars hotel experience, and overall it's just an expensive, confusing, jumbled mess from everything I've seen. And this opened only a little over a year ago, and it's already closing. This was a complete disaster for Disney, I imagine. Of course, I'm not their fucking accountant. I can't flip through their books here and double check. But I just can't imagine at that price point, as well as how awful their marketing had been for it, that it was financially successful for them. they're writing it off as like a business decision that they've decided to close it so shortly after launch, but that doesn't make any sense. That just sounds like a bad business decision if it was doing well. It's 100 cabins, clearly a very expensive endeavor, and they're already giving up after a year. When this shit launched, it had terrible publicity. Like, they made these marketing pitches that gave people no insight into what they were paying for. So people already started kind of wiping their ass with the whole idea of even staying there or considering it. It turned everyone off immediately, and it's never recovered. Now, it's worth mentioning, among the people that have paid a visit to this facility, the majority of them are saying that they enjoyed it and that it was worth the cost. I don't know if that's genuine or if it's some level of brainwashing where they paid so much money that they convinced themselves that they had to enjoy it, thus they did. But people did seem to like it when they paid all that money for it, and that makes sense because if you're a super fan of Star Wars, there's nothing you're going to dislike about it. You're just perpetually inundated with constant stimulation of Star Wars shit, so I imagine most fans probably would have loved it. I still don't know how you could really like the rooms, though. Even in all the videos I've seen and all the people that visit the rooms, they are super small for how much you're paying. You are not getting, like, a luxury cabin. It's very much like a summer camp, like band camp fucking cabin here. I'm still a bit baffled by the decision to have the guests stay in these tight, windowless quarters. Like, that sounds miserable. Why that? Like, what's the next Star Wars hotel gonna be? Pay $10,000 and we'll freeze you in carbonite like Han Solo? Like, this is not a comfortable, stay. Which I think is just ridiculous for how much you're paying to be there. And where you sleep in a hotel, I would argue, is the most important thing about a hotel. Though I guess in this case it's supposed to be more than that. It's supposed to be like a Star Wars experience where you fucking transcend the human race for a brief moment and take a journey into fantasy. But then when you come out from reality, you leave this underground nuclear fallout shelter of the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, you realize you're $6,000 down and about to miss a house payment or something. I still can't get over just how expensive this fucking place is. Or was. The final voyage is coming up in September, so it's on its way out, but still. One other thing I want to mention is when these announcement videos were first coming out, these pictures were first surfacing of the experience, one thing that I heavily criticized was the food. It hypes itself up as being like fine dining, pinky out establishment kind of thing. And the food they were showcasing looked like slop. Actual prison slop that they would serve on a tray at like a maximum security ward. It didn't look like high-quality food for that price. It'd have names like the Yakbi Shrimp Blue Milk Glorb Stuffer, and what you would see on the plate is like 2 tiddlywinks of pork and a small piece of bread or something. But after going through and watching more of the videos over the last like 4 or 5 months, the food does look fine. So I don't know why they chose the most unflattering promotional pieces for their food in the beginning, but it does seem like the food is a big hit with the people that go there, and from what I see, it looks fine. Albeit it has the cardinal sin that every high dining facility has, where you get portion sizes that wouldn't be enough to fill the belly of a bumblebee. So that's always, in my opinion, a bit of a scam to charge so much and receive so little, but that's just the trend in very expensive restaurants, unfortunately. I always think portion sizes are important, so if you're paying a lot of money, you should be able to fill your full belly. You should walk out of there feeling full, satisfied, and your gluttony, satiated. But anyway, the food does look fine, and that was something that I was very vocal about in the beginning, being lackluster. Some of you may remember I toyed around with the idea of getting the gang together and spending the 2 nights at that hotel. But we really sidelined that idea, fucking flushed that down the toilet because that is way too expensive. So I don't think we're ever going to do that. That's not worth the amount of money for the sake of like basically a joke or just to experience something awful. Like none of us are huge Star Wars fans. Like I like Star Wars, I couldn't stand the new trilogy, but overall I love the Star Wars universe, especially everything with the Old Republic. This has nothing to do with that, so this wouldn't even be in my favorite era of Star Wars. And none of my friends are big Star Wars fanatics either, so it's not like we'd get anything out of this other than like not having fun and trying to make a joke out of it, which is not worth fucking $6,000. So I don't think that's happening. I want to go ahead and clear that up. We're not going even before it closes. It's not worth it. Now, at the funeral for the Star Wars Hotel, Disney's trying to put on a strong face, saying that this premium boutique experience gave us the opportunity to try new things on a smaller scale of 100 rooms, and as we prepare for its final voyage, we'll take what we've learned to create future experiences that can reach more of our guests and fans. I'm not on the Disney Superstar Board of Directors or anything, but I'll offer you some free consultation here. Lower the price. No one is paying $1,200 per person per night. That's a crazy ask. You could have saved yourself a huge headache if you just made this more accessible financially for most people. I think that's the way that you reach new guests and more fans, right? Like it seems like a pretty simple solution to the mathematical equation here. So I think it was just way too expensive. I have no doubt there's a lot of people that probably would have loved to go there and couldn't afford to. So they completely missed out on that entire market. Now, like I said, they are trying to treat it like a learning experience, and I have no doubt they fucking learned a lot from this. They invested a ton into the project, a lot of time and a lot of money, and they're kind of eating shit on it, it seems. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. If history's taught us one thing, it's that gamers are the pride and joy of the human race. I feel like the only reason the Lord ever even made humans to begin with was so that we would eventually evolve to a point where we can finally reach our ultimate metamorphosis and become the turbo gamers we were destined to be. And my friends, it's with a smile on my face and butterflies in my tummy that I proudly announce that we are entering the golden age of gaming. We have arrived. Gamers can't stop winning. We eat good, fuck good, feel good, and when someone stands in our way, we say, "Listen, Buster, you noob, get out of town, or I'm gonna have to level up on your ass." And that's exactly what just happened in court, basically, with the FTC. The FTC got the latest smackdown from gamers when they tried to block Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Those fools at the FTC, those bumbling, imbecile, homunculus morons, thought that they could walk all over our God-given right to game. Hard. And now, they're learning a tough lesson. Don't tussle with the virtual muscle, or you're gonna end up looking silly. The cyberspace is a circus, and now you're the clowns. Now, for those of you who have no fucking idea what I'm talking about, I'll briefly explain. Microsoft made an offer to buy Activision Blizzard for $69 billion. An offer Activision Blizzard couldn't resist. Like Mr. Krabs with the dollar signs in their eyes, they were pretty on board with the idea, so they began moving forward with the conversations, because $69 billion, that's a lot of doubloons. That's enough clams to make you slap your own mother. So they were going forward, going through with the process, but encountered quite a few obstacles along the way, the biggest one being the Federal Trade Commission blocking the acquisition. They were arguing that if Microsoft was to acquire all of the properties under Activision Blizzard, they would then have the means and motivation to harm competition and be very anti-competitive, because they could basically take something like Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox. This was a big talking point, actually, Call of Duty in particular, but Activision Blizzard has major heavy hitters in the video game space, and they were arguing that under Microsoft's control, they wouldn't really have incentive to release a quality product on rival consoles like Sony's PlayStation. So they were a bit concerned about, this being anti-competitive and maybe potentially even forming a monopoly down the line, so they motioned to block this acquisition. And this has been an ongoing battle for the last few months, and Microsoft's been making a lot of arguments about why it'd actually be the contrary. Should Microsoft get Activision Blizzard, they would actually enable more access to the properties, taking Call of Duty to a platform like even the Nintendo Switch. For all 6 people that would be delusional enough to buy a Call of Duty game on the Switch, because that'd be running at 5 FPS. That fucking console can barely even handle mobile games. But there would be more access to it, according to Microsoft. And before the Switch gamers start fucking steaming out of their ears and slapping on the keyboard, I like the Switch. It's just a really embarrassing joke of hardware that can't really handle third-party modern games super well. Like Apex Legends on the Switch had to be the biggest joke the video game industry ever tried to pull. Nintendo Switch is good for just basically their first-party exclusives, so it is cool if Call of Duty does go to the Switch like this. Like, I mean, that's great. More access is always a good thing. But that would be like the worst way of playing this game, I imagine. Unless they release like the Switch 2.0. But regardless, Microsoft was arguing that if they do get Activision Blizzard, this would only actually help give people more means of playing these games on consoles. They wouldn't take anything away from rival consoles. And they've been making these arguments for quite a while now. And it seems to have worked because today, the judge ruled in favor of Microsoft. So they chose all of the correct dialogue options in order to get the Microsoft good true ending, I suppose. According to the judge in this case, they stated that this court's responsibility in this case is narrow. It is to decide if, notwithstanding these current circumstances, the merger should be halted, perhaps even terminated, pending the resolution of the FTC administrative action. For the reasons explained, the court finds the FTC has not shown a likelihood that it will prevail on its claims this particular vertical merger in the specific industry may substantially lessen competition. To the contrary, the record evidence points to more consumer access to Call of Duty and other Activision content. The motion for a preliminary injunction is therefore denied. Fucking caps lock denied there. That's like some shit out of League of Legends. Judge was getting a bit toxic there, fucking locking that one down in caps. So the judge gave the thumbs down in the Coliseum here to the Federal Trade Commission's block on this Activision Blizzard play from Microsoft. They even just wiped their ass with an analysis from a Harvard economics professor who was arguing that they would have financial incentive to make Call of Duty an Xbox exclusive. And they said that this failed to take into account plans for the franchise to remain on PC, come to Switch, and be accessible through cloud gaming. Before the merger, a consumer wanting to play a Call of Duty console game had to buy a PlayStation or an Xbox. After the merger, consumers can utilize the cloud to play on the device of choice, including, it is intended, on the Nintendo Switch. Perhaps bad for Sony, but good for Call of Duty gamers and future gamers. I think they're actually right on the money with this one here. Before all of this hoopla here, if you wanted Call of Duty on the console, it was either Xbox or PlayStation. So I do understand the rationale behind if the Xbox manufacturer gets a hold of Call of Duty, if they grab the scrotum of Call of Duty, why would they even bother to continue putting it on Sony's PlayStation? You know, that's their competition. Like, I get where the thought process is coming from, but they fail to take into account that Microsoft itself already allows its exclusives to go to rival platforms, the PC. Microsoft itself, there's no such thing as a real Xbox exclusive anymore because all of their Xbox exclusives go to PC at the same time pretty much. So they kind of already shown that they're okay letting their biggest titles go to other platforms. So I don't see why they'd think that it would be different here if they controlled the IP. Like, they would still benefit from it going to PlayStation, and they'd benefit from allowing even more access, like going to the Switch. And they've already allowed all of their exclusives right now to not be locked down to the Xbox because they already go to PC too. So I do think under Microsoft there is going to be more access to things like Call of Duty. This was a huge talking point in this case because Call of Duty is such a fucking power franchise. And I do think that they're correct that under Microsoft, I don't see it being exclusive to Xbox or anything. It'll probably just be more accessible. Sony, on the other hand, has shown many times in its past that it wants to have its cake and eat it too. It wants to be like your only option. I've already gone over this in previous videos, but there have been times in the past where Sony has legitimately tried to do anti-competitive practices because they have a very strong market share in the video gaming space. And they don't budge on fucking anything mostly. And I think Sony recognized this, which is why they would be looking out for their own selfish interests to continue to have that stranglehold on the market share. They realize that under Microsoft, Activision Blizzard properties being more accessible hurts their position because now you no longer just have the choice of Xbox and PlayStation. Now Nintendo Switch could enter the conversation, cloud gaming where you could play on other devices as well. So Sony, I think, really only cares about itself, not like the good of the gaming space. So I overall do think it's a good thing here. I'm not exactly a Microsoft fan. I think pretty much every studio they touch turns to shit. And I really think the Xbox has nothing on it at all. It's just kind of a fucking brick. I have not got my Xbox out of this drawer in front of me in over a year and a half. And the only reason I brought it out a year and a half ago was to replay an old Xbox 360 game called Bayonetta. Love Bayonetta, by the way. So there's just, I think the Xbox Series X and all that is a fucking flop right now. that Phil Spencer recognizes that. He even had that statement not long ago about how they've completely lost the video game industry race right now. But I'm still optimistic for the future. Like, with this deal going through, should it go through, again, it's not a done deal, I do think having more access to titles is a good thing. So I'm always for that. Though I'm not super optimistic about the quality of titles coming forward because, like I said, Microsoft has like the fucking cheese touch here. They curse everything under their umbrella in the video game space, and every studio kind of goes tits up. Now, like I said, it's not a done deal. There still is another big block right now, and this one comes from the Competition and Markets Authority. This is in the UK. So the CMA also blocked the deal in April, argued that it would hamper growth in cloud gaming. But it seems like this is starting to weaken a little bit, like they're starting to be more open to proposals from Microsoft. So it feels like that's only a matter of time before that's no longer an obstacle for this acquisition. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to give you this update because this is a very big deal in gaming. This is by far the biggest fucking deal like ever done in gaming. Probably just one of like the biggest purchases in general. A $69 billion buy here is fucking massive. And Activision Blizzard has some huge properties, so there is a lot of potential ramifications for the future of gaming. Could be good. I imagine it probably will be good, but it also could be bad. There's really no telling right now. So I just wanted to give you a little update on everything that's been going on here. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Did you hear about the microchips in the cheese? I'm going to have to check that out right now. Goddamn government cheese. This company is implanting microchips in its cheese. Oh wait, this is a real thing. Oh my god, wait. This isn't a conspiracy. There's a company that's actually microchipping their Parmesan. I thought this was going to be like one of those 15-minute city agendas. Bill Gates is controlling my mind via microchips through COVID. They're actually microchipping their cheese. One of the world's most famous cheese is also one of the most counterfeited dairy products on the planet. Competing manufacturers have for years produced cheaper imitations of Italy's Parmigiano Reggiano, a favored topping for pasta and salad. Now the producers of Parmigiano Reggiano say they have innovated a way to prevent any pretenders from ripping off their product. Is there only one company in the world that makes Parmesan? Who do they have like a patent on it? Like who owns it? There's an entire page dedicated to it called The History of Parmesan. Italy issued a decree that placed exclusive control over the production and sale of this cheese in the hands of Parmigiano Reggiano Cheese Consorzio. Oh, what in the world? I had no idea the Parmesan lore went so deep. It's even crowned the undisputed King of Cheese. This is an incredible story. This is like the Game of Thrones, but for cheese. I'm gonna have to go through that entire history breakdown of Parmesan. There's probably wars fought over it like Helen of Troy. They weren't actually battling for Helen. She just happened to have Parmesan. They were going to war for that shit. Good God. Alright, let's read about these microchips though. Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium, the PRC, association that oversees production of the cheese, says it has been putting microchips in its product as a part of a technological trial which would allow consumers to trace Parmesan cheese back to its place of origin. Who's doing that? What sane, normal human being is gonna try and trace back their Parmesan? Like, I'm not gonna go to a, like, Italian restaurant, like, with my buddies, and they get, like, spaghetti. They start sprinkling the Parmesan. I'm not gonna, like, slap the waiter's hand down and be like, wait a minute, let me see the microchip. I need to trace this back to make sure it's coming from the PRC. Otherwise, I'm having this establishment shut down. I'll have the Parmesan police force come after you. Like, I could maybe see it being on a company side, like if a restaurant's ordering Parmesan, giving them the option to see if it's, like, authentic coming from the approved place of origin. But just a normal consumer, I don't think anyone's gonna get suspicious and want to double check. Like, let me ensure my Parmesan came from the right spot. Under special protections designated by the European Union, Parmigiano Reggiano is the only kind of cheese which can be called Parmesan within Europe, and it must be made in a small part of northern Italy, including in the provinces of Parma and Reggio Emilia. I saw that. In my massive dissertation that I pulled up for a moment there on the history of Parmesan, I did see about, like, it needing to come from a certain space and nowhere else. But I didn't realize it was a title that could only be bestowed upon like this cheese from this particular region. I thought it was just a type of cheese that anyone can make. PRC are hopeful that their new technology will help to enforce that protected status. Their microchips are about the size of a grain of salt and have been inserted into the labels found on the rind of about 120,000 wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano. The chicks work as a scannable food tag with a QR code label. I'm going to start tracing my Parmesan. I'm going to go to my local grocers and I'm just going to trace all of their Parmesan. I'm going to be a hall monitor for this shit now. I'm going to be like a secret agent working for them. This feels so weird. Like, I just can't imagine there's a ton of cheese snobs that are going to double check to make sure they're getting authentic Parmesan. Produced in the right places of Parma and Reggio. In an email statement sent on Friday, Nicola Bertinelli, president of Consorzio Parmigiano Reggiano, told CBS News that by being the first to incorporate these secure digital labels onto our cheese wheels, we can continue to ensure customer safety. Since the establishment of our consortium in 1934, we have worked to convey the value of our product globally and distinguish it from similar-sounding products on the market that did not meet our strict requirements for production and area of origin. They speak about this like it's the goddamn Citadel in Mass Effect. Since the establishment of our consortium in 1934, Nicola, it's cheese. I really just don't think there's a ton of people that give a fuck. Now, I guess I didn't realize how serious business cheese was. I'm curious. Let me see what my local grocer has for Parmesan, because there's definitely different brands, right? Like, there's not just one Parmesan brand. Oh, this is big news, too. If you just type in Parmesan, there's news stories out the wazoo about the microchips. The headlines are a little misleading. Classic fear-mongering, I guess. The microchips aren't actually in the cheese. Apparently it's in the label. So you're not going to consume the microchip unless it somehow bleeds into the cheese from the label. And if that's the case, then Parma, whatever, the PRC have got some big problems on their hand. Yeah, there's so many different brands here. There's no way they all come from the same place. And they all call themselves Parmesan. A secret cheese invasion. I don't know, man. This is very odd. In the United States, Parmigiano Reggiano does not have protected status, and American manufacturers in states like Wisconsin make different forms of Parmesan. Okay. I see. Man, they must be pissed about that. They have got to be so upset. And this is the worst time in the world to be using the word microchip. Parmigiano Reggiano, like the official PRC producers, they have chosen the worst possible marketing strategy by saying they're microchipping their cheese. People are freaking out about microchips existing in their goddamn water supply. Toilet bowls with government surveillance. Saying that we microchip our cheese for your safety, that you're scaring people. You're fucking scaring people. They need a new head of their marketing department, because that is a big L. They're struggling with that one. Big Parma. Yeah, I mean, this is serious business. This is Big Parma. Outside of the United States, the Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium successfully blocked the U.S. food giant Kraft Heinz from registering the name Kraft Parmesan cheese as a trademark in Ecuador in 2022. Parmesan is different than Parmigiano Reggiano. They age differently and made in different places and taste different. There's a name for a cheese sommelier, right? They have their own name, and it's a really cool one. Hold on. Because maybe it's time that I try and get into the high cheese society. So that way I wouldn't even need the microchip. I'd be able to taste where it was aged. In a fine oak barrel while listening to Mozart. Cheese has its own cutthroat version of the Court of Masters sommelier. In hopes of gaining cheese certification, he sits for the American Cheese Society, ACS, Technical Aesthetic Sensory Tasting Evaluation Test. Taste. This is codenamed Kids Next Door type shit. I like that. In 2018, only 30 applicants passed the taste test. If that weren't daunting enough, the American Cheese Society also offers the title Certified Cheese Professional, CCP, which means that an individual has acquired thorough knowledge and level of expertise that is demanded within the cheese industry. Those who pass both earn a lengthy array of letters after their names. The ACS, the CCP, the ACS, CCSE. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm writing this down. I want me and the team to try and pass the Cheese Society taste test. Where a person's individual palate is subjective, the process of evaluating cheese is not so much. It's not personal preference, but knowing if that cheese is within the parameters of the style it is and what the cheesemaker intended, says Shari Allen, ACS CCP, ACS CCSE, and cheese educator. A cheese educator? Oh my god. We're in the future. Is that a major you can take in college, you think? That'd be hype. The test is rigorous. One part of the exam entails identifying 10 vials of milk on scent alone. It's all about aroma, explains Evan Brown, ACS CCP, ACS CCSE. Do you think they write this down? Like when they're just signing papers or something, when you put your name and title? Do you think they have the chutzpah to write down all of these? Knowing that no one's going to check? What could be so difficult about a cheese test? For one, a grading sheet might have 60 possible descriptors and a cheese might only seem to need 1 or 2 to describe flaws or attributes. Others might register on over a dozen descriptor scales. And to top it all off, it was like a multiple choice test with 60 choices for each question and each choice needing an intensity score between 1 and 5 and no guidance about how many right answers there could be. This picture goes hard. A mere 20 minutes ago, I was ignorant to how deep and serious the world of cheese was. It's like the John Wick universe, but for cheese. It is just a story horror game. Cool name. Mouse right-click to pause. Interesting. It's just a story horror game. I'm excited. I've got a good feeling about this. It's like subliminal messaging. The story you're about to read... Oh my god. Cool main menu, I can control the camera from here. And now I'm looking out of the map. This is quite a disorienting experience already. Eating would be done automatically. This is to get to know the game part... Let me try right-clicking. Nope, that does not pause. There are currently 2 types of enemies, the undead and the supernaturals as of now. You don't just run from them and try as much as possible not to keep eye contact, to keep the game is a straight to the it's written in broken characters, damn it. For some levels your lamp and flashlights run out of energy, so be sure to put them out when not in need of them. Your gun, footsteps, any form of noise you make is heard by close by... Fuck! Lastly, please survive and don't think it's not true. Because it's true. What? Oh. COD zombie sound effects, I recognize that! Oh. He gave up really quick. He said my job here's done. This is cool. Don't say it's not true, 'cause it is true. It's just a story. A true story. Well, what the fuck was the point of that? What the fuck? What do you do? There's nothing behind that door, so wait, what? What am I supposed to do? This is just false advertisement. It's just a story, more like it's just a scam. It's a single room and nothing else. Hold on. Let me try something. Oh wait, am ready.
1932. A few months back, just before the incident, there was a city called...
How could I have not thought of that?
...region on Earth. Team Gamma was in charge of brain preservation.
This is AI generated.
To store and transfer the brain of a person successfully into another body. Team Beta was in charge of mapping and converting the whole brain into digital form. And
this is a bunch of gobbledygook. This means nothing.
Of the blood cells.
This means nothing.
But they had the best of the best with them, so things should have been okay. They had Dr. Dan, the best scientist in biology, and more. Mr. Dan is a charismatic leader and family
Wait, you just
man.
dropped his title. He's
about
Dr.
average
Dan,
height,
not
dark
Mr.
light
Dan.
Skin color, dark glossy
He worked
hair,
hard for the
full-trimmed
PhD.
beard,
Dress him properly.
blue eyes. In his late 30s, a body weight of 84 kilograms,
This is-
fitted muscles, and was always giving off the cold.
What does this have to do with anything? I don't care about Dr. Dan to this level. I'm not trying to date him.
Who barely speaks
What the
unless
fuck is
needed
this?
to. At home, he was a totally different person, a man full of joy and love. He feared his daughter the most. She was the only child at the moment, but his wife.
Wait,
was
why
on
did
the
he
move
fear
of
his
bringing
daughter?
the second in.
What? He feared his daughter the most. She was the only child at the moment, but his wife was on the move of bringing the second in. Is it his? Is the second one his child, or an affair, perhaps? Well, not on Dr. Dan, not with his fitted muscles and a body weight of 84 kilograms. No one would cheat on that.
Dr. Dan doesn't fear threats made to him by higher-ups or anyone. In fact, he wasn't going to do this whole research to begin with if he was still alone like he was in the past, but now he has to protect the future his daughter wants and the peace his wife should
But
be
he's-
getting. As he is a
Wait,
highly
what?
valued
But he-
person
he's
in the
afraid of
city.
his daughter.
His family is enjoying pretty much everything. So that made him take the offer, which was if they don't come up with a possibility, then the freedom the city has would be reduced each time they fail to meet the demands of the higher-up. And
What
then
is going
outsiders who have
on?
been dying to get in can finally get in and explore, destroy, steal things in the place.
Steal things in the place. What place? Man, this exposition is very deep. I imagine this is what it's like to learn English. Like when you're just given like a writing prompt or something when you're still learning the language and things just don't fully connect, but you can make out some of the words, but it's not coherent yet. That's what I feel like right now.
Now Dan wasn't liked by the other colleagues. They are very smart too, but they just don't like the fact that he is on another whole level and that cold attitude of his always gets on their nerves. They all were in the office.
This is
waiting
so
for
cool.
The incubation of some chemicals.
It is
While
just
that
a
was
story.
processing,
Horror
a group
game.
Of them were discussing
True.
some possible tryouts with Cell's organism when Dan overheard a particular hypothesis and immediately interrupted their conversation, telling them they can't do that. They should not try it or think about even bringing those two substances together. Doing that would cause chaos on the world. They once again took their pride and felt that he was just trying to make them feel miserable and dumb, and indeed did mix those two substances.
Oh, you
together
should have
when he was
listened to
out for a
Dr.
short
Dan.
while. Before he came in, the safe lock of the lab was already activated and the people inside could not run out. So he, Dan, stood watching them from the door glass as they mutated into creatures and undead.
Damn it. Why wouldn't they listen to Dr. Dan? He was on a whole level.
Weeks later, Dr.
Oh, I thought it was
Dan has
over.
been
I thought we were about
working
to
on
play the
research
game.
to find a solution
If there is
to
a
what
game.
happened. The infected or exposed have been contained by the He saw the house garage opened and carved, looking all damaged. He tried not to panic much. He got inside shouting for his wife, but no answer.
Oh no. Mrs. Dan. She's in trouble. Do something.
He broke down shaking and lost. He was in too much shock he
That's
didn't
awful.
notice when he was beaten by the same creature who did that to his wife. He tried to look at the creature, but blacked out.
It's like a basilisk. If you look it in the eyes, you're frozen. It escaped the Chamber of Secrets, and it took Dr. Dan and his wife's soul.
His wife all in blood and dead with their unborn child before he was beaten caused his brain to safe boot. Back to an age before he met his wife. He doesn't remember much of
That's
himself
convenient.
anymore.
He's
not
safe
even his
booted.
name his wife gave him. The world should be destroyed by now or not. Help him find out as you know what he doesn't.
I know what he doesn't? What do I know? I know nothing. This story is incomprehensible in the best way. This is gripping. Now I'm hooked. Rest in peace, Dr. Dan's wife. Mr. Dan and his wife. His daughter was the one who took the photo. Also, who was spelled W-H-O-O. Do you believe in the supernatural? I didn't long before, but I do now, as I am writing this to you. I can't get in contact with my husband. My home is being invaded by them. I hope we make it out all. Well, she wrote the dots. Why wouldn't she just finish the word? She She wrote those dots. You imbecile. Dr. Dan's wife is a fucking idiot. How sad. What is this? Interesting lean mechanic. On the Y key, naturally. It's Y and X to lean. How do you even put your hands in a position where that makes sense? No! It's just a zombie. I don't have a weapon, do I? No, just some oil. Ouch! Bet he can't open doors. Pathetic. Oh god, he's smarter than me! He can go through them! Shit! Is that my wife's head? No, honey! What have they done to you? Oh. Why? Might not get out of this alive. Please save my daughter. She is still at school. Last I communicated with her, she knows the passcode to my husband uses for the safe of the solution. That means you must save her. I will not write it here because of wrong hands, and also ensure my daughter is searched and found. One last thing. BS. Good call too, not putting the passcode on here. Wouldn't want it to fall in the wrong hands. Now, assuming this did fall into the wrong hands, we know to get the daughter and get the information from her instead of just getting the information here and keeping the daughter safe. My wife is a fucking buffoon! Objective pre-completed. How did I pre-complete it? And I only have 1,193 seconds to find my daughter, I guess. I don't know why I'm on a time limit.
He got a last message to visit a school to find the girl. He has to find the girl to
Fucking whale in the sky? Why? Where? Oh. Okay. Just whatever assets they could find on the shop. Alright, makes sense. That was like some kind of pseudo cutscene. What does it all mean? Oh, actually, she must be in here, since I can grab these. There she is. Good to see you. I'm coming, sweetie. Where'd you go? Okay. She in here? Must be over here. Damn, she's popping and locking. She just hit me with that Skibidi toilet. Jesus. This game is awesome. Cool. Maybe the countdown is for when I'm done with level 2. Like, after these 980 seconds, my daughter will just come up to me. Maybe not. Maybe that's just wishful thinking. Actually, I don't really want that to be the case. That means I'm gonna have to wait here for like fucking 10 minutes. I still have this fucking worthless key.
Screaming. Your
What?
blood tastes better in silence.
Okay then, I guess. Alright. Where is my daughter? Oh. Probably in here.
Great, I found you.
Daddy, I'm so scared. I don't
Betty!
know who was going to come to get me.
Don't cry, girl. Whatever. Just, let's go. We need a way out of this school. Like a vehicle.
I don't
What do you
know
mean?
if
We
he's
can
still
just walk
around,
out the
but
front door.
He was the one who locked me to hide me. He's our maintenance man.
What's wrong?
My head, it's so painful. Dad.
Oh shit, let's get into a class to be safe.
No, Betty! Hang on! Oh, shit. At least she gave me the codes.
Just in case it's 2, 1, 2, 5, 4.
Thanks, Betty.
After Dan left Betty, who died before giving him the full code to the safe, he now has 2 tasks in mind. The first is to find the maintenance man, because he should have
Betty!
or know where the car keys are kept. And the second
Blast!
is to get to the car,
Why?
parked along with all the other cars.
Hey, bub, you seen the maintenance man? This is where the whale's at. Did not know that did damage. Brother, where are you? Oh, here he is. You were a good man. This one's got wheels. That was the one. Level 2 to 3. On his way, few kilos from the school, it was dark when he got some memory flashback that caused him to have accident on the road, so he runs into the forest.
Accident on the road. So he drives into the forest, bumping into a tree. Now he has to walk as his only means of transport is damaged.
What a speed run. After being chased by zombies, he got into a sewage system to avoid them. He now finds his way out.
He got into a sewage pipe to avoid.
Why is the narrator subjected to the reverb of the sewer?
He must now continue his journey by foot and find a way.
Help! Are you okay?
Oh!
What can I do to help?
Oh, I like his breathing. It's very, like, full body. It's like a bobber in the water. This is supposed to be a horror game? To some extent. Yes and no. This has to be the right way. I just fell under the map. Yep. Oh, wait, I'm back? Nope. I'm falling again? That's huge. So when you save in this game, it doesn't do anything. Appreciate it. That's where the key was. What is this? What the fuck is this? How do I get out? Alvin and the Chipmunks kidnapped me. That was all just a fucking cutscene. That was like actually 2 minutes of incomprehensible nonsense. Just fucking gibberish. Where is the car? I'm now running out of time. If I have to go through that again, I'm gonna scream. That'll be the real horror. Where is the car? Let me out. Probably not out there. For some reason, the beach is there. So. Nope, I found it. That is my office. He got into the office to fin the safe. Okay, they weren't lying. It's a little hard to find this safe. Where haven't I checked? Where is it? I just want to be done with the game. I want to just beat this. There's like some doors I can't go in though. Like this one, for instance, and I feel like it's gonna be in here.
Betsy, I want
Oh.
you to about the school. At all.
What is that, Dad?
Very important.
I know what the code is. I mean, what is the code?
Oh,
We got all his memories back.
my daughter after all. My daughter.
Yeah. Her too. Yes.
On God.
Mm-hmm. Just, can you open the door now?
I have no reason to leave.
Do you, oh.
Yes, you do. Get up.
What?
You're gonna fix this since you're the cause of this to begin with. So live to fix it.
What is that? What was that? Dan and Mira, what the fuck was, it was like a swamp monster with a submachine gun. What happened? What is going on? The story just keeps going. You got the subtypicus.
While the game ends here, the story continues and even gets more interesting. On their way out of the city, they had a car accident because of a meteorite which forced them to continue their journey on foot.
Another one?
Mira, who had an injury on her leg as they walked down the road. Dan himself was bleeding from his head.
This is the best story ever told in gaming.
He looks like he could fall any moment. Meanwhile, Mira grunted and looked at Dan, who was helping her. She realized this and activated her emergency suit button before they passed out.
her emergency what button?
The side of the accident.
The emergency suit button, huh?
Meteorite-shaped object opened.
Oh my god, they're introducing aliens.
What could this be?
Oh.
What could happen?
This game has everything.
We know there is a virus outbreak, but could an alien be entering this situation to help or to kill?
Why would they be doing either?
An exciting more planned and developed part 2 filled with a rich story of new actors and companions joining arms together to save their city.
Fuck
or
yeah.
to destroy it.
Man, I cannot believe this game was free.
Thanks to my contributors, Kimmy Neen.
Well, that was fun. Hey, welcome back to the Good News Show, where we're bringing you wholesome stories to put a smile on your little faces out there. I'm joined, of course, by the ever-bubbly Matthew Phillips.
Great to be here, Chuck.
And we've got some very heartwarming stories. We'll just kick off one off rip, because this is the biggest story at the moment. Twitch is having a moment of self-implosion, which means it's good news for every other platform that has streaming capabilities.
Not where I thought we were going with this, but that is somehow good news for other platforms.
Yeah, just not good news for Twitch.
Keep the positivity flowing. I'd like to apologize. Last week, I killed a story about some church organ pipes being stolen because it did not seem positive, and now Chuck is here to tell you why it is a positive story.
I thought it was a good story because even though they were the victim of some thieves, they remained in high spirits that they would get their organs returned safely if only they maintained good faith.
It's true.
And it turns out their faith was rewarded. The Lord blessed them with the safe return of their organ pipes.
Hallelujah.
Calvary Episcopal Church in Memphis loaded up Penske trucks with nearly 200 organ pipes to send them off to be restored, but the truck was stolen en route.
It's ridiculous.
But then a few days later, the police found the stolen truck, which had many of the pipes still in it.
Right, and did they find the rest of them?
They did, thanks to a Crime Stoppers tip, which led them to a van which had the rest.
That's really cool, and that was so well read for the first time we've gone through this story. Great work. Well, and I'm glad to hear they have the pipes back. I'd love to hear them play one day.
Just goes to show you the power of prayer and a good attitude.
Amen. So while I may have killed the organ story last week, we did give you the story about Dr. Deep Sea. And great news, Dr. Deep Sea's out of the sea. He's now just Doctor. So he resurfaced after 93 days underwater, and there were shocking results that scientists have been uncovering. They took a look at his telomeres, which I'll let Chuck explain in a second, but basically they use it to age somebody or see how long left your cell has to live, and they are now 20% longer, which is a good thing. It means he's going to live longer, or some good health stuff. And then he also has 10 times more stem cells than when he went underwater back in March. So these are great findings that could mean cool things for the future of the human race going underwater. And I'll let Chuck explain telomeres.
Yep. Back underwater sounds cool. That's where we came from. Telomeres, what about those wacky things? Yep, you know. the telomeres, the pheromeres, the boromeres. I mean, what more can really be said?
Yeah, lots of. Are those actually real?
No, those are 2 Lord of the Rings characters.
Cool. Well, according to other people, telomeres are the DNA sequences at the end of chromosomes, which are commonly used to determine the remaining life of a cell. So it's good when they're longer, and his were 20% longer. And they say size doesn't matter.
It's those fools.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. They've never been underwater for 100 days, basically.
Yeah. Well, welcome back to land, Dr. Deep Sea. It's great to have you.
Welcome home, champion.
Wow, did I just get some of the best news of all time. If you go to moistglobal.com right now, you can get the brand new MoistCore 2.0 line. Go to moistglobal.com to get it now.
Yeah, that is some great news. A heartwarming story. This is the story of a rare albino panda being spotted for potentially the first and last time ever. An albino panda was spotted on a nature reserve in southwest China, and we have video footage of that little cutie pie coming out of the woods right now.
Oh.
That's adorable. It's like Paddington.
Wow.
Oh, they must be friends.
Yeah. Are we sure it's not just a polar bear?
Also, those videos like 2.5 minutes. You can just like skip around a little if you want.
Yeah, where'd the albino one?
Yeah, where is the albino?
Oh, he's in the trees.
He's camouflaged. Jesus.
Wow.
He's got cloaking tech.
Look at it. He's actually adorable.
I mean, all those bears are really cute. I'd be one of those fucking idiots that'd get mauled by a bear because I go to like pet it.
I don't think you would. I don't think you
No,
would.
I actually find them adorable. But you're right, I probably wouldn't pet it.
I was going to say, there's certain things you won't do that baffle me. I don't think you'd walk up to a bear.
It depends. If it's like a small enough bear where
Yeah.
I'd feel comfortable, but even they can like rip your arm off.
Let me wash my hands first. All right, this is adorable.
Yeah, it's a very cute bear. We're glad to see that he exists.
And we're glad that it's not going to be the last time we see him.
But it is, in the notes it does say that this is the only one of its kind. So it
Yeah.
really could be the last time you ever see him. But it won't, hopefully won't be.
Hopefully not. That would be good news. So last episode we covered a cool medical discovery with the brain-spine bridge digital connection. And this week we have an update on some research that's being done in Israel on cancer treatment. At Hadassah University Medical Center in Jerusalem, they had an unprecedented achievement in the treatment of multiple myeloma. It is the second most common hematological disease, and it accounts for 10% of all blood cancers. So it's a treatment that's based on something called CAR-T, which is chimeric antigen receptor T cell therapy, which in essence, it boosts your own immune system to destroy the cancer cells. So they had 74 patients that they tested this on with a 90% success rate, which is incredible, and as I said, unprecedented. And they 90% went into complete remission. It's still experimental due to the complexity, but it's hopeful and awesome news.
That is incredible stuff. The medical advancements we're making are nothing shy of amazing.
I agree.
Solar power is the fastest growing form of renewable energy, and there's still a lot of obstacles to overcome, but they're constantly working towards making it a more viable energy method. And one of the things that kind of inhibits the mass adoption of solar power energy is the intermittency. So when the sun's not out, the inability to collect the solar energy and turn it into power. So they've been working on ways of solving this problem, and one of the ways that they've come up with is using satellites to orbit Earth to collect solar power 24 hours a day from space. So that way, when the sun's not out here, we can still get it from space. And they've recently had a breakthrough at the Space Solar Power Project at Caltech. They've completed the first successful wireless power transfer using microwaves in low orbit, which effectively proves the concept can work, which is taking the solar power from space elsewhere in the cosmos.
This was the most baffling story to me here, because my little pea brain can't wrap around the fact that we're collecting energy in space and shooting it back to Earth. I know it says we used, well, not we, I didn't do shit, that they used microwaves to send it back, but I don't get it. I can't fathom it.
Yeah, it's always very impressive stuff. I like that kind of futuristic technology thing. It just sucks solar power has such like a bad rep because there's all those scam callers that talk about like coming over and installing solar panels on your house all the time.
Like 3 days, and there's Elon Musk who's doing solar. I don't think there's anything wrong with him. With his solar.
Yeah, I was just talking about like the scam callers.
Hey, I mean Tesla does solar panels.
Yeah,
don't they?
I don't think solar panels are a scam. It's
No,
just, they just keep calling and it's shady. It's just like leave me alone, collect it from space.
They come to my door at least twice a week, 2 to 3 times a week. Scary stuff.
In other great news, a special little butterfly had a chicken come back to roost recently. Matthew Phillips had one of his beloved cats unfortunately go missing for the last 20 days, but Bubby came home.
She did. So yeah, she went missing. She's done it before for 3 or 4 days at a time. She's indoor, outdoor, and we thought she was gone. She left May 18th, and we haven't seen her since. And then, 2 days ago, she showed up on our porch, had some injuries. She was skinny, but she's good to go. So here's a cute little picture of Bubby for you.
I would say don't let her out of your sight again. Ever.
All right.
She can't be trusted anymore.
She's out of my sight currently.
Get a nanny cam.
I need to go now.
To stay vigilant.
So yeah, thanks for coming home, Bubby. So some other news that hits close to home is our esports player for Smash Melee, Zane, won
one of our esports players.
One of our many beautiful, wonderful esports players, Zane, won the recent major, Tipped Off. And even though you might think it's hard to trump that, he did something even cooler this past week. Tell him about it.
So some of the boys came down from the Moist Esports squad, and we went to a little bar arcade thing. And Zane was challenged by returning air hockey champion Jeff, a local Tampa legend.
Jeff is crazy.
Yeah, and Zane's not only stood his ground and went toe-to-toe with Jeff, but beat Jeff. And we have a little bit of footage from the event as well as a police sketch of what Jeff looked like. Here you can really see Zane demonstrating impeccable technique against one of air hockey's most fearsome gladiators, Jeff. He's been terrorizing the tables for years until he met Zane, the raid boss of air hockey. And here's a artist's rendition of Jeff, in case you couldn't see him that well. So congratulations again to Zane for the triumphant victory.
Yeah, great job, Zane. So in just a couple short episodes, we've had so many important birthdays on this show. Myself, Mike Myers, Roman Reigns, all the good ones. But we got a special one this week. It's Peyton. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
That's some good news.
Do you want to say that? What is it, like 43? Peyton turned 43. Great news.
Now, your standard stereotypical news broadcast is usually giving you last week's Powerball numbers so you know what the winners are, but those broadcasts are run by evil reptilians, and we don't want to play by their rules.
Well, and what good does that do us? It's already done.
It's already over. So we're going to give you next week Powerball numbers, so that way you can win a lot of money.
Yeah.
So next week's Powerball numbers, the winners are 7, 14, 23, 29, 46, and the Powerball number 13. So enjoy your millions upon millions of dollars, and don't forget who sent you. The Good News Boys.
Yeah, good work.
The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Marvel has become synonymous with forgettable. Marvel movies have really kind of lost their luster and haven't found their footing for a little while, at least for me, and I know superhero fatigue is something that's kind of been hitting for a lot of people, so I honestly didn't have huge expectations of Guardians of the Galaxy 3 going into it, especially because I didn't really like Volume 2. And considering this is James Gunn's last rodeo with Marvel, I thought he might have just phoned it in just to finish off the contract, but I'm happy to say it's not the case. I was pleasantly surprised by this movie. It was very good. For the first time in a long time, I actually cared about what I was watching from Marvel. It didn't just feel like throwaway schlock from the same tired old formula done a million times. Now, that's not to say that this thing pushes new ground, breaks boundaries, and transcends Marvel and superheroes. It very much does play into a lot of the same tropey shit that we're used to, but it does it with a lot of heart, and it does it in a pretty unapologetic, self-aware way. And I appreciated that. Even though, like I said, it doesn't do anything super new, it does all of the stuff that you kind of expect it to do well. Now, I want to get a complaint that's going to sound really petty out of the way immediately because I actually just talked about this in a movie not even a month ago. Every fucking AAA big budget production now needs a Beastie Boys moment. Why? It makes a little more sense in Guardians of the Galaxy since it's already built itself up to be very big on like the classic music, 80s in particular. I get it there, but even still, why always the Beastie Boys? Fucking the Mario movie had a Beastie Boys moment. Every movie ever made, whether it's their trailer or in the actual movie itself, has a Beastie Boys moment. I'm tired of it. Like, the Beastie Boys are fine, but fuck, stop. Use other music. Christ. I guess spoilers, but yeah, and Guardians of the Galaxy has a Beastie Boys montage moment. God damn it, just choose anything else. I'm so tired of hearing Sabotage, No Sleep Till Brooklyn fucking a million times in every goddamn movie. There's so many other songs out there. There has to be a reason for it, and it can't just be because they're huge Beastie Boys fans. There has to be a deeper conspiracy. I haven't fully connected all the dots to paint the whole picture on exactly what that conspiracy might be, but how the fuck does every blockbuster movie all have a Beastie Boys montage moment? There's got to be a reason for it, an explanation. Anyway, with that out of the way, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is good. So, I went into this expecting little but getting a lot out of it by the time the credits rolled, and that's thanks to the heavy lifting done to the Rocket Raccoon backstory. The entire backstory was fantastic. I actually thought they did a great job fleshing out the character. It was sad, it was dark, but not in like a, stupid, edgy way or anything. It was like really well written. I really liked what they did with Rocket Raccoon's backstory, and it really helps that for the first time in a long time, Marvel finally just made a hateable villain. A villain that you can't really make any arguments for redeeming qualities, and I think that's nice. It's refreshing. They've been trying so hard to capture the magic of Thanos that they keep making these villains that have like sympathetic motives and all that, which I think is important a lot of times, but at this point in the Marvel game, it's nice to just have a villain that is just irredeemably evil. In the quest of perfection, in the pursuit of perfection, he has become a monster. And that's it. He's just a fucking monster. And he does a lot of crazy, awful shit, and you're constantly pulling for his demise. He's basically Dr. Frankenstein, he's creating monsters, and it's very sad. It's very sad to see his creations because there is a lot of time given to showing a very human side of them, and it makes you feel for those creatures and makes you hate the villain even more, which is good. Another thing that's good is it subverted my expectations with how it handles Gamora. I don't want to spoil anything, but I actually think everything they did with Gamora and the Guardians team was really well done, without cop-outs and cheating here and there to try and, give a ton of fan service and I'm trying not to spoil anything, and it's kind of tough. I will just say I like how they handled everything with Gamora. It wasn't what I was expecting them to do, but I'm glad they went the direction they did. Now, one thing I often critique in Marvel movies heavily is its humor. The Marvel quirkiness that every fucking character has. It's a plague that's swept through not only Marvel movies, but infected every other movie around it because everything is using quirky Marvel humor now. Guardians of the Galaxy, of course, that's alive and well. You would expect that. They established that very early on with Guardians Volume 1, which I liked back then, but now it just feels exhausting. In Guardians 3, I still think most of the humor doesn't really land except for Drax. I like Drax. I know a lot of people like Drax. It's kind of a basic bitch type take, but Drax actually does make me giggle. Dave Bautista is just so fucking charming. He's so fun to watch, and I think Drax is a lot of fun. But his jokes are really the only ones that land for me, even in this movie, save for like a couple of rare instances where they used humor, like more physical humor than I expected them to, that I wasn't expecting. Instead of just relying on like a quirky one-liner or stupid throwaway joke, they did some kind of like slapstick shit that caught me off guard and made me giggle a bit. So I do think the humor was better here, though even still, it didn't really resonate a lot with me if Drax wasn't there. Now here's something I felt they really dropped the ball on, and that's Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock is a really interesting character. I think he's a really cool character that has nothing to do in this movie. It felt like he was just a genuine afterthought that someone must have reminded James Gunn of somewhere along the way of like when he was almost done writing this fucking movie, so then he had to ham-fist him in here for some kind of purpose because he'd already been teased. Adam Warlock he doesn't have a place in here. When he shows up, it's like he's just like another useless, stupid bounty hunter. Like he's kind of dumb. Like he's just a dumb, naive guy, and he's very powerful, and he'll show up for like little bursts of 2 to 3 minutes on screen, and then they shoo him away. And then he shows up maybe like 45 minutes later for another 2 or 3 minutes, and then poof him away once again. Which is a shame because I really think there's so much potential with Adam Warlock, and I'm sure it will be explored in the future, but in this movie, they did not make him interesting, compelling, or anything at all, really. And everything that kind of involved his storyline, because it's more than just him, Adam Warlock's mom is also in this, everything between the two of them felt like such an afterthought. Like a yawn. Don't really understand why. Maybe they should have just held off on Adam Warlock here and just teased him one more time before really bringing him into the fold so they could focus on him a bit more. But I'll just say, like, his role in this film is pretty meaningless. So I feel like that was wasted opportunity and wasted potential. And I did mention the villain. The villain is the High Evolutionary. He is just a hateable villain. He's not exactly the most interesting character or anything. He's very 2D. He's just hateable. And while I like that because it's nice just to see a villain that is just cartoonishly evil, I think a lot of people might have an issue with it because he is so flat. Everything evil that he can do, he does. There's no justification even attempted for his actions. He's just a bad guy. And he's not really powerful either. Like, he has some powers, but they're not very cool or strong. And he never actually does anything himself either, which is pretty underwhelming. So when it does come time for him to fight, it's over really quickly. That's not to say, like, the action in this movie's bad. Like, there's a really cool action scene that takes place in a hallway. And it's just it's a nice scene where everyone gets a moment to shine on the Guardians team. But I'll tell you right now, the High Evolutionary is not in that moment. He doesn't really have any cool fight moments or anything that showcases his abilities. But overall, I did enjoy the movie. By far the best part is Rocket's backstory. Everything with Rocket's storyline, I think they absolutely nailed. It does have a bit of messiness to its overall plot just because there's so many moving parts to it with the Guardians. Like, they have some Guardians that are still on another planet because there's so fucking many of them, so they have to split up as well. Like, there's just so many things, and then they have Adam Warlock that they're trying to get in the game here, in the ball game. So there are moments that I do think that it really loses its footing, but overall, I enjoyed it. It doesn't do anything new with superhero movies. It doesn't do anything new for Marvel, but it does what you expect, and it does it well, and I think it's a really nice departure from James Gunn here. I think he left it off on a really positive note, which I'm happy about. So, plugging Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 into the Moist Meter, I'm giving it an 80%. I enjoyed it, and yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick, Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. I remember the days when I was a young, naive little gremlin, still believing in things like the tooth fairy and the boogeyman and chocolate milk coming from brown cows, which, by the way, according to a survey conducted by the U.S. Dairy Innovation Center, about 7% of Americans still believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows, which comes out to about 16.4 million Americans believing that. Of course, take that information with a grain of salt. I don't know how that data was collected, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if it's accurate. Go on the platform formerly known as Twitter for more than 5 minutes, and you'll realize that we have truly entered the stupid dimension. We are all citizens of Doofusville, and we're only getting more and more new neighbors coming in here. But what's causing all of this? It's like the Space Jam basketballs out there sapping away all of our intelligence. There's an idiot virus spreading, and it's infecting the minds of so many. Where's it coming from? I'll tell you, goddammit. It's the darn internet, the cyberspace. They tried to warn us about Y2K, but we didn't listen. While it may not have been the end of the world, it was the end of all rational thought. What I want to talk about today is a story involving an 11-year-old who followed a YouTube fake kidnapping challenge prank and got herself arrested. And this is a very serious offense. It's a fucking felony that this child believed was just a good, fun prank because they watched it on YouTube. So I want to talk about that story and then expand the scope a little bit bigger to internet trends and internet content genres that are legitimately just poisoning people's minds and setting them up for failure for the rest of their life. Since kids have unfiltered access to the internet because most parents don't want to do their job of being a parent anymore, they just put that responsibility on the internet to raise their kids. The onus of raising a child is now on the internet to make sure that it's perfectly curated so a kid can just endlessly scroll through the iPad while their parents do something else and they expect the kid to grow up to be some successful, well-adjusted person, which I don't think is going to be the case. It's just a sad situation all around. I don't even blame the kids. It's not their fault that their parents are absent and just sitting them in front of a screen for hours upon hours every day. But anyway, let me go ahead and get into the actual story here, and then we'll dive in a bit more.
The 11-year-old girl in this police body cam video is in a whole lot of trouble. She made a fake phone call to 911 saying her friend had been kidnapped. She later told cops she thought it would be funny. Well, they didn't laugh, admonishing her to never do this again.
The classic fake kidnapping prank. I can't believe the cops weren't laughing. Humorless, I tell you. Soulless, in fact. So, the fake kidnapping prank is a timeless classic on the internet. YouTube pranksters have been letting that one rip for many years now. For those that don't know, if the name wasn't a dead giveaway, you fake a kidnapping. Now, what a lot of kids don't realize is those pranksters that are doing that are faking the fake kidnapping. Everyone's usually in on it. The whole prank is fake. Most pranks online on TikTok and YouTube are faked for views, but children don't know that. Kids will believe pretty much anything they see or are told by someone that's older than them. You know, like St. Nicholas wiggling his ass down the chimney to deliver presents, you know? Like, kids aren't thinking that hard about what they're consuming online. So when they see a prank like that, they think that it's real and just like a good ha-ha, you know, side-splitting comedy thing, so this 11-year-old saw it and thought it would be a fun prank to do on their own.
She's accused of faking a kidnapping.
I'm not gonna do this again. She thought it was funny and it was a joke and she couldn't get in trouble for it.
Police say the girl texted 911 to say that her friend had been abducted by a stranger in a white van.
Obviously, upon receiving texts about a kidnapping, the department responded, and it was all a complete fabrication. It was all a fib, a lie, a ruse, which is really detrimental to like the entire community there because it's wasting valuable resources from the department. Should an actual emergency come through and they already have like fucking 20 patrol cars deep looking for this kidnapping victim that doesn't exist, you've got yourself a problem. Now people that are in desperate need of help might not get it because the department's already occupied taking care of this fake situation. It's something you just don't fuck with, really.
The girl who gave a fake name said she was following the van on the interstate in another vehicle. For the next 30 minutes, she gave updates on the supposed kidnapping. He is tying her up, went one text. He's armed with a gun, said another. Hurry up, please.
You can talk to your parents.
They say she fessed up. She stated that she got the idea to prank 911 through a YouTube challenge and thought it would be funny.
So she was texting the officers with a play-by-play like she was John Madden here, going through the situation on like this high-speed pursuit, none of which was real, of course. And then when the officers tracked down the phone number that put in all of these texts, that's when they realized that it was all just a complete fucking lie. And the 11-year-old fessed up to the crime and said that she got the idea from a YouTube challenge. I've said for years, like a broken record, how awful most pranksters online are. Not just in terms of the content being turbo shit, but also just because it really will raise a generation of kids that think that that's acceptable and good and okay. Like, for a little while, I was also naive, thinking like, okay, maybe this isn't going to be something that people will try and emulate. There was a period of time where I thought to myself that, you know, most people have to know these pranks are fake, so they're probably not going to bother doing this unless they're trying to be an internet douchebag as well. But I've really changed my stance on that thanks to TikTok proving me wrong so often, where pranksters that are faking pranks or these trends that go viral really do have, like, young people following them and either hurting someone or getting themselves hurt or just doing really degenerate, awful things. It's become very clear that the internet content that children are consuming does have a very big impact on how they view the world and reality and what they find to be acceptable and okay, and just it does have a real effect on the direction that they might take in life, especially now with the obsession for attention. Everyone is vying for internet clout. And a lot of kids growing up want to be YouTubers. That's like one of the main dream jobs that children want. And when they see prank channels getting huge views, they will try and emulate it, and have tried to emulate it, and a lot of them never realizing that it's fake. So there's been many cases of them getting themselves or someone else hurt by trying to follow along with their favorite prank channels that they watched growing up. It's just an awful fucking cycle. I understand every internet prankster isn't a terrible person doing horrible things. I know this isn't every internet prankster, but you are eating some cinnamon toast cope if you don't think it's the majority of them. The vast majority of internet pranksters are like the orb of confusion from SpongeBob. When SpongeBob flips that bitch on and it just makes everyone around them dumber, that's most internet pranksters. Just this presence that makes everyone dumber for just even being exposed to it.
Her father was really upset.
You're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
I'm not going to do this again.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood.
We had a massive police response. What happens if we crash into somebody and somebody loses their life?
The dad seems to really understand the gravity of the situation. He's not making any excuses for the behavior, at least not in this very short clip here. But he is right. This will be a lesson. And actually, I've mentioned this on stream before. This is a lesson I also learned when I was young, but not because of any prankster or any challenge that I followed when I was a kid. There was a point where we went to a pool for a field trip and there was a payphone nearby and we were just doing like fake calls to our friends and saying silly things. It was all make-believe. But what I didn't realize is 911's free on a payphone, so I dialed 911 and immediately started going into like silly things and making claims about the pool being like haunted or on fire or something. And they did show up. And boy, let me tell you, I felt fucking horrible. That was... My jaw has never hit the floor harder than when the police actually showed up with a fire truck. That was a huge lesson to me. I didn't mean to dial a false report, and I certainly would have never done that on purpose or as some kind of joke. I was dumb and had no idea that 911 was a free call. Point is, the dad is right. This will serve as an invaluable lesson, I imagine, and hopefully she'll never do any kind of shit like this again, and hopefully anyone else that sees this story will realize that it's just completely unacceptable and that pranks shouldn't just be, you know, taken at face value and followed along with at home.
The child was charged with making a false police report, which is a felony, and misuse of 911. That's a misdemeanor.
So it does actually sound like they are charging her with a felony and misdemeanor for this situation here. So this is a very big deal. That's a lot of trouble to get in over a YouTube challenge. Now, interestingly enough, this isn't the only fake kidnapping that happened even just over the last 2 weeks. A massive case of a fake kidnapping. I talked about it on stream, but I haven't talked about it in a video. I was waiting for like the whole thing to kind of wrap up, but I'll just go ahead and mention it here because it's very much in line with what happened with this. There is a woman named Carly Russell who led police on a wild goose chase about a kidnapping that never happened. She stated that she saw a toddler on like the side of the interstate and then like pulled over to try and, help save the toddler, and then ended up getting kidnapped for a couple days. And it turned out to be all just complete baloney, just absolute horseradish. Nothing about it was true. She even admitted it was all a lie, but she hasn't been charged yet. So I'm wondering when those charges are going to come, especially now since the precedent is being set that any kind of like false reports, especially something that requires a massive department response like a fucking kidnapping, is going to be a, no punches pulled kind of situation. Like they're charging the 11-year-old here, so I imagine she's also going to get charges as well. It's just a matter of time. But this is just a fucking crazy situation we're in, where so often now these YouTube challenges and pranks and trends are getting people hurt, killed, or ruining their lives. It's fucking sad. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. Are you a gamer? Me too. And as a gamer, I have intricate, deep knowledge of all of our strengths and weaknesses. And no matter how hard you work, there will always be one weakness that I'm going to exploit right now. A single word that can induce vomiting in even the strongest, most seasoned of gaming barbarians. And that word is Fextra Life. It was tough even getting that one out. If you've ever played a new game, you've probably Googled something about it, and among the first links on the search results is Fextra Life. And it is such a scourge. Nobody goes to Fextra Life on purpose. It's like falling into the back rooms. It's this thing that unfortunately happens all too often when a new game comes out and you want some information or a guide on it, so you just Google it, and you click the first link, and all of a sudden you accidentally just paid a visit to Fextra Life. And it is such a tragic betrayal. It feels worse than finding out your partner's cheated on you. Fextra Life is a wiki on pretty much anything new that's come out, but they also indulge in some very shady practices that I want to talk about today. But just to talk about the website itself, I and very many others are not huge fans of this site. I personally have never really found anything of value there. It really seems like Fextra Life is so consumed with the idea of being first to guides on games that they don't bother to make sure that it's right or good. So if you go to like the Elden Ring section on Fextra Life, and trust me, I did when the game was still new and I was looking things up, some of what they presented there was just legitimately wrong or incomplete. So you just get like halfway through and it's like, okay, what now? Oh, it's not here on Fextra Life. Because it seems like all they care about is just being first and taking advantage of that wave of new people that are just really trying to get information. You would honestly have better luck finding quality guides in a YouTube comment section than on Fextra Life. So I don't really like this site that much, but that's not even what we're here to talk about. It just being a subpar wiki site isn't exactly the most interesting topic. I'd like to speak about the slimier, greasier side of this organization, because they're no stranger to scandals here. They see controversy and they fucking tap dance on it. They go a bit wacko mode. They have, for many years, been accused of certain things on Reddit, the land of the updoots, most recently with Baldur's Gate 3. They have actually just been blacklisted from a subreddit called Baldur's Gate 3 Builds because they were suspected of vote manipulation, downvoting links to the community wiki, and using bots to keep Fextra Life on top while throwing more things that compete with them into the garbage, flushing that shit right down the toilet. And this isn't the first time they've been accused of using bots for similar purposes. A while back, the Dark Souls community also had some very strong accusations against Fextra Life for other manipulative tactics used by them on the community posts and subreddit. So Fextra Life is just negatively viewed by pretty much everyone, even outside of just the quality of their wiki pages. Also heavily criticized for the way they conduct themselves and the way they try and keep Fextra Life on top, artificially, supposedly. Now, the Fextra Life owner has responded to all of the conversation and hoopla going on right now about them. The biggest one, and the one that I'm mainly going to be focused on, is the cooking of the books with their Twitch numbers. That's a big topic that's been around for many years, and they do talk about this here. But just to piggyback on the back of this Reddit accusation, they're coming forward and saying that, nope, that's a bunch of horseradish. Not real, not true, that's not us. We didn't use bots, and in fact, they even said, I didn't know Reddit bots were a thing, which is complete hogwash. What do you mean you didn't know Reddit bots were a thing? Yes, you did. Everybody knows that. It's totally fine to come defend yourself against the accusations and point out, logical inconsistencies or the evidence isn't strong enough. But why tell a bold-faced lie like that in your defense? I'm so innocent, I've never even heard of bots, I think you called them. The only bot I know is the Autobots. We don't even know what this is. We're so innocent. That's the weirdest defense attempt. Why would you say that? Bots are a thing on every platform everywhere, and everyone knows it. Bots are a thing on Twitch as well, which Fextra Life is no stranger to, since Fextra Life is basically botting all of their Twitch viewer numbers thanks to their embedding video practice that they use. I'm sure bots isn't the preferred nomenclature for Fextra Life when it comes to their viewer numbers. They might use something a little more bubbly, a little more PR friendly, like less than sentient spectators, or perhaps blissfully unaware viewers of the Fextra Life stream. But this has been a controversial hot topic for quite a few years now. This comes up at least once or twice a year. If you have ever gone on Twitch during a new big game release, within the first or second on that page is Fextra Life. They have an average of 30k viewers when a game is new, and if they're playing an older game, they'll still average 10k plus. But if you ever click on their stream, you're gonna smell something a little fishy in there. It gets a bit stinky in the swamp, because there is no chat activity. Maybe 2 or 3 people chatting to each other in a 30,000 person stream, which is very odd. 30k is huge. They are among one of the biggest channels when it comes to concurrent viewers, at least when new games are present, and no one's talking. 30,000 viewers on their stream, but their chat is a goddamn ghost town. It's an absolute barren wasteland. You'd find more life in Chernobyl than you would in a Fextra Life 30,000 plus viewer stream. So how is that possible? It has to do with a very controversial practice they engage in called embedding, where they embed their Twitch stream on their wiki site. And not just on the front page, on every single page of their site. So, let's say you open the Elden Ring Fextra Life page. You'll see that the stream is in the top left. They're currently offline as of me making this video, but when they're online, it would be right there. And now let's say you want to go deeper, you're looking at build guides or something. If you go to one of those pages, the stream is also embedded there. It's on every single page of Fextra Life, their stream is embedded, meaning no matter where you go, you will count as a viewer for their Twitch stream.
Sitting here, 30,000 viewers. The chat slower than fucking a 200 viewer streamer. This is pathetic. Twitch doesn't give a fuck, yeah. And that's the thing, is how are we really gonna get mad at them? They're just playing the game. They're not breaking any rules. So as you can see right here, inside of their wiki here, they have the stream embedded in this tiny little box. And this tiny little box here is why they have 31,000 viewers.
Now, I have seen conflicting reports where if you open multiple Fextra Life tabs, you will count as multiple viewers since it's embedded on each one, but I haven't seen 100% concrete confirmation that that's how Twitch would calculate that, but there is a bit of evidence to suggest that it might. So I just want to put that out there as a possibility. Take it with a grain of salt. That is something that's been being discussed as well, because since it is embedded on every page, a lot of people like me open many tabs, so I might have 3 different Fextra Life tabs open, and that's 3 different embed sources. So I guess it could count as 3, but again, I'm not sure 100% if that's true. But what is true is you do count as a viewer when you are on Fextra Life, no matter what page you're on. You are absolutely not watching the stream. I have no doubt there is literally 0 sentient human beings with a fucking pulse that are watching the Fextra Life stream on the Fextra Life website, because it's a tiny little box that just hides away in the top left, and no one's going to be watching it on that. It'd be like watching it on a Game Boy Color. Like, it's fucking worthless. No one's doing that. It's there just to gamify those numbers and pump that shit up. Like, absolutely skyrocket their viewership numbers on Twitch while adding no real organic viewers to it, and obviously no one in the chat. Now, another thing, most people, like me, will keep these tabs open for a long period of time. So even if Extra Life's offline right now, if I just keep this tab open, when they go online, I'm counted as a viewer even if I'm not home. Like, even if I forget the tab's open, I'm still counted in their viewership numbers. And to prove just how prevalent this is with viewers that are just accidentally watching Extra Life because they have the tab open somewhere, a streamer named Quinn went into their offline stream after Extra Life had concluded and just did a command that showed how many viewers were still there even though the stream wasn't going on. Now, this is something that does exist on normal Twitch streams with normal people watching them. There is something called like an offline community where if a streamer goes offline, there's pockets of people that'll hang around and just talk to each other in the offline chat, but not very many. It's a small number compared to the overall viewership. But for Fextra Life, it's almost their entire fucking viewership is still in their stream even when they're offline, meaning it's just people that have a Fextra Life wiki tab opened somewhere, not actually a viewer of their stream.
Surely my anguish and despair will ring on someone's ear.
23,000 current chatters. Okay, dude. All right, I'm a day streamer, boys. I guess this is what a 23,000 person chat looks like, guys. It's not a. You're disgusting. If you insinuate that there's not 23,642 people right here, right now, you are fucking disgusting for implying that these are view bots and they're not actually there. Okay. Literally 23,000 people in his offline chat. Come on.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. So the offline chat was over 23,000 current chatters. So meaning that's 23,000 people in the stream right there, and not a single message. And also, there's no such thing as an offline chat that has 23,000 people in it. Not even the biggest streamers in the world have anywhere close to that as an offline chat number. That is people that are just on the Fextra Life wiki with tabs open. They're not actually watching the Fextra Life streams. It's fucking ridiculous. Now, it is important to note, Fextra Life is not the only stream that takes advantage of this embed protocol. Like, they're not the only ones that employ this tactic, but they are the ones that are the most egregious because they paste it on every single page on their wiki, and there's tons of pages you can't avoid it. And obviously, whatever they're streaming isn't going to be relevant to every single page on their wiki site. It's people that aren't actually watching the stream. It is no different, really, than viewbotting, which is an argument people have been making for years. And naturally, this discussion always inevitably ends up with asking the question, why doesn't Twitch stop it? And the answer's super simple. Why the fuck would they? This only helps Twitch. These big numbers are great for Twitch. This looks fantastic for them. There is no downside to allowing streamers to embed their streams everywhere else. It's a free advertisement for Twitch, free numbers that help everything on their platform. Like, Twitch has no incentive to shut that down at all. Even though it's very clear that 23,642 people aren't actually in the Fextra Life offline chat or watching their streams, it doesn't matter, because it only serves to help Twitch. So why would they put the kibosh on something like that? They allow it, and Fextra Life isn't breaking any rules. A lot of people have said, don't hate the player, hate the game, and they're kind of right. Fextra Life is not breaking any rules. They are legally viewbotting their streams, and have been for a very long time, proudly. So this has obviously been controversial for a while, because, as you might imagine, this doesn't help other streamers, because Fextra Life will always take either the number 1 spot or the number 2 spot in a brand new game release, and they're not actually having people watch them. It's fake, phony numbers because of the way they embed their streams on their site. So it takes those spots away from streamers that deserve it more, who actually do have communities that watch their streams. They no longer have those slots that Fextra Life takes up. So obviously it makes a lot of streamers, when a new game comes out, mad because they can't compete with Fextra Life viewbotting, fundamentally. It's been that way for a long time, And I don't see it changing, but a lot of people are talking about it again, so I thought it'd be an interesting topic to discuss again, especially considering this time around the owner has spoken about it. So this is their response to all of the viewbotting allegations. They state that a viewbot is when you use artificial and non-existing browsers to inflate views on Twitch, and that does try to fool advertisers because A, it plays an ad, and B, nobody is watching. Real quick before continuing, they're getting a bit lost in semantics here as opposed to making real arguments on how what they're doing is different. Fextra Life streams often have sponsors, and sometimes very big sponsors. I imagine they sell their streams with their concurrent viewer average, which is like between 10 and 30,000 viewers. It's huge. But most companies probably aren't going to really look into that, so they're going to assume their ad is being seen by 10 to 30,000 people. It's not. As is very clearly illustrated, 23,000 of those people aren't actually even in the stream. They're on Fextra Life with the stream pulled up muted in some tab, not even aware that it's going on. So these companies aren't actually getting their ads placed in front of 30,000 viewers. They're getting it placed in front of, I have no idea, maybe a few hundred, maybe 1,000. There's really no way of knowing because there's no real activity in their stream to judge it on or anything remotely like that. So it really isn't different than a viewbot. When you do play an ad on Fextra Life, nobody is watching. Same way as if you would play an ad during a stream that is just completely viewbotted in the traditional sense. Nobody is watching the Fextra Life ad that the company has paid for, even though there's 30,000 viewers. I would love to see the back end of a return on a Fextra Life sponsorship, because I imagine it has to be unbelievably low since most of the viewers are from the embedded Twitch streams. So it is misleading to advertisers, which is another criticism a lot of people have put forth, and I think it's very valid to say that, because again, most of the viewers are not actually watching the Fextra Life stream. They then say embedding is an advertisement of the stream to real people on real browsers on an external website. Like any integration, the objective is to get people to click and go to Twitch. No advertisements are played on the embedded unit, generating zero revenue. Embeds are part of the intended code of Twitch and are intentional features that anyone can use, and many content creators besides us do. These are real people that we have worked tirelessly to build up into our community. What community? You tirelessly built up an imaginary community. The Fextra Life community you refer to is more made up than the Tooth Fairy. There is nobody in your Twitch streams. Nobody. Like, I can't tell if they're being intentionally delusional here or if they actually think that what they're doing is somehow totally, the same as just building up a normal community. It's not. Your embedded Twitch streams are not driving your Fextra Life wiki readers to your Twitch stream. There is no call to action to it that I've ever seen. It just automatically is playing whenever you're on any page on Fextra Life. How the fuck can you possibly make an argument saying that what you're doing is just an advertisement to get those people on your wiki to the streams? Because it's not. The streams aren't even relevant to what your readers are reading. What's being streamed is completely separate from whatever they're on your site to read about. There's no chance that the two could even connect most of the time, unless of course it is a new release like Armored Core, then I'm sure there is some crossover where someone went to Armored Core, Fextra Life, got some bad information, but saw you were streaming and was like, okay, maybe I'll check it out. That's possible, but that's clearly not the goal. If that was the goal, you would only embed your streams on the newest releases because they'd be relevant to each other, as opposed to just having it embedded on every single page where it makes no sense. Why would an Armored Core 6 Fextra Life stream be playing on my Dark Souls 3 Fextra Life wiki? And how the fuck would you possibly think that I'm on Dark Souls 3 wiki but might want to watch Fextra Life streaming Armored Core 6? It's just, that is a nonsensical statement to try and say that your embeds are only there to try and get people from your actual wiki to your streams. That's not the goal. The goal is just to artificially inflate your numbers because it's automatically playing and they count as viewers. What embedding does for me is make my website audience aware I'm a person, I'm streaming, and I can show them games that I think they'd be interested in. Again, that argument doesn't work when the website is all about game information. It's not a personality-driven site. They're not going to Fextra Life hoping that they'll see that Fextra Life is also live on Twitch. They're going there because they're looking for guides and information on the game that they are currently playing. That doesn't make any sense. What embedding does for Twitch is give them free advertising for their platform and an ongoing conversion from our website to Twitch. These new people were not on Twitch otherwise, and they're still not on Twitch. They're not going there. They're not going to Twitch. You can tell because there's no one in your chat. I don't know why they keep trying to say that. Yes, it is a free advertisement for Twitch. It's free numbers for their metrics, absolutely. But they're not actually getting new people to Twitch that weren't already endemic to Twitch. Like, they're not bringing new viewers there. They're just idly on the Fextra Life wiki, and it counts as a view on Twitch. And then they say they hopefully come back and become part of the Twitch ecosystem. It doesn't happen. Our embed is by no means a secret. It's very visible. In fact, it's the best possible spot on our website, and there's even a command for it on our channel. And as part of the channel rules, the idea that it's a fraud is also absurd. Our sponsors are aware of the embed, and it's a great deal for them to be able to promote their content on both Twitch and to our site users at the same time, particularly in the prime location that the embed has on our website. So this is very interesting to me. The sponsors are aware of the embedding. That's great. Are they also aware that the vast majority of your Twitch metrics come from that embedding? And are they also aware that that means it's muted? That means that their sponsorship package, the ad read, all of it, the vast majority of those numbers that it's being put in front of aren't even aware it's going on because it's muted and it's not visible. It's a very tiny box. Do the sponsors know that? I certainly hope so, because that would be very shady if you didn't make the sponsors aware that their ad read is going to be muted for the vast majority of the audience, and it's not going to be seen by them either because the box is too small and the viewers aren't actually on Twitch. I would hope you'd make them very well aware of all of the shortcomings of doing an ad with Fextra Life, since most of the viewer numbers come from a fucking tiny embed on a completely separate site that, again, is also muted. So hopefully you have made all of your partners aware of that. The owner does continue going on to other criticisms people have put forth against Fextra Life, such as like AI-driven content or it being lazy, stuff like that. But that wasn't the focus of what I wanted to talk about today. The statement is still very much up if you want to see how they defend themselves against other claims. But these were the main things I wanted to talk about in regards to this situation, because this is a conversation that comes up at least once or twice a year. And it is a very interesting one about embedding, viewbotting. It is an interesting topic that I just wanted to talk about a bit, since a lot of other people are also discussing it, and I think it's something worth going over. So that's really about it. See ya. The title's not an exaggeration. For 17 years, I've gradually chipped away at a singular goal I've had since I was in 4th grade. That's a long time. That's a really long time. Thousands upon thousands of hours spent striving for one thing. To put that in perspective, I could have been a pilot like 5 times over with that amount of experience and time dedicated to this one field. The Roman Colosseum was built in 8 years. I could have built it twice with the amount of time I put into this. And now I've finally completed it. I caught my Moby Dick. RuneScape maxing. RuneScape is a game that's existed for over 20 years now, and I started playing it back around 2005 when I was in 4th grade. And I've, of course, taken breaks while playing RuneScape throughout the last 17 years, but the beauty of that game is you never quit, you just go on hiatus. You take a little half-time breather in order to recollect your sanity. So I haven't been 17 years straight working on it, but it has been a large part of what I've played over the last 17 years, and I've finally accomplished the ultimate goal in the game that I had set for myself so long ago, which is getting every skill in RuneScape to 99, which is the highest level they can go. To break it down, RuneScape has 23 skills, each one more painful than the last when you're training them. To put it in perspective, 99 takes 13 million XP, and some skills at best will give you like 50 to 60,000 XP per hour. So to max a skill, and depending on what methods and what skill you're going for, it can take hundreds of hours just to get one skill to 99. So you can see where things start to get stinky real fast, because some of these terrible XP rates are the best you can get at optimal efficiency, meaning you're sitting there fucking staring a hole through your computer screen, full focus, full throttle, fucking lat spreading, and risking carpal tunnel, because some of these skills are legitimately just carpal tunnel simulator where you're clicking endlessly in like the same 3 spots over and over again. There's also an even more extreme level to training skills called tick manipulation methods, which I'm not going to really dive into the weeds of. There's no point in pulling up the hood of this car and explaining it, but just know tick manipulation is akin to actual inhumane torture of the human body and soul. They probably wouldn't even subject prisoners in Guantanamo Bay to this level of agony, so I didn't do a whole lot of tick manipulation for my training, but it's out there, and it's a scary thing. That's a fucking boogeyman in RuneScape, if you ask me. But anyway, let me show you the footage of when I finally maxed on stream last night. Prayer potions for everyone. Let's go. 2 lamps. Oh, we're finally done. We're finally done. Oh. World. What are we in? 446. Oh, the role-playing world too. Role-playing a goddamn champion. 17 years in the making. 17 years. Oh. 50 years from now, my grandkids are gonna look back at this stream moment and be like, yep, that was old Grandpappy. He did what everyone said was impossible. He fucking maxed in RuneScape like a month before they released a new skill, so he had to do it all over again and felt the pain all anew. But for that one brief, fleeting moment, he was on top of the world. Run it. We're maxed. We're maxed. We're fucking maxed. It's finally done. It's finally done. It's finally over. Now I can play the game. How many hours? 4,000 what? 156 days and 22 hours. How many? 4,000 something? Oh. Thanks to the resub, Olgerty. And the bits verb. Jesus Christ. What a journey. What a journey. Here, you can have the expeditious bracelets that made it all possible at the end. Thanks for the nuts. Yeah, this is probably my biggest gaming-related achievement ever. Prior to this, it was the 6-move made on XQC in the tournament. This trumps it. This is literally 17 years since 4th grade. This is my 3rd or 4th account. I don't remember. At least 3rd. I think I had one more right before RS3 rolled around, so it's been so long in the making, man. People said I wouldn't do it. People said I couldn't do it. Who's laughing now? Not me, because I probably shouldn't have done it. 4,000 hours ain't exactly nothing. It just feels so good to be done. You don't know how many nights I stayed up till 6 fucking AM just researching efficiency methods for skills I hated, even though I knew there was no new answers. Like for agility in particular, I kept looking for other means that wasn't just doing the goddamn Hallowed Sepulchre or any of the rooftop agility courses. It's just so good to be fucking done. Oh my god. And not having to be on OSRS mobile, constantly fucking AFK grinding something is so nice. Don't have to worry about that anymore thanks to the ale. It's done! Yes! Oh, and the wise old man saying congrats. I accidentally skipped his little speech. Sorry about that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, all of Gillenor's coming out to say congrats. Thanks, guys. Yeah, thanks, guys. That's so big. That's so fucking big. You might be asking yourself, what's the point in getting 99 in every skill? What do you get for it? And the answer is going to be different for everyone that you ask, because in the game, the only thing you get is a max cape, which is what you saw me purchase there at the end, which just gives you teleports and a couple of other bonuses. Like, it's a really good item, but it's not required. However, you receive something far more important when you max in RuneScape. You receive inner peace. You reach this spiritual nirvana. Throughout the journey of RuneScape, I've compared the maxing of my account to that scene from Fairly Odd Parents where Timmy and his dad were going up the escalator and Timmy says, "When do we get to the ride?" And the dad says, "This is the ride." That's RuneScape skilling in a nutshell. The skilling process is the most mind-numbing and tedious process that a human being can possibly engage in. It's about as much fun as watching a plant go through photosynthesis. Like, it is horrifically boring to train most of the skills in the game, but people do it. I do it because there's always that light at the end of the tunnel. The big number going up. and the number goes higher. And it tickles some primitive portion of the human brain that makes it so you can't stop. Like, when the beauty of maxing in RuneScape isn't so much that you feel proud of the accomplishment, it's that you feel happy that you're done. Like, it feels like a prisoner being released and getting their freedom back, and now you get to breathe in fresh air again without being encumbered with the thoughts of grinding skills in RuneScape. At least that's, I'm just speaking for myself. There's a phrase that I've used a lot and everyone's used a lot where it's about the journey and not the destination. In RuneScape, that's a load of fucking baloney. That's a whole bunch of dirty barnacles, because it is very much just about the destination, because the journey is the worst part of it. As you can probably tell, I was miserable training most of these skills for maxing my account. But this really proved as a test of endurance for myself, like my mental fortitude. If I could fully commit and bang this shit out, I would feel amazing for it, and I do. I'm very happy that I've done this and challenged myself to actually accomplish something that I've wanted for so long. And believe it or not, there are people that actually genuinely do love skilling. Like, everything I'm talking about negatively here, people talk about positively. It's different for everyone, though I really am at a loss for how anyone can find things like fucking rune crafting or mining and agility fun. Those things I feel like are just objectively evil, and the human race wasn't ready for that kind of plague. But, you know, to each their own. One thing I would like to highlight is, even though I maxed all of the skills, it doesn't mean that I completed the game or even completed skilling. I mentioned that getting 99 is 13 million XP, but there's actually a level going full fucking Insano style that's above that. Those skills max out at 99, but their XP continues. It goes all the way up to 200 million XP before you can no longer gather XP in a given skill. Meaning, in each of the 23 skills, you can get 200 million XP and still be 99. So there are some people, God's champions, that have got 200 million XP in every skill in the game. There's not many of them. There's less of them than there are fucking Avengers in Marvel. But there are some that have done it. And keep in mind, that's like a 20,000 hour journey. Across all 3 or 4 of my RuneScape accounts of the last 17 years, I've probably tickled just north of 10,000 hours. Maybe. However, this group of people that do 200 million in every skill is beyond 20,000. It's on a whole different ball field. It's crazy. And nothing but respect for the people that can actually do that. I'm not built that way, so I'm beyond satisfied with just maxing the account at 13 mil per skill. It took a lot of spit and elbow grease, but we finally muscled our way to the finish line here 17 years later. Like I said, it did take me about 10,000 hours of total playtime across all of my accounts for the last 17 years to reach there. And that's a number that probably sticks out to a lot of you, because it's said that if you spend 10,000 hours in any one thing, you'll become a master of it. And that's certainly not the case here. I guess the only thing that I've mastered across the 10,000 hours I spent grinding for this is self-control. Like, you know, the inability to give up. Like, I refused to throw in the towel. I just kept chipping away at it. So I guess maybe it is true. Like, I did master a skill of persistence. So, you know, it doesn't feel worthless. Like, I don't feel like I wasted all of these hours doing it. I'm happy that I did. So a lot of people have been asking what's next now that I finished the fucking 4,000, 10,000 hour tutorial here of maxing the account. What am I going to do now? Am I going to quit RuneScape? And the answer is absolutely not. I plan on finally doing what I enjoy in the game, which is bossing and raids. And then there's also, of course, the Inferno. Inferno being like the hardest PvM challenge the game offers currently. Solo challenge the game offers currently. So I do want to learn the Inferno to get the Infernal Cape. So I do have more goals in the game that I will be pursuing. Plus, there is a new skill coming to the game for the first time in a long, long time. So I'm going to have to max that pretty soon in order to keep the account maxed. So that's another goal that I'll have for it. So I'm not quitting by any means. I'm just very happy to finally be done maxing the account. And just wanted to share that. That's about it. So yep. I'm sure a lot of you have seen all of the FaZe drama that's been going on Twitter over the last couple days, and FaZe is something I've talked about quite a bit over the last year because it's been an absolute circus. from their stock absolutely flatlining to the point now where it's basically just a sad joke. Just look at this graph, it puts a tear in your eyes. It's more tragic than the ending to Marley and Me. It's just been crazy to see them circle the drain like this and have this wild fall from grace, because they're one of the very few gaming-focused brands that branched out into the mainstream. Like, most people have probably heard of FaZe at some point in their life, even people that aren't associated with gaming. So they really did blow up in a big way, and now there's like a war going on between like the founders of FaZe versus the corporate suits that now control FaZe, and it's all just been bubbling over and becoming this massive shitstorm, and everyone's getting covered in the filth. It's getting stinky. Now, the first domino that fell in this FaZe soap opera is the OGs came forward, like FaZe Rain and Banks, and started criticizing the brand overall, talking about how it's become soulless and lame and just generally horrible. The main talking point is how the founders have lost control of the company to these zombies in suits that just don't understand the space. And they also show no respect to the founders that brought it there in the first place. They overrule them, they have no real decision-making power, thus the direction FaZe has been going over the last few years has been a negative one. And most people can probably agree with that. FaZe hasn't exactly been hitting home runs recently over the last couple years. So the founders have been talking about how disappointed they are with FaZe in its current state. And then FaZe Rain recently has just been leaking tons of information, like internal stuff, financials. He's been leaking more than the faucet in my college dorm room. He has been going hog wild with tons of information. And most recently, he was focusing on their numbers, like their actual numbers with their spend as well as what they're making. He made a video going over their financials, talking about how much they spend on certain games in the esports space, as well as the lack of return they see from it, even disclosing Nick Merck's salary for being on FaZe, which is like $1 million a year, and he just goes over how much they're spending and how they're not seeing any of that money. It's just fucking vanishing into thin air and just like literally bleeding them dry on finances. According to a lot of his numbers here, they're spending over $700,000 a month on like esports stuff. That's crazy, and they're not seeing any money come back into the company, which isn't exactly an eyebrow raiser. This is something everyone speculated for a long time because it's become very clear to actually every single person with eyes that the entire esports scene just doesn't make any money. What's wrong, Io? I don't know why the esports scene is so shit for generating profit. I have no idea. I don't have the answers. What's wrong? I've upset Io mentioning this. Because it is heartbreaking. Like, esports is a scene that you get in for passion, and you see a lot of orgs start to close their doors because they just can't stay afloat. It's very expensive, and you don't make anything. So Rain was going over their numbers, which I do believe because like the information he's been leaking has so far been confirmed accurate. And he's just talking about like how much money they're losing, and it's a lot. Over 700,000 clams, over 700,000 pristine doubloons is a ton of cash. That's nuts. To convert that to Robux, I wouldn't even know where to start. You'd need like fucking 50 zeros at the end of that number. It's a lot of money that they are pissing away and not getting anything back from. So he started revealing these numbers. More OGs came forward to talk about how upsetting it is to see the direction that the brand has gone and that it's completely lost its identity. The people at the top of the food chain don't understand the culture, so it's trash. All of these statements from the OGs then led to this like Marvel civil war within FaZe, where you had the OGs versus the people at the top and also new generation FaZe members. So a lot of the audience was on the OG side and a lot of the audience on the new side. And it's just been this constant clashing. And yesterday, it really festered into something pretty foul. So just to give context here, it started with this tweet from FaZe Clan where they said, "We want more women in FaZe Clan." To which FaZe Rain replied saying, "Spoiler alert, it's Grace, and the only reason I heard was because she was on one episode of Stranger Things." He's referring to Grace Van Dien, who is a streamer named Bluefy and also was in Stranger Things. So it turns out he was 100% right, because yesterday FaZe announced that Grace Van Dien is joining the FaZe family. Now, this all led to a lot of hubbub, a lot of discussion, and a lot of controversy. And with a very public fallout between the OG FaZe founders and current FaZe, people were already on edge, It also really didn't help with the FaZe tweet about wanting more women in the organization, because that got the community excited, thinking that FaZe was about to make a big signing from someone who's been grinding in the scene for a long time, working hard for an opportunity like joining FaZe. And then turns out they had already made their decision when they had made that tweet. So that was kind of a bad look, and it didn't do anything good for Grace, because it put her in an uncomfortable position where the community was upset that she got the opportunity being a relatively new streamer. They thought that they had signed her just because she's a celebrity. So some members of the community got upset at Grace directly, which I think is super misguided. There's plenty to critique about FaZe signings and business decisions, but Grace didn't do anything wrong here. She does stream often and then had this opportunity to join a huge org. Yes, being an actress did obviously help her get this opportunity for sure, but at the very least she seems excited about it and does actively stream, which is already more than you can say for half of their celebrity signings. Like Snoop Dogg, for example. They paid him a fat load of money, as well as stock, in FaZe in order for him to be on board the FaZe family. And all he ever did was take a single photo with them, and then the word FaZe never left his lips again. He must have been hit by a Men in Black neuralizer that erased his memory of FaZe Clan entirely, because he never did anything with them, in spite of getting all of this money and this stock. And it wasn't just him. They've done this for multiple other celebrities too. Like Kyler Murray, who I'm pretty sure all of you watching didn't even know was part of FaZe Clan at any point. I didn't until I watched Ludwig's Mogul Mail on it. I had no idea Kyler Murray signed with FaZe, but he did. Kyler Murray never even mentioned FaZe Clan a single time. Not once. After joining. But in this case, Grace is an active streamer, thus will be presenting the FaZe brand to her audience, and she seems extremely excited about doing things in collaboration with FaZe, which is infinitely more than any celebrity that FaZe has signed recently. So I really feel that the anger directed towards Grace is just a little weird. The focus should instead be placed on how out of touch FaZe has become with the decisions they make. For example, this was also mentioned in Ludwig's Mogul Mail, but it's something I've talked about as well, where FaZe had that whole super expensive reality show where, you know, who wants to be the next FaZe member? So you want to be a FaZe superstar, do ya? Well, hop on board the Polar Express here for this FaZe show. And they put so much money into it, and only like 6 people ever watched it. Like, they dumped money into this completely geriatric, dumb ideas like that reality show that no one cares about, no one gets excited for. And all of their YouTube content is beyond dead. And no matter how much mouth-to-mouth they give it, they can't revive it. They can't get that heartbeat back. No matter how much they try, because they just don't know what they're doing or what direction to take FaZe. It's become very corporate, and most people don't vibe with it anymore. And it's also led to new FaZe members fighting with the old FaZe members. So they're like actually butting heads and, you know, throwing down in the Twitter replies against each other. So it's just been so much fighting and drama with FaZe because the founders lost control of the company, and the direction it's gone has only further decayed the brand to the point where it's at, 55-cent stock price and kind of just like a joke in the industry outside of some of their esports teams. Like, they are still doing really well in the games they're in for the most part. Not entirely all of them, but a large chunk of them, their esports teams are still top of the line. So it's just a shame to see how bad things are behind closed doors at FaZe. And now those doors aren't even fucking closed anymore. Those doors have been kicked open. The entire public is being exposed to all of the dirty laundry of FaZe, and all of it's happening publicly. I am still shocked FaZe Rain was even able to release all of the information he has without getting sued. I would have thought they would have had so many NDAs out the wazoo on FaZe Rain, but he's just been revealing everything. So I'm starting to believe they probably just forgot about him and all of the founders, so they never even bothered to NDA them. So he'll probably just continue to share shit without repercussion. So I'm pretty excited to see what else he starts bringing to the public eye with FaZe. But anyway, I kind of wanted to talk about all of this because I just find it so fascinating and generally sad to see the state of FaZe. Like I said, it was one of the few gaming brands that broke into the mainstream and had like a very wide appeal to people even outside of the space, which is nothing shy of impressive. So to see what it's become is just wild, and to see how it continues to unfold is shocking. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit. I don't know how it recovers, I really don't. Like, even if it does get back into the hands of the OGs, I still don't exactly know how they right the ship right now. I don't know how they fix all the damage that's been done to the brand. They'd probably have to start over, like, at the very bare bones level and build it all again. Because it's just been so tarnished. And they've lost so much money as well. I just don't know exactly how you fix it. But anyway, I just wanted to go over it all. That's about it. See ya. Lord, forgive me because I'm about to sin again. I have sworn time and time again that I would do my best to resist making fun of the platform formerly known as Twitter, but I can't help myself. They keep giving me little layups that I can't help but just finish at the rim on. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. I just made a video making fun of the Twitter rebrand. It's now just called X, the letter X and nothing else, which, as I said, is very embarrassing because it sounds like something on Xbox Live in a Call of Duty lobby from 2009 where every 12-year-old thought having X's in their name was cool, and I thought I had finally got it all out of my system. There's no more jokes left to make about this low-hanging fruit. Until just now, with breaking news, they released their new official tagline, and I couldn't believe it. My jaw was literally on the floor. I was more stunned by this tagline than I was with the ending to Inception when I first watched it. I shit you not. The report said that their tagline was "Blaze Your Glory." And I didn't believe them at first. I thought this was propaganda because surely no one is that uncool. What does this even mean? Blaze your glory. That sounds like a meaningless nothing burger that an anime protagonist would have shouted in a 2004 throwaway anime. I just can't believe someone could be this lame. I don't think evolution would allow for someone to be this uncool. We didn't evolve over the course of millions of years to reach a point where someone has made it to the apotheosis of cringe. I just don't believe we're there yet. Yet, all of the evidence points to the contrary. Elon Musk might legitimately be the lamest person to ever exist to think that this is cool. Blaze your glory. What does that even mean? It sounds like a sexual euphemism, like, oh, fuck, I'm up late, lotion on my hands, and I'm blazing my glory right now. I actually went to the App Store to check this for myself because I thought I was being lied to. I couldn't believe we existed in such a cursed dimension that would allow someone to think that this was cool. But it's true, it's real. That is the tagline for the platform formerly known as Twitter. It is "Blaze your glory." That is worse than those old Discord cringe messages that would pop up when you try and launch the program where it was like, calculating RAR meme threshold, need to construct additional pylons for optimal memeing. Quick, get to cover. Wumpus is a fire in his laser. Watch out. Springle just deleted all your base. Your base no longer belong to us. That old garbage? This is worse. Blaze Your Glory is like 50 times worse. I have legitimately been giggling about this for at least 10 minutes, which is why I'm making a whole video once again making fun of this platform, even though I have sworn that I would stop, like, control myself, the urge, but I can't fight it. It's like that scene in Knock Knock with Keanu Reeves, where he gets tied up by the two girls, and he's like, I didn't fuck you, you fucked me! You came into my house and you sucked my cock! You sucked my dick, it was free pizza! That's how I feel right now, this is free pizza! Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, how could I not make fun of this? My glory is blazing just thinking about this shit. It's so wild to me. And I really just can't get over his obsession with the letter X. He named one of their fucking children X, and then a couple of other letters here that he must have seen during like a Steam Guard check to make sure that you're not a robot. Like, I understand that it has some kind of connotation with some kind of fighter jet or something, but once again, it's probably chosen by Elon Musk just because the letter X is in it. And for fucking 20 years now, over 2 decades, he's wanted X.com. Like, he wanted that to be PayPal originally. They shot that down for obvious reason because very clearly it seems like a porn site. But now he's got fucking full reign, unthrottled, uncircumcised, and unhinged. So he's got X and he's letting it all rip. There is no one but yes men surrounding Elon Musk just saying, go wild, brother. And he is. The glory will not stop being set ablaze right now at the X headquarters. Just a few nights ago, they set up some kind of X sign, like a light beaming off of a sign to the building, like it was the goddamn bat signal, but for fucking cringe. It was just like the letter X on a building. It looked horrible. It was disruptive. It was awful. It is just a non-stop roller coaster of embarrassment. I really don't know how it's possible to be that uncool. Like, it's incomprehensible to me. I grew up as a fucking loser, a weirdo, for sure. But even I would know that this is so embarrassing. My cheeks would never stop being red. I would never show my face out of shame. I would legitimately be in a paper bag for the rest of my life. I wouldn't let people see my face if I was the guy that kept doing this shit with X and Blaze Your Glory. The shame would just be far too much to even put into words. I just... I can't help but make fun of it. I really can't. It's begging for it. I think there is a chance Elon Musk has some kind of humiliation fetish. Like, the more people say that it's lame, the more he wants to be insulted for it, it feels like. This seems deliberate. This can't be accidental. No one is this accidentally uncool. It's a plague because it's infecting other people into being just as lame. There's a lot of people that will just defend anything Elon Musk does with the platform, and then get mad when people make fun of it. So it's not just him, he is infecting and spreading the lame virus. He's like the Axe body spray for online losers, where a lot of people will flock to him as like this group feeling of being like successful and cool, and like they're always going to battle for their leader Elon Musk, which makes no sense. Again, I don't really care about Twitter's success or its failure. I'm just laughing at the goofy decisions made along the way. So I'm just going to bring up one tweet here. It's not even this person in particular I have a problem with or anything. This is just the general attitude about how when I make fun of it, I'm just coping with the success of Twitter under the leadership of Elon Musk. I don't give a fuck. If Twitter burns to the ground tomorrow, I don't care. If it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I don't care. I think the platform sucks. I'd prefer if it was in the dirt, buried 6 feet under. I think it's been a net negative for the entire world. But overall, its presence isn't something that disturbs me or makes me upset. I'm not coping with its success. I'm making fun of it. So even if it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I will still make fun of it. You know what else is extremely successful? Selling soiled, used panties online to degenerates. I'll make fun of that too, but it is successful. It's very successful. A lot of women make a ton of money doing that. But just like X, Blaze Your Glory, it's something to laugh at because it's so fucking silly. It's so goofy. So no, this has nothing to do with jealousy over a platform's success or its failure or anything. It is just legitimately comical nonsense along the way that is something to point and laugh at as a spectacle and shoot some spitballs at. It's a circus, and the clowns are dancing, honking their nose and making me giggle. It's just not that deep. There's really nothing to psychoanalyze here. You don't need to be holding up Rorschachs to me in order to get down to the bottom of it. It's just super simple. So just stop being so upset when people make fun of some goofy shit like this. Keep your glory blazing, take a step back, and share in the laughs. It's just that simple. You're not on the board of directors or anything. You don't have any like actual investment into the company. So whether it's successful or it's not, it shouldn't matter to you. Just have fun. Like, just enjoy the silly ride that we're all on here with watching all of these goofy things unfold in front of us. Maybe it'll end up making the platform 1,000 times more successful and becomes extremely profitable. And maybe, 10 years from now, Blaze Your Glory's on t-shirts. He's even got its own little mascot, like fucking Ultra Lord out of Jimmy Neutron, the Glory Blazer or something. Like, maybe it's the biggest thing in the world, but it will still always be a fucking goofy, uncool thing. Always worthy of being joked about. But anyway, I won't go on too much longer about it. That's really about it. May your glory be forever ablaze, my ex-friends. That's about it. See ya. Right now, there's a pretty ridiculous trend going on where if something flops, be it movie, game, or show, the immediate response from those behind the production is to get mad at the audience and blame them for it, saying that either they were too stupid to appreciate it, or they weren't real fans willing to support it, or they just told a story that was too hot to handle and people weren't ready for it. Thus, once again, we didn't fail. Our product's not bad. You guys are just turbo idiots that prevented us from the success that we deserved. And I'm just getting so tired of reading this. Every time something flops, this seems to be the go-to dialogue tree on the NPC quest line here. And it's just really, really starting to grind my ass. It just happened with The Witcher because Season 3 was a disaster. Full disclosure, I haven't watched Season 3. I just couldn't even pretend to be interested, so I haven't bothered with Season 3. But There was recently a statement made that the reason Season 3 hasn't done well is because they had to simplify everything because American audiences are too dumb, basically. And something very similar just happened with Marvel's Secret Invasion like a week ago, where the finale aired, and pretty much everyone said, "Oh brother, this stinks." They were just saying, "Boo! Boo!" and throwing tomatoes. It wasn't well received. Most people hated it. On a show that already didn't have many eyes on it to begin with, so it was just kind of a catastrophe. And the director behind it came out and once again just kind of blamed the audience and started pointing his finger, even having the gall to say that it's not his job to fulfill any expectations, and he doesn't read any of the reviews, so he doesn't really care if people didn't like it. Which I guess is fine. It's not exactly like the, puffed out chest alpha male thing that he thinks it is. It just kind of reads like you definitely did see the negative reviews and you're in defense mode. No one's forcing you to read any criticism of your show if you don't want to see what the fans are saying about it. No one's gonna peel open your eyes and sit you down strapped to a chair to watch all of the reviews come in. So it's fine if you don't read them, but why then just say that it's not your job to fulfill expectations and you don't care? I think you're pretending that you don't care. I think you definitely do, and if you don't, you should to some extent, at the very least. I don't expect any director to come forward and be totally honest, hey guys, look, this shit sucks. I really blew it, huh? Yikes. Yucko. This was no good, huh? I don't expect that. You should still have pride in your work, but you can at least take some level of responsibility and be like, hey guys, look, there was a story I really wanted to tell here, and I see that it's not resonating with a lot of the audience, and I'm sorry if I let some fans down with this, but this is my vision for the project, and this is where I wanted to take it. I think that's far more respectful than saying, you guys are all dumb and I didn't listen to you, don't care. I'm just really tired of seeing this attitude where the director or the team behind a production gets mad at the audience for not liking it, or not going out there to support it if it didn't capture their interest beforehand. This isn't just, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion. This has been happening quite a bit. You see the director's Secret Invasion said about the negative reception. He actually said, "Is it our job to fulfill their expectations?" No, I didn't see that. I'll look it up real quick, but directors are just getting really bold with how they handle bad reception. I can't remember who it was recently, but another flop had their director come out and say, yeah, we wanted this. In fact, this is what we were hoping for. I was what do you mean? You wanted it to fail? What? What the fuck are you talking about? Secret Invasion director doesn't care if you like the show or not. That headline goes so hard. You see, when it comes to Marvel shows, it's not about liking it. It's about just watching it because you're too deep already. Just consume for the sake of consume. You don't need to like it. Despite the resoundingly negative response to the scroll-based series, Marvel Secret Invasion director Ali Salim has admitted that he does not feel bad about the show's poor reception, particularly as he believes the devoted, even rabid nature of the franchise's fanbase does not lend itself to productive discussion around its various entries. So because they're devoted, they can't have a real discussion around it? I think there's merit to saying that a fan base can be way too brainwashed and hive mind for a real discussion to take place. But that's not even what this is about. It's just people, everybody unanimously did not like the finale. Oh, I don't read reviews. With all due respect, for me, I view all the storytelling work I do as a dialogue with an audience. When the show is finished and put up on screen, that's my half of the dialogue, and the audience then starts their half of their response to it. I think that's valuable, but I don't know. I don't know how to answer the question. What the fuck? This is a direct contradiction. So if you don't read the reviews, then you're not even listening to their part of their response of the dialogue. So you give half the dialogue and then plug your ears to their half? What the fuck are you talking about, man? How is that productive discussion? That's the exact opposite of a conversation at that point. All you want to do is give your half and walk away. And then, I guess, get upset. I don't feel bad about mixed reviews. If you had unanimously good reviews, every movie would gross $10 billion trillion, right? Projects resonate with different people at different times for different reasons, and Marvel has a very devoted, even rabid fan base who have expectations. When their expectations aren't fulfilled, they move in the other direction. They give it a thumbs down. I don't know. Is it our job to fulfill their expectations, or to tell the story that we're telling? So it's a tricky thing. I would love if everyone loved it, but I also don't have that expectation of myself, so I feel great about the response to it. What are you saying? What are you saying? The expectation would be to make something good. Like, yeah, you don't have to, like, follow the most predictable shit ever, but at least make good on the expectation that you'll try. And then at least listen to feedback, instead of say, I don't read the reviews, and then say they can't have a productive discussion. I think the best thing you could have done is just been like, you guys didn't like it? Whatever. It's the story I wanted to tell. I'd be like, okay, that's totally fair. If this is the story you wanted to tell, by all means. I just don't understand the point of getting, like, combative and condescending about it. Like, you guys, it's not my job to fulfill your expectations. So what? I don't read your reviews. I gave you my half of the dialogue, you gave me a response, and I didn't listen. That was the transaction. I just don't find this response from the director to be sensible at all. Like, it just doesn't compute in my little noodle up here. You gain nothing from being this combative and aggressive with the audience. And there's certainly nothing to be proud of with not listening to them or reading any feedback or anything like that. Why do you want to exist in, like, an echo chamber or some kind of sensory deprivation unit where you don't get any outside stimulation or input on the thing that you would supposedly be very proud of making? I just really don't get it. There's nothing to be patted on the back for. Fuck all of you, I don't listen to anyone. Woo! Wow! Yahoo! Wee! That's so strong! He doesn't listen to anybody! Whoa! Like, it's just, again, I don't get it. That's not something to be proud of, that you only, like, take in shit from yes men and yourself alone. But anyway, I won't linger on this for too much longer. Let's talk about The Witcher now, because like I said, a very similar situation just happened. A producer on The Witcher came forward and explained why the plot was simplified, and their explanation is once again just kind of the blame game. So they said, a series is made for a huge mass of viewers with different experiences from different parts of the world, and a large part of them are Americans. In fact, he said they are necessary. When referring to plot simplifications, that was the whole thing. He's trying to give insight on why the narrative of The Witcher is significantly more watered down and less complex than it is in the books. And his argument is basically, you have to boil it down to the bare necessities, only the essentials, pure emotions, because Americans are probably watching, and those are some absolute fucking idiots, I suppose. He mainly points to things like TikTok and short-form content as kind of deteriorating the attention span of viewers, so he needs to make it more simple for them and more digestible, baby the audience, because the Americans are so used to just jumping from video to video. And to a certain extent, I understand what he's saying. I do agree that the attention span of the average person has deteriorated to a level I don't think the Lord could have ever predicted. We have the shortest attention span ever right now, shorter than it's ever been because of things like TikTok and YouTube Shorts and stuff like that, I imagine. But I completely disagree that this means you need to dumb everything down. In fact, I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more complex you make something, the more successful it can become. The best example I can think of is Game of Thrones, because this actually did both. It had very complex narrative, very complex characters, and then it dumbed itself down, and the dumb part, seasons 8 and 7, were horribly received. So bad, in fact, that it ruined the entire legacy of the show. Seasons 1 through 6, where it focused on a complex story, world, and characters, people loved and cherished, and it was the biggest show at the time, and still one of the biggest shows ever made, because of that foundation it built. But in seasons 7 and 8, the entire team got hit by the orb of confusion and just went, fuck it. We'll make everything super dumb and super simple so we can wash our hands with this and move on. And the rest is history. Everybody hated it. Point is, I disagree that you have to boil everything down to appeal to the dummies in the world, and that's like the only way for success. I think the opposite is true. The more nuanced and complex you make a show, the better chance it has of succeeding, because I think that's what the majority of people want to watch. They're not here looking for someone to just collide action figures together and make loud noises. I don't think those are the most popular productions. So to me, this feels like cope from the Witcher producer here, like saying that you find it painful to have to simplify the plot and that showrunners have to make these decisions and accept them because the higher level of nuance and complexity will have a smaller range and it won't reach people. is just wrong. Like, I don't think you're correct in that assumption there. I think most of the evidence points to the contrary, that the more nuanced and more complex you make a show, the more successful and more appreciated it is. Some of the best shows of all time and most successful shows of all time are the ones that are complex and nuanced with really interesting, deep characters and a narrative that is very intriguing and complex. So I don't understand exactly why he thought that this was a necessary and painful decision that they had to make for the success of the show, when clearly it didn't work and wasn't working anyway. Like, you could have still just stuck with the complex narrative of the book, and I think you would have stood a much better chance. I don't understand why we've reached this point where all of it's everyone else's fault. You ultimately were the ones that made the decision to say, let's simplify this and make it silly. That's on you. You made a gamble that people would prefer something really simple. Good guy, good. Bad guy, bad. Nothing else? Okay, I clap now. You made that decision expecting that possible response, and you didn't get it. It's not anyone else's fault but your own. I don't know why you're putting the blame on Americans and their attention span not being conducive to a significant narrative full of nuance and complexity. It's just a matter of just taking responsibility, just be like, hey guys, look, honestly, we thought by simplifying this we'd reach a broader audience, and it didn't work. It seems like we simplified it too much, and it didn't convey the artistic vision that we were hoping for. Like, I just don't think you need to then say things like, it's those damn Americans and their lack of ability to comprehend complexity, which is why we were forced to make the painful decision, the necessary evil, to dumb everything down. Like, it's just silly. It's just silly to once again start pointing the finger at the audience, like, you guys are dumb, you made us do this. And now we failed because you guys are so dumb. Again, not anyone's fault but your own. If you had just stuck with the complex narrative of the books that it's all based on, even if it didn't succeed in the biggest way that you'd imagine, you could at least hold your head up high knowing that you delivered the artistic vision that you set out to do, because the way you talk about it now makes it feel like even you dislike the final product by calling it painful that you had to simplify it and that it was necessary to make such a difficult decision. So it seems like you are also not happy with the state of The Witcher. So why not just deliver the creative vision that was set out in the books that it's based on, instead of try to play the numbers game and appeal to dumb people or whatever the thought process was with the oversimplification of everything. Again, stop pointing the finger. Just take responsibility. You made a bad call, and the product is subpar for it. It is what it is. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this is only increasing in frequency. Again, The Witcher and Marvel Secret Invasion are not the only two that have done this recently. This is becoming pretty common for the teams behind productions to get angry at audience reception or any kind of like criticism around their products. And it's just getting kind of tiresome how aggressive that landscape has become. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya.